Let's go. Alright, first things first, we're going to get rid of that session QR code. Let's get Captain Deadwake out here. There we are. Now we are going to pop in to Loreville. That way we can grab up the raft right away. Hey, what's up, McFly? How you doing, man? Good to see you. Reverent Formation. Alright, let's get in the PTU and have some fun. I'm excited. Crack this ginger ale open. How you doing today, McFly? How's it going? I always feel like I'm Biff from Back to the Future when I refer to you. Damn it, McFly! I'm sure you get that enough. Oh, I'm so excited to see what the raft can do. I'm also kind of excited to see what the state of my PTU status is. As far as if everything has been wiped out. What's up, Cyrus? Interesting. I'm getting, like, auditory sound effects now when people are sitting in chats. Which I kind of like, because it lets me know people are chatting. Hell yeah. Maybe it's because we're officially monetized, my friends. So, for those of you who don't have YouTube Premium, I do apologize if you get hit with ads. But thanks to all the wonderful support from everybody, the Captain Deadwake YouTube channel is monetized. I'm excited. It's been a crazy journey in just even a month and a half, and a whole lot more to come. And I'll eventually get Twitch all cut up on stuff too, and mess with all that. But we'll get there. We'll get there. Hopefully we get into the game. Got a bit of a load. Oh, there we go. Whoa, yeah, man, we're in the PTU. Let's go. Congrats on the 1K subs, well earned. Like your cargo and bounty videos. Awesome, man. Thank you. I appreciate that. Tons more videos coming out. I love getting the feedback too from the audience as far as, you know, what they like, what's helpful. That's mostly what I want to be, is helpful. Holy shit, it carried over all of my tractor rifles. So we're not lacking. But if we're going to go out testing our Argo, we got to go Orange Arrow. We got to represent. We gotta go Argo style here. Full Argo orange, baby. And then, of course, we're gonna throw on a tractor rifle. And where's my awesome little... Oh, do I not have my subscriber multi-tools? I got so many multi-tools, oh my goodness. Are they off to the side? Oh, these are Moby Glass casings, which is really, that's weird. Alright, we're good there then, we're fine. We'll throw on a weapon just to have something. I like to be armed. Definitely don't have a whole lot of these, because I haven't needed to. Where are my... Okay, things are loading in, acting a little weird. There we go, there's my little S38. I'll equip that. I think everything else should be fine. I'm curious to see if my whole sea and stuff carried over. All of my other stuff did. Let's check our funds. Hey, I think we have enough. My funds carried over too. What's up, Mitchell? Odd hour for me. Yeah, it's so now that I'm in my real estate classes, I can't really be up at 3 a.m. on Wednesdays. So I'm planning to stream from like 10 to 1300 or 1 p.m., 2 p.m. on Wednesdays. We'll see how it goes. Because my real estate classes are 6:30 to 10 p.m. or 18:30 to 2200. And that means getting up at 0245 in the morning for a 3 o'clock stream is just not smart in the middle of the week. I still do it Monday and Friday because my classes are only Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. So that's why my Wednesday schedule will be a little different. But for some folks, it'll be nice to have some normal hours. I guess it's probably going to be, well, what is this for most of my European videos? like late, is it afternoon or early evening? Because I know it's 1400 to 1700 UTC roughly is my Wednesday stream window. Now it's about 5:20. Okay, I got you. Yeah, Monday and Friday will still be that. Wednesdays will be a bit later. Your GMT +2. All right. Yeah, I'm going to be getting familiar with different time zones. We're going to head over to New Deal and grab up the Raft and just jump right into some fun because apparently it got some much-needed love, and it'll now be competing with the likes of the Connie Taurus and the Star Lancer with almost 200 SU of cargo. And I haven't messed with the Raft since it first dropped and was essentially totally useless. And aside from being a total Drake fanboy, I love me some Argo. I'm always running around my Argo backpack. I love my mole. I need to get it out more, honestly. I wish Argo would do more in the salvage and mining space for single pilot too, versus just the larger mole. But I'm stoked. Do we have hope for the whole sea? We will see, because I'm going to try to test both. I got to see if my whole sea is still in game. If not, we're going to have to do some grinding, because we're about 11 million shy. We're about to drop 3.6 or so on the Raft. I'm hoping, like my other stuff, that my in-game purchase is carried over, because that means that the Maggie C will be in the PTU as well, and we can see how she's running. Raft double its cargo size, good grid with a tractor beam. Yeah, man. Yeah, because I think originally the Raft was the same as the Mole with 96 capacity. Check your Moby. What?
Now arriving. TISA spaceport. Please
Oh, that's a good point. That's a good point. I can go right here. There she is! The Maggie C is still in our inventory. Thank you, Ruck. Appreciate you, man. Coming in to help out. Puka Factor, how you doing? If you have trouble detaching cargo from the Raft cargo grid, unlock ports. Thank you for that tip. Hell yeah, early tip. Right on. That's awesome. I'm so excited to get the Raft out. That's also just a really fun ship to fly, man. It's launch time. Like, its forward thrust was always a blast. My buddy Ruck and I hopped in the Raft and punched it, and that thing was sick. I'm going to have to bring up your DMs, so if you help me out with anything else, I can see them right here. I kind of like that I'm seeing it pop up on my actual display thanks to Discord's overlay. Be here all week. Thanks, man. I appreciate you. Well, that's a great start. Look at that tan line, bro. What the hell? Damn. All right, anyway, moving on. Oh, this is cool. Yeah, so I'm also really glad, really glad that they're doing this live server maintenance, man, because we need a cleanup. It's, the live builders have been running rough. There are so many game clients running around, all these resources that need to be offloaded and simplified, so I'm glad they're doing that. Give me Argo. Yes. All right, where are you at? Look at that. Look at that. A cheap little 3.5 million. That is a no-brainer. Oh, man. Do I still have my Argo paints for the Raft? If not, you know me, guys. I got to get my paints. Not this time. We're already in the stream, so if I don't have the paints already for the Argo Raft, you can expect it'll get a makeover by the next time we stream. I'm not gonna, because I gotta back out and restart the game to carry the paints over.
Welcome to the
We're gonna need to get our hands on a Chimera Quantum Drive. I wonder if any of our components carried over. We'll have to take a look. What am I doing? Argo Raft. Haven't seen you here in a while. There he is, confirmed. 192 SU of cargo. Wicked. So we will actually go ahead and deliver the... actually, I'm going to wait to deliver the whole sea or any other boats, because we'll probably deliver that to an actual station where we'll be actually getting our missions from. So let's just head down to the large hangar and get moving. Yeah, fingers definitely crossed for the whole sea, man. I'm hoping... It's kind of hard, too, because even if it's playing really well in the PTU, that's not indicative of live performance. But, yeah, I mean, the better it's playing, the more excited I'll be. Oh, I need to check reps. Once we pop out of the elevator, I'll do that. I'll see if there was a rep reset. I don't know if they reset rep every time. I kind of hope they didn't, because it's a little bit of a grind. But that makes for good content on how to rep up. Oh? We still have our rep, my friends. Let's go. We are already in the experienced rank, and we're up to HRTs on our bounties. It's a good time. Oh boy. That's a good time. All right, yeah, let's hop in real quick and see what we can throw on our raft here. Okay, can confirm I no longer, I think I melted my liveries to add to the Ironclad fund. So, it doesn't look like we have any... Oh. Oh. We got a couple of Genoa power plants we can equip. Let's go. Alright. What about shields and stuff? Did we get anything else carried over? What about our quantum drive? Nope. No luck there. Yo, what's up, Lampa? If I had cargo in the elevator when the servers went down for maintenance, I'm effed, right? Had like 1 to 2 million lying on the elevator when the game went down. I don't think so. I don't think you should worry too much because they're not dumping player inventories and stuff. They're just, you know, doing server maintenance. I'm like 85% sure. So don't get too worried because it's not a patch wipe or anything. They're just cleaning up a lot of the back-end services and probably getting rid of all the excess client builds that are on there. So you should be okay. Make sure you let me know in one of the comments or such when you get back in on one of the videos or wherever you can, or even here on the live stream if you're able to. If it comes back up, let me know if you kept your stuff. But you should. I'm fairly certain you should be okay. And what is going on, Alex? How's it going, man? We're just kind of throwing out what we can here on the raft. Interesting. It's just coming with empty weapons here. Oh, what do we got here? We got some size 3s. Hey, why not? Let's just throw some size 3 attritions on. Let's go. So 2 size 3s and 2 size 1s. No. Oh, okay, yeah. I just hadn't loaded. Alright. So we'll see. Alright, we'll add a little flare. Why don't we, oh, what? No flare, man. Alright, anyway. Let's get to the good stuff. So why don't we just pick up a mission right out of Lorville, huh? I think that makes sense. Let's head over here. So we got 192 to work with. I have not really done anything with the raft, so it'll be interesting to see how it grids. Can anybody in the comments let me know if the raft can handle 32s? Like, what's our... Because I don't know if I should be pumping out experienced missions. I guess we'll take a look. Let's actually hop into our contracts and see here. 150 missions to sort through. Direct solar medium. Let's maybe get some planetary ones to test out surface elevators. Try that. See what our options are here. Planetary mediums from Everus to oh boy. Experience might be a bit much for these. It can take 32s. Hell yeah, I need some vids. They put 30. I've seen some vids where they put 32s on. Okay, cool. Yeah, I gotta remember that doing an experience, we'll probably have to run a couple of back and forths because we're not running with like Caterpillar C2 quantities here. So this is well over cargo cap. What? Oh, member. That's why. So we might actually run a couple of members way too low. Experience is probably still the better idea. Let's take a peek. So let's see. I want to fill her up. Experience solar medium. Man. That takes us to the Lagrange points. Maybe we'll stack a few member missions. Or actually, yeah, why don't we do... I'm getting a little ahead of myself. Why don't we do what I was actually just saying, which is try out the member planetary missions real quick. Should be like these ones. Yeah, here we go. So, man, those are really light loads, but we're going to run one as a dummy to see how the surface elevators are working. Yes, it can hold 632s. That is impressive. It almost makes you want to go out and try to do bounty stuff with it. What do we do here? So we got 2 size 3s and 2 size 1s, so that's a pretty light combat load. It would be a little rough in VHRTs. We might get to that later. We might mess with it. For now, let's do a couple of these planetary member small missions to see how these surface elevators are working. I don't want to get too far ahead of myself. I want to do all the things. What is this one here? Experience planetary medium. Still, man, so much cargo. It's crazy the jump from member to experience, man. Look at this. We got 58, 45, 113, and then you go to member, and it's like 6, 7, 5, 6. I think we need some balancing on quantity loads and payouts between member and experience. Like, the jump is just wild. Ah, local small experienced. That actually has a really tiny number. So I just got to take a peek at a few more of these then. And just that filter, dude. We need that filter. Some kind of filter. 300 from Everus to Tisa. You know what? That would take us... 3 runs. No, sorry. I can't math. 2 runs. That's a down and back twice, huh? And what are our box sizes? 16s? Yeah, this is just from Everus to Tisa. Why don't we do this one? That seems like more fun right now. We're just going to bring that one up for the moment. Send that elevator down. See what we can grab. Now I just need to give us the same. Yeah, I think I agree, Alex, with the auto load feature. Anything that has basically external cargo, I think should be part of that system. What? Really? It's not showing my... Wait, was that Everus to Tisa or Tisa to Ever? Oh, we're at Tisa right now. Got a little ahead of myself. Alright, so we gotta head up. Hello there, buddy. Look at that. We look just like it. We match. Alright, so this is our setup now. I don't remember it looking like this. Last time I had the Raft, it did not have this look. Which is nice. We got, what, a tractor beam right there on the starboard railing. And is this one of those... Does it have a physical call button? Let's see. Is it in a sensible place? I'm gonna walk around looking a little dumb. Is it further up? Nope. What are we doing here? Yeah, this is definitely the elevator. So where is our input? Is it there? Nope. Ooh, content's coming in. What's up, bullshit? If you're 1 to 3 SKUs over, the elevator can take 1 SKU container. Oh, nice. You need a red flashing light on your head. I can fix your ship preview and vehicle manager for you. Goes for anyone. Look me up at Discord. Alright. Going maybe... Yeah, they removed the arms of the Raft. I wonder how much better it is compared to the Connie for hauling. It's a giant target. Connie might have cargo, might not. That thing miles away will get shot. Oh, yeah. Wait, front right side. Oh, look! Here we go. That looks a lot more accurate. Okay. Thank you. Been a while. Orange button. Hell yeah, we're here. We got it. Oh, wait. Hang on. Stop deck, right? For the bridge? Forget, there's 2 decks. Or did we just go into engineering? I think we just went into engineering. Now let's explore a little bit. Let's see what we got here. Lower deck is the pilot area. Okay, and this is support station. Alright. Man, it's been so long. Yeah, it's components and such. Cool. Alright, yeah, we'll make sure we go lower deck and don't exit. Do a barrel roll. Man, doors take a minute, don't they? Alright, We got our airlock there, which I remember. Here's our mess area, which is really nice. Little window aft. We got our beds. We got our suit lockers, and I'm guessing the bathroom would be in here, right? Oh, yeah, there's the shower. Cool. And this should be the way to the bridge. Classic Argo feel up here, just like the mole. Alright, let's get out of here. Quest departure, we got a hangar queue, that's fine. Let's see, how's our power distribution looking? We definitely want to change those coolers, man. That is taking way too much power from us. Go full power to engines, we'll throw an extra little bit in shields there. Don't really need our weapons. Interesting, you gotta hit that twice. I really like the interior of the Raft. Yeah, I do too. It looks good. I like the engine layouts and such. And okay, we've got some interdimensional mess going on. We've got a little Avenger above us. Oh, is it our turn to get out of here? All right, let's get those VTOL engines involved because man, that did not want to move. Gear up. It's a beast! Alright. Ooh, very maneuverable. Let's hit it. Ooh, it still has some decent acceleration. I love the sound of the mock diamond, the engine crackle. Alright, we're gonna head up to Everus to grab our cargo and run it back down here to Tisa. Actually overly inverted there. Let's angle down a little bit. Go ahead and set course. Moved a little too fast there. I think I am experiencing a little bit of input delay. Not a whole lot, but it definitely feels like, you know, shaders or something are trying to catch up. Whoa. Oh, okay, she's a little touchy, I mean, she flies like a brick in atmosphere, so I can't be surprised by that. Really rough quantum jump. It's wave 1 PTU. We gotta expect it to be rocky. Can't be too surprised by that. Station looks really good though. Damn, are we already? No, we're not. Okay. The numbers down there were kind of confusing me. I thought we were already up to 1,000 meters a second. Make sure we angle so we're not going to run into the station by any chance. Gotta do that barrel roll. Feels good. Okay, there we go. Medium hangar. That'll be interesting. We'll see. It's gonna look quite full with the loads coming up. This is a top-down hangar, I believe.
Landing gear down.
Go. We got our gear down. VTOL activated. I really love the clarity of the MFDs. They look really good. That is really, really nice. Pull back a bit. We've got good decel control. I like that too. Gotta remember, we're a little offset there as we're coming in. Okay, now do I have enough room to give this thing a good rotate? Looks like it. Might have to come up a little bit. I want to be better angled towards that cargo elevator. Yeah, we're going to be like right on top of it, which is okay. Coming down. There we go. First time I used the whole C fully loaded, I slammed onto the station while trying to get to the unload area, and this even after you had warned us about how sluggish it was. Hey, sometimes we just have to learn from experience, my friend. I mean, I have a short on the channel of when I decided to try to retro thrust at like 500 meters a second right into a station drone and rapidly ended my session. Alright, let's do our little test out of here. Bam. Okay, cool, that doesn't hurt. That's nice. It looks so funny, just this wide open area. What's up, Cargo Master Hauler eating lunch while watching chicken pot pie. Hell yeah, that sounds awesome. Yeah, we're working through now from experienced rank here. What do we got? Direct planetary medium. That's probably the one we're gonna grab up. I don't think I abandoned the other. Also need to do a little check to see if abandoning affects rep yet. I don't know. Let's send this down. Cool. Good rapid response time to the elevator, which is nice. Missions. Okay. Yeah, this is the only thing showing up, so that's awesome. Move that over. Exceeded elevator capacity. Interesting. Really? That could be a problem. We might need to get ourselves a large hangar here, actually. I can drop the raft down, maybe deliver the caterpillar just to get us into a large hangar, because I'm guessing it's going to struggle to pull up everything. Oh, is it sending it up automatically? Interesting. No. Oh yeah, max cap 224. Well, let's see. If I pull up the other two... No, that's still going to be too much. Yeah, we gotta get ourselves a large hangar. So, we'll do that real fast. Let's store this. Should be within. Awesome. It fits. Even sideways. Yeah, we're really going above and beyond here, testing out the raft. I gotta go out here to actually deliver it. Just grab it in batches. So, Zentherian, can you select a certain number of stack to move over? Because in my experience, I haven't seen a way to do that, but I could be dumb at the same time. Because it looked like I had to pull all 18 of those boxes over. I don't really know. I've never tried separating them. When hotfix hit, I delivered 2 missions and all my cargo rep deleted. Wasn't member rank 2, had to start over. Gibbles, stay away from that submit button, man. Everybody, stay away from that submit button. That's what's killing your rep. Just don't hit submit if things are acting weird. Just back out or abandon. I got my rep back, took a day. Oh, that's good. That's not as bad as we thought it was going to be. I don't remember how far down it shot you. Let's go ahead and bring the whole C up here. You can only have different cargo box sizes from the admin station. No. I'm not exactly sure what you mean, Captain Bullship. You can only have different cargo box sizes from the admin station. Request delivery. Let's get... We'll hit retrieve to spawn up the large hangar and then just restore it. Nose itch is driving me crazy. I might need to step away to take care of that. Tired of messing with my nose on stream. Alright, store it. Right, we should be able to get our large hangar now. You should be able to split it. Alright, yeah, let's play with that. I've never actually dove into the manager to see how to split the boxes coming up. Yeah, submit button's what kills you. That's what I put in my last video on the whole C being broken. There's a whole segment of that video where I'm basically just saying, do not hit the submit button unless you know for a fact that you're well over 75% of the load has been dropped off. Otherwise, it will negatively impact you, and nobody wants to deal with that. So if you know for sure, you know, it's reflecting properly, you're willing to take the risk, you did the math, and you're, you know, well over 75, I'll do that. Like, I'll see it, you know, 82, 90, 95% of it dropped off. I'll do a partial submit and take about a 24, 25% hit to the pay, but no hit to my rep. If my saying for cargo shenanigans is when in doubt, back out. Just if something's wrong with your mission on your whole sea, especially with those kinds of quantities, just back to menus and, you know, come back in and deal with it another way. Don't risk losing all that hard-earned rep. Me from contract, you can't control the box sizes from the... Oh, no, yeah, thank you for clarifying, Captain Bullship. Yeah, what you can do is read your contract description, and it'll tell you what to expect as far as... Huh? Oh, that's the other mission we're on. Sorry, I got a little distracted. It'll tell you what sizes you can expect. At most, the containers will be 16 SCU in size. Any chance you're available, you know, to take care of it. When you get to some of the other ones, it'll say 32. I like they're changing the colors, guys. I noticed this. The text wasn't colored before for the actual size boxes, so they're making it easy for it to stand out to see what size boxes there are. At least it wasn't like that in 402. I haven't actually seen in 401. I haven't done a whole lot of reading, but I'm pretty sure the coloring here for your pickup and drop off and your size is new, and I like that. It stands out, makes it easy to see. All right, let's see here. Let's see about how to possibly split this stuff. I need some cheap viewers. Yeah. Yeah, I've never messed with any of that stuff. That's apparently scams or something. Okay, let's back out of that. The elevator's being weird. Okay, cool. So that worked. Why did the elevator come back up? Is it just automatically coming back up? That can be a problem. I need to report that if that keeps happening. Okay. It is! What the hell, dude? When you try going back in, it keeps bringing the elevator back up. That's... Son of a bitch. Alright, so we just won't exit the terminal. Stay in here. Send it down. That's not good. Alright, we'll leave it on. Cool. Now, how to split this? Do you oh, there it is. Just right-click it. I'm an idiot, guys. Alright, cool. The community saved my ass again. You can just split them. Wow. Awesome. Oh, jeez. Alright. Well, we can only do about 192 at a time. What do we got here? This is a, we got an 8 and a 4. Do some math. We got 18 16s. Let's see, 192 divided by 16. Ah, it's 12. Yeah, we can just do 12 of these. That's exactly the SCU count of our ship. What did I just do? I'm dumb. There we go. You gotta actually click it and then... Wait a minute. Alright, I'm just gonna send it up. It's not on the thing, but... I hope that worked. I need to make sure before I leave pickup locations that cargo is on board. If not, then exit and restart again. Yeah, basically. Especially when you're dealing with those whole sea quantities, man. What's annoying... So, if you've just started your mission and it's bugging out, it's not so bad to abandon. But if you actually did pick up, like, 3,000 to 4,000 SCU of cargo, and then the mission's bugging out, it's like, alright, what's better? Leave, dump all the cargo, and then grab another mission, or just... run my ship into an asteroid and claim it. Kind of hard to decide between that sometimes. All right, let's see. Why don't we, you know what? Why don't we play with the tractor beam? We got the raft here. Let's move it over and play with that tractor beam and see how this works. Looking at a calculator, getting old like the rest of us. What is math? Hey, I'm just trying to speed it up a little bit, man. I'm just trying to speed it up. Click split. Yep. Yep. That was my boo-boo. Alright. Yeah, and I don't know how delayed the chat might be from the actual stream, so I apologize if there's any issue with Twitch falling behind. I think I actually have it on, it should be on low latency. Alright, let's go this way, let's move our raft. We'll back it up to the loading zone.
Systems activating. Systems on.
Okay, powered off my engines, that was interesting.
Launch complete.
Okay, let's back her up. Give a little rotate. Looking good. When you're dealing with your rear view camera, you're a lot further than it appears you are. So it's almost like you got to get right up on it before you're in danger. And proximity sensors should kick on. Should be pretty good there. Let's drop back down.
Landing complete.
Gotta love that little Argo robot voice, right? Self-destruct anytime I have more than 10 on my spindles. Tractor beam is still not great. Best using max lift. Yeah, I figure that might be the case. I just wanted to get a little test run with it since we're in the PTU. I guess we gotta go back up. That's top deck, right? To mess with the tractor beam from our... Yeah, I gotta actually hit the button. This won't automatically open, which is fine. That's how most elevators function. Yeah, we're gonna get the full testing experience. We're gonna see how good or bad the tractor beam may be here. Head up the top deck. It seems kind of smart enough to realize what direction I want to go, so I might not have to do the long press right click on this thing. Open says me. There we go. Shoot, am I in SCM mode? I might have messed up. Is this... Okay. Looking good.
Systems activating.
Okay, we should be in SCM mode. Looks like we got power to the tractor beam too. Alright, let's see here. Awesome. Let's see how she goes. Let's check rotation ability. Not great. Not great. Ship tractor beam rotation still kind of a pain. Alright. I'll tell you what, that ain't bad. Is this gonna compete with the Connie's tractor beam? Oh man, if you back up like this, your boxes are already lined up the way you want. I gotta move these back as far as I can here. Nice. Yeah, so they're exactly 32 across. This is feeling good so far. Tractor beams, some of these hauling missions might be nice. Yeah, these are... Now this one is definitely going to be a whoopsies, a down and back scenario, because we can't fit all 300, but probably not too bad. All right, let's move this all the way. Oh, is this where it gets weird? Is this what's going on? All right, inch it forward. There we go. Okay, so you just got to be a little diligent with how you're placing stuff. I like how quickly the tractor beam moves the cargo. Alright, alright. So with some practice, this would be pretty quick. If I'm not using the whole C as the Starlancer Max, love loading it on the sides, easy in and out, 16 mediums. Hell yeah. Yeah, Starlancer I want to get some more time with myself too. I might have to hop out in the Max tractor to make sure that I've got the whole grid properly being utilized. I definitely think the Raft is one of those ships that, like the whole sea, should be using the external cargo grid too. Granted, you know, your quantity sizes are small enough. Oh boy. Shoot. Can I do my forklift trick where I knock this against something? Oh, it just kind of goes through. Alright, so we're going to do this. We're going to push against that like that. There we go. Now we're rotated the... Whoop. Shit. Oh no, it happened. We're still down. I was gonna say it did the thing. I'm just gonna try to... Okay, that's not the direction you wanted to rotate. Okay, we'll do it that way. Had to switch to my mouse to rotate the thing. God, I hate doing that on my mouse. After I've started using a flight stick for tractor beams, it's... Son of a bitch. Okay. Alright, let's place it. So this part can be touchy. There we go. There we go. Why did it rotate? Alright, just gotta be more careful about when I pull it. I'm gonna go ahead and place it to straighten it out. That might be a good strategy. So grabbing it once it's back here, that's... Okay. So you don't want to do that. We have a barrier here, or it's gone invisible. Alright, alright. We're learning. I'm gonna bring this up as close to me as I can. See if we can... Oh yeah, it goes through. It phases. So that's actually kind of nice. We can still take advantage of everything. So since the cargo actually kind of phases through the other cargo, it makes loading it on even easier. There we go. We're just about max load. So yeah, these last two will fit exactly here. So, whoa. Tractor beam is actually pretty alright. It's I think the way the cargo is physicalized is kind of annoying. There we go. But, you know, you learn little tricks of how to stack it up. I mean, kind of quick, if we're being honest, guys. I mean, that's... The tractor beam moves fast, and if you park this way, you're already lined up at the right orientation, and then, bam, we're done. All loaded up and ready to go. So this is the first portion of the load. Try pushing Q to change turret control. Yeah, I do that if I'm on the mouse. I don't have to do that on the sticks, though. Because the stick just adopts the function properly, which is nice. But yeah, if you guys are, you know, having the V-Joy thing with your mouse and it's weird, if you tap Q, it makes it a more precise maneuver, which is nice. Hate when tractor beam breaks. Yeah, so once it's gridded, you know, it's there in that back piece at least, so be diligent with it. But it wasn't a blocker. I didn't actually have to get out of the ship to fix anything, so that's awesome. That's not really a limiting factor. It's just another one of those things we'll need to work around, you know, and be careful with. So let's get off the ground here. There we go. Cool, we're getting out of the hangar right away, which is nice. Kick our landing gear up. Start slow rolling out. Take a peek at her. Looking good. 192 exactly. All filled up all the way back. All loaded with the tractor beam really easily. That gave me Connie Taurus vibes. I think the Connie Taurus has a competitor for tractor beam use. This is going to be a lot of fun to see how they sort of flesh it out. Alright. Let's get out of here and get down to Tisa Spaceport. So typically you gotta first quantum into actual Hurston. Yep, get rid of that. Oh, it's giving me invalid target there, so let's type in Lorville. There we go. That's what we want. What's wrong? There it is. Alright, I had to do a power reset. Power pip allocation got a little wonky there. Yo, PP, just melted my small ships to buy the whole C and C2 as my main earners. I have a Zeus ES, bounty hunter loner as my runaround. Fingers crossed they will pull their fingers out and make the whole sea work. I agree. We're going to run around a little bit with the raft here, experimenting with some of this and seeing how it hauls, and then we're definitely going to hop in the Maggie C and put her to work. We're definitely going to want to go and get our hands on an Everus quantum drive from Arc-L1 as well.
Quantum travel engaged.
Wish they had a unlock all cargo button. Then it, simple loading. Yeah, I'm looking forward to more iteration. I really want that filtering capability for our missions, man, to be able to just a text-based filter, just like for our maps. Yeah, I can type in the destinations you want to go to. Give us that sort of filter for our cargo hauling. I think a lot of us will be real happy. Ah, those engines look great. This makes the raft truly usable. 96 was just too little for... Huh? Oh, I love you too. Wife just scared the shit out of me. I was like, what is that? Alright. Coming on down. Why am I targeting a Polaris? Let's not do that. I don't know why that happened. Emperor Pew Pew. I love that name. That's awesome. Alright. No hanger queue, which is awesome. Kind of keeping track of how long this takes. Do a down and back. You know, so for something like this, for this quantity, you know, you're running in a down and back twice to make about 160k. So, you know, the raft isn't meant to handle experienced rank missions by any means. But I mostly just wanted to do a mission where I could test out the full carrying capacity of it pretty quick, because all the member rank missions are a lot fewer. I'm actually curious to trying those member rank missions, though, because I want to see how they, how the other little boxes stack. Alright, we gotta slow down a bit more. We're coming in a little too hot here. Yeah, we're gonna kind of hit the deck. Oh, man, nope, never mind. I was able to hit the brakes of those VTOL engines. Hell yeah. We are gonna switch the way we're looking to make it easier to offload, but I had to get into oh shit pilot mode because I was coming in a little too fast, a little too heavy. So it does feel like mass is a thing on the raft, which is good. That's how it should be for all the ships, really. Looks like an IC for that issue at the end of the grid. Okay, cool. Curious what size guns and missiles the raft can carry for salvage purposes. That's also a good point, like what we can actually grid to it. And yeah, guys, any of you guys who can, well, I guess you'd have to be part of the PTU for this issue council, but, you know, if you're able to contribute to that for reproducibility, replication of the issue, that would be awesome. All right, let's get out of here and offload these goodies. Man, I have some allergies in the air today. My nose will not stop tickling. I do apologize. Elevator door moves slow. I'll live, though. Nitpicky complaint. You know, I kind of wish, in a lot of cases, that we just had a little ladder tube instead of dealing with the elevators. Like, just give us, kind of like in the Caterpillar, just give us like a little ladder tube somewhere around here where we can just hop up and down. I'm going to melt my Connie for a Star Lancer attack. Alright, Mitchell, hell yeah. I need to get my hands on a Star Lancer to mess around with here soon. Just want to see what it's like. Alright, let's pop into our tractor beam. Now let's see if we can get these off the ship. Yeah, that's where the problem is. Whoop. Holy shit, I grabbed it. Alright, interesting. Well, we're learning how she moves. Can I grab this one? Is there a secret spot to hook her? Okay, maybe not. Alright, we'll speed offload the rest of these. And we gotta hop out anyway to drop this down, so it's not really all that bad. We'll use the speed of this tractor beam at least to throw this stuff off real quick, which is One of the beauties of tractor beams, man, they just make this part of the process so much faster. I mean, look at that. Hook and swing. This is Connie Taurus level tractor beam quality. That last bit of grid might be a little annoying, but dude, this is sick. Just whipping this around, no problem. I'm loving it. And I regularly main the Connie Taurus. Yeah, look at that. Dropped it down, grabbed it again right out of the air, throw it in place. You know, you can get more picky about how you're actually placing these down, which is fine, but this wide open space, the fact that these boxes aren't clipping into each other is kind of nice, but I don't know if that's by design or if they actually want them to physicalize as well. Because being able to sort of like, you know, grab one of these and then just drop it through, it's convenient, but maybe not as realistic. So don't count on that to last. I don't know that that is really how they intended this to be. Really awesome how well this throws around, though. I'm being a little sloppy with how I drop these, but if we can get all these but that one, that's not too bad. Here, let's throw these on top. Here we go. Fantastic, dude. Yeah, alright. The tractor beam gets an A from me. That's awesome. The only reason it's not S-class is because of this little issue. So, can't grab that one, but that's fine. We gotta get off ship anyway to submit these. So, we'll just grab it while we're heading out. British Ghost, what's up? Is it back up now? It says down for maintenance. So, I'm on the PTU, my friend. I'm not sure the current state of the main game. Didn't someone mention unlock ports earlier in the stream if you were having issues with the cargo? Hey, thank you. Yeah, Kai reminding me of what a viewer did say. You know, let's try that real quick for testing purposes before I hop out with the max lift. I'll go ahead and unlock my ports and see if that frees up that last box. That would be an interesting workaround. The Fixture 72, what's up, man? Really like what I see. Love the Argo blue thrust. I did too. I love that as well. Love the engines. And I'm loving how the ship's feeling right now. Let's do that port unlock trick to see if that frees up that last box. Try some smaller boxes and stack them on top of each other, and then when unloading, see if you take the top one, makes the bottom one drop down. Yep, good idea. That's also what I want to do with the members testing. So, Alt-K to unlock ports. Awesome. I love that Argo actually tells you that ship ports are unlocked. It's convenient. You check out the Raft for cargo grid changes. That's what we're testing now. And it's just it's a really big, easily accessible, flat area. And that tractor beam is awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome. It's fast. It's easy to throw around. It's well placed. The only issue, really, was just that last box not wanting to drop down. But we're about to see if we can get that with the grid unlock trick. So credit back again to whoever told me in the comments about that, and to my buddy Ruck for tapping me on the shoulder and saying, hey, dude, don't forget this. Alright, let's hop in here and see. Alright, so it does look like this particular issue is not something that the port unlock will take care of. No problem. Now we know. Yo, Kevin! Did you find the ladder at the back from lower to top quicker than Ella? I was just talking about a ladder, actually. Hold up. Wait. Oh, this is what I was just talking about. This is why I love you guys, man. This is why I love the community. That's great. That's awesome. Okay, so it's here. It's inside. The Jeffries tube's in here. Wicked. Yep, that'll be my way of getting around. And then actually, honestly, I just like going out the airlock, if I'm being honest. Did you get a free teddy bear? I picked up a Raft up in live earlier, and it came with a brown teddy bear in the habitation area. Okay, well, now we got to go check that. I got the flask out of my my Drake Corsair. Where's the teddy? I don't have a teddy. Nope, it's good. Ship storage, cool. I want my teddy bear. That inside, yes, this is the kind of gold pass that I hope the mole gets. I mean, look, we even got sponges, like some not really sure what that is. I was gonna say Himalayan pink salt, but I don't think so. Yep, sponge, towels, details. We got some utensils kind of going through our tray there, but we're sporking it, baby. What's up? We got our ketchup and mustard, man, the essentials. We got our straws. There's the, well, Maybe that's supposed to be Himalayan pink salt. I don't know. And then there's some weird goop here. Some napkins. We got our fire extinguisher. Lots of goodies. Yeah, this looks nice. Some thermos for water or whatever. Oh, well, these look like the actual shop towels that we use working on cars. I love that. All right, anyway, let's carry on here. Gosh, stupid nose. All right, sweet. I like that you can close these properly for actual airlock function. That makes sense. Nice padded room. Usually right side of the bookcase. That inside beans, sporks, they need to buff the ore capacity on the mole. The double bag trick, I think they fixed. Yeah, I would like to see maybe the mole match the raft in ore capacity for carry capacity. I think that'd be smart. Bump it up to 192. I'd love that. All right, let's get this off. Oh no. Well, that is a bigger problem than I thought. Is this what some of y'all were talking about? That's not good. That'll force a partial submit. Ports are unlocked, my friend. Ports are unlocked. I did that to test the tractor beam to no avail, and that piece is still there. Drop that stuff down. You know what we can do? Let's try storing the ship and calling it back up. Maybe. As far as relocking the ports, let me try this. We're going to store that. I'm going to step away for a quick second to try to take care of my tickly nose, guys. I'll be right back. Just give me a few seconds here. Big apologies for that, guys. Feels really unprofessional to leave the stream like that, but I was kind of tired of picking my nose on stream, you know what I mean? Alright, let's call this thing back up and see what we can do. One box, always for Chris. Yeah, I know, and a 16 on top of that, man. He's, Chris getting mighty greedy here. Alright, let's bring it back up. I also like that you can sort of orient the boxes however you want, like facing long ways or sideways, which is nice. We'll also see if it's maybe just that part of the raft, and you know, stacking different kinds of boxes like, you know, 1s, 2s, or 4s there might be a problem. Maybe we'll run one of the planetary member small missions that are part of the stack that I do to see how it handles those sizes, because that typically will be up to like maybe 150 SCU mission. Try flipping it next time you put a box in that slot. Yeah. I'm going to try a few things. Okay. That's frustrating, because that's also now hijacked 16 SCU of space. There's no other way to sort of force it to drop cargo. Okay, delayed input there. It's all, again, remember, my friends, Wave 1 PTU is going to be a little rough around the edges. So we got to expect problems to fix. I mean, especially they just made this change to the raft. So I'm sure that'll get rounded out. Instead of horizontally, try vertically, since those two particular 8 slots can't be grabbed. Yeah. Yeah, it's, I would like to be able to get the thing off the ship. Let's try the whole port relock trick. I mean, just across all of our pointers here. Hang on. Yeah. The ladder. Oh, I like that that door stayed open. Okay. Power down, power on.
Systems activating. Systems on.
Shields are already offline. I'm aware.
Shields on.
Interesting. I just noticed I was able to fire the tractor beam in flight mode, so maybe that's an update. Because I'm pretty confident I've never really been able to do that. Ship port's unlocked. So ship ports are now locked again. Let's see if we can wiggle it off here. Because that does present a problem. Man, what a bummer. I can't knock another box into it. They allow tractor beams in nav around the time mining and salvage could be done in nav 2. It's why SRV can tow in quantum. Ah, that makes sense. Might sound silly. What about trying to grab it outside the station? Yeah, we'll give it a shot. We'll try everything. Gonna try some whole sea runs when it comes back up. Yeah, exactly where. Let's do it. All right, so yeah, we'll head out. We'll stop on our way over to Everus Harbor. Why did I do that? See if we can pull it off while we're outside of station territory. See if that has any change. What I can also do is I can get right up on it with my actual max lift tractor beam, which might be required. See, the other one, or actually that might be the only spot that's locked up, but I have a suspicion that if I get really close to it, maybe it'll... Stop grabbing the ladder. Maybe it'll come off. So it might be something you have to do in EVA and move the box around. But that's a good idea. I appreciate that, McFly. That's what we'll do now. We'll head back. Because aside from that, man, this thing's a slam dunk. Everything else that I've experienced on it. Alright, let's get this. So glad we don't have another hangar queue. Hell yeah. Let's not smack the deck or the roof. Tried to store and retrieve. Yep, just did that, Kevin. We just dropped it down and picked it back up. That didn't fix it. We're going to try getting right up on it. Maybe EVAing in space. You know, once we're away from Tisa Spaceport here. That might do the trick. Alright, let's get out of VTOL. Contact. Get out of here. Who the hell just targeted me? The Polaris. Are you kidding me? Wait, no, that's not a Polaris. That's an Idris. What the actual... A player got their hands on an Idris? Really, guys? Hijacked an Idris. That's lovely. Well, we won't stick around to mess with that. No, I haven't made any sacrifices to Chris in a while. I mean, granted, I feel like my time on the Maggie C should count. Let's set Everus as our destination real quick. There we go. Yep, she's a little touchy in atmosphere. Not too bad, though. Reset power again. Still not... oh, we're still registered in ammo. That's why. There we go. Now we're good. I will say, this compared to last patch's Wave 1 PTU is a lot smoother. This patch feels way better than Wave 1 PTU for 4.1. Alright, now that we're over here, let's get at least within Armistice, actually. Let's not mess with it out here, since we already got players that are effing around in an Idris and all. You know, there's shenanigans afoot, so let's minimize shenanigans on us. I agree. I gave him my rep also. He's never satisfied. Yeah, man. He's a pain. Nothing's ever enough. He wants to take it all from us. Alright, let's get right about here. We should be kind of within Armistice now.
Shields on.
Let's go SCM. Get those shields up. We're going to direct power to shields. Kill weapons. Get a little bit more to shields. There we go. Just in case. Just in case. Because people suck. Alright, we're also going to engage coupled, so we don't have another runaway bride incident like we did in the Maggie C, and I jumped out my tractor beam, and she just skedaddled on by. That was a problem. Alright, so we'll try the tractor beam first. We'll go through kind of a list of troubleshooting things here. So we'll do that. We'll try our tractor beam, and then I will hop out and get right up in its face with my max lift tractor beam. Come on, grab the ladder. There we go. Yeah, I definitely like the ladder trick more. Alright, jump into our tractor. Okay, that's a no-go from in here. But now we're going to head out the airlock and try it there. I love how you slide down the ladder. Open, says me. There we go. This is one of the reasons I definitely... Whoa! Frames. Oh my goodness. Oh, what's happened? Frame rates just tanked. Slideshow. Oh boy. Alright, we're back. Alright. Wow, that was a hell of a hiccup. I almost feel like this should have an automatic cycle function. Sorry, hit mute just in time for that. Alright, let's see if we can get right up to this thing's face. Pull it off. Yo, Kimmy, what's up? If you back up the ladder and just drop down the chute faster. Oh, yeah, that's true. Yeah, I forgot about that. You're totally right. Okay, why am I stuck? Alright, can I get right up in this thing? Up, 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 up. Oh, no. No. What is it? No, Chris Roberts, don't do it to me. Okay, cool. I was right. You can just get it right onto it. McFly, it happened. Let's go. Alright, let's see what happens. Let me put it right back in that same spot. Okay, so it is... It appears to be here. Alright, we're gonna do the other test. We're gonna turn... What? Whoa. Hold up. We hooked it that time. Where was the secret? Is it because we were moving toward it? Chris has you now. No joke. I grabbed it from... Oh, there we go. So is that the range? Is that like our... And from everywhere else... Okay, so the tractor beam, if you notice, guys, it's grabbing like kind of up in the yellow when you do grab it. So maybe that's the trick. Maybe we gotta aim up in that little sweet spot there. Like, right about here. In theory. Maybe it'd be a little closer. Oh, yep, we got it. Oh, it's like super specific. Ah, there it is. Okay. And I'm getting it every time now. How far back, though? Yep. Look at that. Look at that. All right, and then if I do this, it's like right there it is. If you aim just below like the gray, wiggle around a little bit, you get it. Reminds me of the freight elevator bug where you had to get really close to the crate. Does this to me sometimes with C2 grabbing out of the hangar. Valkyrie and C2 M2 is my go-to. Was on the phone. What happened? How did we get free? So I got like right up in its face, Kevin, and was able to pull it off. But now we seem to be finding like there's kind of like a sweet spot, which is right underneath. So I'll get up close so I can show you guys. So this gray portion here, going right below it, like seems to trigger the tractor beam to grab it. All right, let's also do the other thing we wanted to do, which is give it a rotate. Now it'll probably have no problem. So that might be an even easier workaround, is to have it go long ways. Try to have it as far back as we can. Okay, that's good. Now we need to mess around with it a little bit with the ship's tractor beam, because I think I'm sort of figuring out how this thing functions. Science, baby! Wait, where the hell did my airlock go? There it is. Wow! Okay, that was weird. We won't talk about it. Let that close. Proper airlock cycling. We don't need to ventilate the ship. Frame drops again. Okay, we're good. We're good. Let's head back here. There we go. Oh, come on, grab it. Yeah, it's hard to say why it's just that one box. I want to see if I can reach that little sweet spot with the ship's tractor beam, though. That's what I really want to know. Because it might just be the workaround magic here. Ship's tractor might just be a little too far from it. Just going to move around. Yeah, this doesn't want to cooperate. Which is fine. No little sweet spots. That's right around where I was aiming the beam. I was like right about there. Even aiming further back, it's kind of locked in. But we can get to it with our ship's tractor. Or sorry, our max lift tractor, which is good. So that'll be good for the issue console. Alright, I keep forgetting that I can just drop down here. There we go. We did the actual drop. Alright. We should be able to get the rest, even with that box there. Yeah, it's only 124 total. So let's go down and make this happen. Oh, hangar queue. I was like, wait, I heard the thing. Why didn't it give us a stop? Watching on Twitch and YouTube while I work, bumping up your numbers. Thank you, San Chimera. Hell yeah, dude. Love it. Alex, I want air stairs for the Raft and some other ships that have docking ports and elevators into the cockpit. That'd be kind of cool. Or even like a little, like maybe a ladder you can jump up and grab into so you can get into the airlock. Should be kept in hangars so you can skip the whole elevator shenanigans. Yeah. There's definitely a lot of talk about people who prefer to just have good old-fashioned ladders or stairs versus dealing with all the elevators. I definitely see where it's useful to have a good ladder well, a good old classic Jeffries tube like we are using in the Raft now, which I'm so glad was pointed out to me. So, what I was thinking, guys, we finished this mission. We mess around with one of the member ones to see the smaller boxes, like the 4s and 2s and 1s and how they stack, and, you know, the fall test, if you hit the one on the bottom, if they all just kind of fall, all the little things. And then I was thinking about loading this thing up with a full attrition build and running into a, well, I guess HRTs, because I don't have the HRTs yet. I've been seeing what it's like to loot enemy ships. It's unfortunate we don't have VHRTs, so I can't really loot 32s. This thing absolutely kills the Conning Taurus and the Drake Corsair in the fact that it can carry all those 32s. That is an interesting niche. I can see an application here where maybe I'm running like a Drake Corsair and one of you guys are running with me in a Raft or a couple of Rafts, because you can do a little pew-pew, not quite enough to really put down VHRTs and ERTs, but then you can easily load up and haul out with 32s and such. It makes this a much more enjoyable ship. Now, whether or not you would choose to hop in your Raft versus maybe hopping into a Cat or a C2 or even a Connie, you know, it kind of, I guess it depends, or maybe another Corsair. It depends on if you're, I guess, maybe actually trying to get into the combat side of things, or if you actually just want to load up and bail out in one of these. There we go. Let's get down in here. Come down and rotate in. I love how easy the ship is to maneuver and control. This thing feels awesome. It doesn't feel as clunky as a Connie. And I love my Taurus. I've talked a million times about how it's my most flown ship in the game. And I've gotten so much time with it. But the Raft feels really good to fly. I mean, the fact that it's basically a rectangle kind of makes it really easy to maneuver and park and know your dimensions, which is great. The Raft looks so good when it's landing gears up. Super ugly when they're lowered. Yeah, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. It loses some style points for sure. I'm definitely going to be getting the paints to see how this thing looks colored up with like that yellow cargo look. What am I doing? I'm being stupid. I need to actually get out of the ship. I'm like heading back up to the tractor beam. Open, please. Server input delay. Oh, weirdness going on. Since we're inside, I don't care so much about cycling my airlock. I still feel like this is slightly faster than using the actual elevator to get off the ship. Keeps us fit too. There we go. All right. Let's come over here. All right, now let's see if we can hit that sweet spot from the ground. Or are we just a little too far away? Dang, it was like right there. Interesting. So in space, we're up close enough to make it happen. Did I don't think I'm all the way to the edge of the grid. So I put that in. Oh, we got it. All right. We just had to move around a little bit. Okay. So you can get to it. What was the sweet spot for grabbing it down here? Maybe it was just an input delay time or like lag. Like just leave your tractor beam on it. There we go. Okay, so we got it from there. Let's see, we're just going to kind of leave the tractor beam on it for a second. See if it just kind of gets to a point where it registers it and then activates. Polar paint looks very nice. Hell yeah. Actually, can you check if you can attach ship components to the grid? Something like size 5 repeaters. Oh, actually, great idea while we're here. Wait, are we back at Everus? I got to wait until we're down at TISA to do that. I have a bunch of components and stuff that we can try that with at TISA. So we'll do that for sure. So where was that sweet spot? We have seen that we can grab it. It's kind of, it was right around this little section. So you're just going to be really patient and diligent with where you put this last box over on this side of the grid. Move around a little bit more. Just kind of. Oh, we had it. We're going to get this thing off again, and then I'm actually going to pull it down until we have everything loaded to make sure. There we go. Yep. All right. So, a little weird, but it works. There we go. Throw that there. Let's get the rest of these goodies up. So, at least it's workable. It's not a total mess of a situation. That's good. Okay, yeah, these are all just chilling here, so I should be able to move them all over. Yep, there we go. Let's bring everything up. Alright. I'm going to get back in and use that tractor beam again. I really like how it feels. Oh, and the entrance is over here. Kind of like that it automatically wants to take us to the top deck. It's like it knows that we're likely going to need to go and hit the tractor beam to load. Got some input delay. There we go. Okay. Took 4 or 5 seconds for it to register that we needed to actually start moving. Not bad, not bad. Alright. Let's get her loaded up. And we'll just avoid that corner to the end. Yeah, much smaller. Yeah, let's load it this way this time. We'll do it long ways. Is that all the way to the side? Now it is. Alright, you want to make sure you're maximizing your available space. Oh boy, that's rough. Just drop that for a sec. We'll use the grid to get it to stick. Just don't stick it in that spot you know that you can't grab from, obviously. There we go. Ah, yeah, gotta be careful hitting walls and such. Alright, we'll use our mouse to give this a little spin. Oh, did I just mess up? Oh, okay, cool, we got it, we got it, we got it. I thought I just put it in the spot that I said, don't do that. That would track, that would be my problem. We got... The Raft update seems sweet. Yeah, Blackbird, I am digging it. Lots of cargo space. Really fantastic tractor beam. And if I need to, I can just kind of go below these to grid it. Hell yeah, that's awesome. If that works, going to be nice for salvage pickup as well. No need to exit the ship to grab boxes off salvagers and components. Yeah, when we get down there, we will test out what it's like to load up irregular things like weapons and such. That is a good call. Whoop! Okay, yeah, you gotta be careful because it will currently phase through. So, again, you just gotta be a little bit diligent with how you're placing things. That was a little sloppy. Alright, let's go ahead and throw this box next to it. Whoa! Okay, with repetition and practice will come success. I think we're gonna have one little 4 on here. So, we can't really do the other test I wanted to do. But we'll mess with that maybe when we get into some of the bounty play, because there will be singles and doubles and quads, all sorts of sizes. And then what I'll do is I'll put the 4 in that kind of buggy spot to see if box size also kind of matters. Just throw this up here in that dreaded place. Alright, can confirm. Let's just kind of leave it open for a sec to see if the time delay and it registers us grabbing the box. It might grab the box behind it. We're just going to leave this on for a moment and see what happens. Speaking of which, Raft would have been great for supply and die. Dead train pickup, just send an elevator up, get back in the Raft, tractor boxes in. Yeah, this would have been really great for that. Alright, so that area is a buggy spot for boxes of different sizes. But at least now we know we can get it off with the max lift tractor beam. So that is our workaround. Head back down through our Jeffries tube. Go drop off this last bit to get credit for this mission. And then I really want to go down to HD Showcase, grab a couple of attrition 1s, and fully kit this thing out for combat and do some bounty testing in it to see how she does. Okay. Quest departure.
Launch complete.
Whoop.
Landing gear up.
I forget, we're kind of in the belly of the ship, so you have a lot above you, so careful not to just kind of raise up and clunk into things like I just did. Oh, I can see the 2 size 3 attritions on that turret right there. Where are the size 1s? I think they're empty currently. Let's also close our doors. There we go. Airlock's closed. Wow, this thing looks solid, man. I think this is going to be a really great ship for a lot of people. Let's go ahead and quantum down to Hurston proper and then Lorville. Finish this quest up.
Quantum travel engaged. Quantum travel complete.
Input delay, waiting for everything to kind of wake up.
Quantum tracking
There we go.
complete.
The new Raft might be worth upgrading a referral reward to. I usually don't go over 100 with upgrading referrals because you can't melt, but this may be a keeper. Yeah, I agree. I mean, this is probably going to be a really great ship too for those who are trying to grind member missions, because I bet with just where you can stack stuff on the grid like that, it's really easy to go underneath and just grab whatever you need for certain drop-offs. Like the Raft is probably going to be really great for stacking multiple loads. Might have to do some testing like that.
Contact.
Yeah, I get it. The Idris. Jeez, this guy's the worst. He is blitzing in here too.
Shields on.
Alright. We're gonna have to deal with this loser. Not really sure what that Idris is doing, but I am not waiting to see. I don't know, Kimmy. I mean, I know we're getting ready to get into Fleet Week and stuff, so this might be a player that got found an exploit or something. It's hard to say. Yeah. Seems like it might be the new best dedicated hauler. I still think the Connie or Corsair would win out as an all-arounder, but strictly cargo. Yeah, I agree with that. I think that's a good point. I mean, you're losing a lot of firepower, but I do want to take it out into some bounties to see how it does shake out. But you're definitely putting out a lot less damage than a Corsair or a Connie. But the fact that you can carry 6 32s on this thing, that is wicked. Idris is a ship you can battle in the new missions, and you can man it, it seems. Interesting. Appreciate with the, or the information, Captain Bullshit. Feels like it took us forever to get over here to Tisa Spaceport with the way we came in. Alright, we got a ship's queue, so we'll have to wait to finish dropping this mission. I'm just going to kind of orient myself, slow down a little bit. We're going to just kind of chill and wait for this hangar queue. Let's take a look at that other mission that I had pulled up, because maybe that's something we can mess with. Yeah, so this is picking up... Oh, yeah, because we have to test the surface elevators. I still want to do that, so we'll run that one mission test. Looks like we're going to be picking up from Farnsway and dropping off to these 3... So Farnsway is a depot, an actual internal hangar. Lathan, Han, and Pinewood are surface elevators, external hangars. And those have been a buggy problem for a long time. So if those surface elevators are actually working... and carry over that they're working into the live build, that'll be a really good day for everybody.
Docking initiated.
Alright, we are in full VTOL landing gear mode. Go ahead and hit those brakes.
Warning.
There goes a Corsair, looking good. Yeah, boarding the Idris is probably a way to go unless you have a group with you. Such a pain back in the save Stanton days. Although that was quite a fun group activity, just took forever. And the whole Polaris load of torpedoes. Oh boy. Sounds like a hell of a time. Alright. Whoop. Back up here. Okay, let's control our descent. There we are. Line ourselves up over this way. Trying to get an idea of where we're at. This is another reason I want that head tracking, dude. It'll be so great for this. I can just look around. Because right now I have to hold down a button and then I can do that slow look, which is not all that useful. There we go. Alright, let's finish this. You can battle a capital ship or something in the combat training gauntlet. Hell yeah. Yeah, I think there's a whole series of new combat-related missions that are meant to help you sort of get better or kind of break into the ship combat world, especially for people who aren't really into the PvP or ship combat in general. From what I gathered on Board Gamer's update, it seems like there's a lot of PvE focus, which I think will be a nice sort of balance to what everybody thought to be sort of a PvP takeover from the last couple. Okay, let's throw this around. Yeah, I can't get enough of this tractor beam, dude. It is so good. I'm going to probably miss it when they actually make it to where the boxes do physically bump into each other, because right now it's super convenient that they don't. Because you can just rotate out and shove the boxes, and it's so fast. Yeah, this is the only ship's tractor beam I've ever used that actually, I would say, competes with the Connie Taurus. Just because of its position, how well it moves, and aside from that one little area that seems to be currently bugged, it's got full access to the entire grid, kind of like the Connie does to its whole cargo bay, which I really like. Let me see if we can reach further back, which is cool. There's usually like sometimes an invisible wall sort of glitch with these large hangers, so I'm kind of seeing just how far back I can throw these. I don't think that one gridded. Oh, it did. It just, this one I can push further. Oh, nice. Okay, cool. Oh, yep, you can still grab the whole hanger, apparently. Or the whole cargo elevator. Yeah, and it's also not like super wavy like the Caterpillar tractor beam. Like it has a pretty good consistency to it with kind of going where you put your crosshair versus it feeling like there's a lot of extra weight thrown behind it. See, because I give that push and then kind of tuck over. Oh, I didn't quite get it where I wanted, but usually you can kind of grab and drag it right next to the others. Yeah, not that it carries all the weight in the world, but that one little spot of the cargo area being bugged aside, the Raft definitely gets my seal of approval as a really badass cargo hauler. You know, it's no Caterpillar or C2. You know, you got to understand the tier of hauling you're looking at. But as far as anything in its own class as a designated hauler, I think it is the clear winner. Jump out and get this lax box off and see how easy it is, actually. Sorry, phone again. So is that last box again the same issue? Yep, same issue. Except, however, this time I know that with a little patience and a little wiggling, you can actually get the max tractor beam to lock onto it. So it's just that one area of the grid on the Raft that's a problem. The rest is fantastic. Alright, let's see. Give it some time. Just keep moving around, and we should be able to lock onto this sucker and pull it off. It shouldn't be too far away from us. We'll just have to kind of mess around with where our tractor beam's aiming. Give it time to register that we're here. We'll see. Grabbed it in live in case price increases for the extra skew. Hey, smart move, man. We'll go that butt. Thanks for the tip. C2 now desperately needs a tractor beam. Yeah, tractor beams, well-placed tractor beams that work really well are going to be a game changer. I didn't really like the way the tractor beam worked on the ATLS. Or, sorry, not the ATLS, geez. I was thinking about Argo products. On the Zeus, I don't really like where that is. And I mean, the whole cargo grid of the Zeus, I think, needs some love. I don't really know why they built it the way they did. Alright, this is being a little bit more sticky than I'd like. Probably should take note of that. It's not wanting to grab like I thought it might. Let's see if we jump up. Just jump around, get a little closer to it. Trying all the things here, man. All the things. Might actually have to fly up and grab this. I might just, you know, this is only 4 SKU of the total mission, so I might just partial submit it. And then we can just dump this out in space somewhere. I'm not too worried about it. Alright. Oh, look at that, guys! I was too close? What? Okay, so out here... Interesting. I'm doing this several times just to kind of see. So interesting, right? Okay, we got it. And then it wasn't even all the way back, which... Yep, alright. Weird. So that, in that case, I was too close to it. When I backed off, I was able to grab it. Peculiar, man. It's kind of quirky. Will it take 2 4 SKU boxes stacked? We're going to find that out too. We're going to find out all the things. We're going to do the stacking test and see. It better, man. I really hope so. Oh yeah, we're going to, while it's down there, we're going to grab some weapons and stuff and try that out. Yeah, I'm glad we're experimenting with this so everybody kind of gets an idea of how weird this is. Alright, we're going to send up a couple of things. Some components, some M5A cannons. Oh! Everus quantum drive. Sweet, we can throw that in the whole sea. I'm actually going to carry that up where the whole sea is sitting. So yeah, cool. We actually, we'll take all these with us. The component grid test. So I'll definitely be condensing this down to an actual YouTube video to show off the Raft and how all this works. Yeah, there's our Everus quantum drive, our Class A civilian for our whole sea, since unfortunately we don't have that wonderful TS2. Alright, let's see how this works. Someone mentioned earlier that shame you can't attach a ship or vehicle to it. Good idea. That would be awesome. Imagine dropping a couple of Furies. Okay, so we have gridded space. Looks like it's specifically the middle or in the outside. Okay, so we're missing some griddable space on this. You notice how that's kind of hopping? Because there should be space like right here and kind of in the middle there. Alright, let's see what happens when I rotate it. Oh, there it is. Ooh, a lot more usable space now. Alright, I'm not going to put it in the dreaded zone, so let's go ahead and attach. Look at that. It's actually staying externally attached, too. Anywhere you throw it, which is nice. We'll back it up there. Let me drop it and rotate it. Actually, let's see. Alright, no, so a vertical rotate won't do anything, but that's fine. Awesome. Alright, so ship's components can confirm. Grid to it just fine. Let's put that center line so it doesn't drive my OCD crazy. Yeah, try attaching a bike. Oh, I don't think I have any, so, huh. Yeah, if you could attach vehicles or ATLS to it, it could function like a dropship. Yeah, that'd be wicked. I heard you can attach something to a Starfarer. Yeah, I don't think I have any vehicles that I can test that with, unfortunately. But we are going to throw... Whoa! Alright, yep, that tracks. Get knocked on my ass a little bit. You know, that's got to happen at least once or twice. We're just going to throw some components on here. Oh, it did attach. Oh, that was funny. Delayed. Alright, now the other test. Guns. Let's throw this M5A cannon on here. Yeah, I'm just going to kind of swing it around and then we'll see how it attaches. Hey, hey! Look at that. Alright, let's see how this grids. If we... Uh-oh. Oh, shit. Hang on, let me do the aft trick. There we go. Okay, so... Seems to be a trick. Alright, this is a workaround, guys. Let's try to keep this in mind. If you can't grab it, back aft, away from the ship. And you'll probably get the angle you need. Alright, I'm going to bring this a little closer, and we're going to see what these different little grid areas look like for this. So... Okay, pretty good coverage, actually. Kind of all the way across. As far as the griddable space. Wow, yeah. Oh my god, this is going to be incredible for salvaging guns and such. Alright, let's see about going sideways. Okay, we have tons of options. How about... Yep, look at that, look at that. Tons of options. Okay, so not to the far left, but to the starboard side we do. Awesome. Alright, we'll throw that on there. Let's go ahead and get this thing back up to Everus Harbor. actually, while we're down here, let me run over and grab those attritions real quick. So we're going to store it, which will also give us another test to see if the components and everything come back up attached. As we would hope. That's not what I wanted. There we go.
To the ASOP
So let's store this bad boy.
Your vehicle has been lifted.
Let's go grab a couple of weapons for it and have some more fun. I want to say 6 wide. Well, hang on. If it's 32 long ways all the way across. So I guess 6 wide would depend on what size component you're thinking about. But I'm glad that it's gridding everything. Yeah, you'll be able to load up a bunch of components and such. It's going to be a really good counterpart to maybe the Argo SRV. You know, towing the ship away. Somebody comes in and salvage. I mean, Argo needs some... I would love to see a salvage ship from Argo. That would make my day. Like a little single pilot salvage ship. Vulture, Misk Fortune sort of competitor. I want to see that from Drake and Argo, if I'm being honest. But yeah, you have a lot of opportunities now. You know, tow it out with the SRV, bring out the somebody with a raft to load up all the guns and components and everything on the grid. This is a good time. So, all right, what's a good spot to purchase a bike? Can I get one from here at New Deal? I haven't done that in a long time. I should have enough revenue to grab something up. You thinking like a dragonfly or something? Is that what you're thinking? Oh, hold on. Let's see. Wait, I should have an ATLS. I'll buy one just in case. We'll see. We'll try it. So there should be some Mariah bikes, right? I don't know which ones are... There we go. We got a little pulse here. Hey, these things are awesome, dude. 200K. All right, we'll go ahead. We'll buy one of those. All right. We got a Mariah Pulse. We got the ATLS. We'll mess with those two. Let's go grab the size 1 attritions. So I think I already have the size 3s. And I don't think we have a missile complement on this boat. Yo, Lawless, what's up? How's the stream going? What ships have you tested? So we are testing the Raft, and it has been badass, dude. There's only one port aft corner of the Raft cargo grid that's a little buggy, and you're able to get the box off with your max lift tractor beam. Takes a little finagling, but the ship's tractor beam is badass, competitive with the Connie Taurus. I mean, it is so good. We ran through an experienced mission, dropping off 300 SEU, so we did a down and back sort of drop-off scenario. Damn, just missed the tram. Really loving the improvements to the Raft. Just like all Argo ships, it feels like it's drastically underpowered. I think the Raft should have at least 4 size 3 guns. I feel like that'd be really great. It still would make it less of a DPS hit than like a Corsair or a Connie, but it would make it like usable. Because I've done VHRTs in my Caterpillar solo just using my 4 size 3s. It takes a little while, but you can do it. This has, if I'm correct, 2 size 3s and 2 size 1s. Which hurts, you know, that's... Or it doesn't hurt to say. Yeah, we got 2 empty size 1s I'm going to fill up, and we got our 2 size 3s, and we don't have any missiles. So I feel like Argo is kind of seriously underpowered in that sense. Like, we have size 2s on the Mole. At least give us 2 size 3s. You know, I feel like they could do a lot more towards the weapons. And it doesn't make them, like, broken or expletive or any kind of, like, overpowered or unbalanced. Just give us a little bit more, you know?
Next stop, Central Station.
Raft doesn't have missiles, but it can have more guns. Yeah, I'm going to throw those 2 guns on there. Yeah, the Valkyrie, can't wait. Love that. Valkyrie got some love. Valkyrie looks sick. I did a barrel roll. What do you mean? Am I missing the joke? Whole C runs are 700K each, and you have 2 million. You need a financial advisor. Well, no. What I need is for cargo stations to work properly. We're gonna test the whole C today, too, guys. Don't worry. The next thing I want to actually do is, well, I do want to do the surface test real quick with the Farns Way to test the surface elevators, and then we're gonna take the Raft up. and try out some bounty missions to see, you know, how it handles bounties. I think we're going to be able to do HRTs, and we'll be able to test out cargo loading with that too. And then we're going to do some whole sea stuff, man. We're going to try out the whole sea in the initial Wave 1 PTU. Fingers crossed. Yeah, it's also not going to be cozy ops since it turn rates are not something to write back home. Oh, that's fair. Yeah, I have to see how it handles. I don't think the Raft is going to give me those Drake Corsair vibes or the Connie vibes. I hope it turns well enough. But yeah, we're going to find out, man. We're going to do that testing. Just going to put my lovely attritions on there. Yeah, I think we're HRT in the PTU, and we're experienced rank in hauling. So we'll be able to make some money. You know, if the whole sea's working here, we'll stack some cash. I really hope it is. I want to see improvements to that ship, because there's a lot of us that are ready to just rock and roll with the whole sea, and it's like a tease. It's at the edge of being functional. I'm glad that I see some people have had like good times with it. It's worked, but I know for most of us it's been plagued with issues. Also need to get myself some smoothies and such. All right, we'll get some Addy 1s. I actually might have the money to go ahead and get Addies for my Corsair, but I don't really need to here. That's me doing more than I really need. Yeah, 192 SCU even. It's fantastic. Make sure we actually get this thing fully loaded out. Should be all we need. 2 size 1 attritions. So at least that's 4 guns, but it should be 4 size 3s. It really should. There's no reason to only have the 2 size 1s. But there we go. And you can't do anything about the other remote turret stuff, which is fine. God, I love these attrition 6s, man. It's just... what would I even put those on? I have 5 good 690k runs last night on EU servers. Yeah, the servers are the rough part. Good to see you, Ryan. How's it going, man? I do have rep and hold in PTU. The rep carried over. Everything carried over. My components. Well, probably not all my components, but my guns, my tractor beams, my rep. I am experienced ranked in PTU, so we will be able to run the hell out of it and test it. That's what I did a lot of. That's what really got the YouTube channel started, was doing PTU testing with the whole sea. That was really great. That reminds me, there's a bug in the current Raft where if you get out of your seat in Quantum, you can end up out of the ship. That has been the case in several ships. I've been ejected during Quantum in the Polaris. Actually, that's the only ship that I've personally been ejected from, but I know some of my buddies have been ejected during Quantum and some other ships. That's why when I'm doing the whole sea runs, you won't see me walking around. I might get up to, like, you know, knock back a cruise smoothie or something, but I'm not moving around too much because I know at some point I'm going to be spat out. Well, hello there. Hi. Man, people don't have a concept for personal space sometimes. Good time to run the whole sea after maintenance is done. Have you not copied your account in a while? No, yeah. I don't want to copy my account just because I've got everything in the PTU that I need. I got my whole sea and anything else that I can buy with in-game money. And last time I copied my account, I think, was when I was going into the 402 PTU. Because I was trying to see if the whole sea would actually carry over from live, but it didn't. So I actually had to save up and buy the whole sea in the PTU. But fortunately, that stayed. So that's awesome. Yeah, hopefully, you know, getting ejected out of the ship during Quantum doesn't stick around. Last time Kat was out of the whole sea, she ran away. Yep. That's how she got her name. The Maggie C. Runaway Bride. Oh, got a message. What? No, it's not Rockets on stream? I'm disappointed. Gigs. Yeah, no, not this time. Maybe next time. Alright. Metro Center, Customs Area. I mean, keep my head on straight here. Yeah, we're going to head to Farnsway. We're going to do that members test for surface elevators. We'll head up, do a little pew-pew. And then we'll get the whole sea, run around, and see how that's performing. I think that's a good agenda there. And after that, depending on what time it is, we'll mess around with some other stuff, or I might need to call it to get ready for class. We'll see how long everything takes. I don't need to be here because I can just go down. Oh yeah, we're also going to see if we can grid the vehicles. Let's do that real quick. I doubt it. But we'll try. Hopefully the Raft still has the components I put on it, because I need to put that Everus quantum drive in the whole sea. Oh, the guns are on. We got them on. I already put them on. She's ready to go. Thanks for looking out, though. I appreciate it. Looking forward to using my Raft alongside my friend's Vulture. Yeah. Salvage Raft combos are going to be a fun time to play. Hell yeah. Bizarrely, I have a real craving for sausages now. What? That's so random. Alright, let's pull this thing up. That's the ATLS. Well, I guess actually I do need to pull up the vehicles, don't I? So that makes sense. Good. Oh, you know what? I'm gonna have to see if the whole sea was reduced. I doubt it, but man, 15 minutes for the whole sea is just overkill, dude. I say 8 to 10. I lean more towards 8. Because, I mean, isn't the Reclaimer like 10 minutes? And it's over double the cost of a whole sea? I don't really know how they judge that stuff. God, the ATLS is so small, you can't even see it. I am not sure, Kevin, if the Starlancer TAC is in the PTU. That's a good question. We'll have to do some digging on that one. Alright. Let's get this off the deck. We'll grab the Mirai Pulse. I might have to actually zip that around the hangar a little bit to play with, because it's a hover bike, and why not? Alright. Let's lumber ourselves over here. Full sprint. We blend in with it because of our Argo colored arrow set. Alright, let's hop out. Yo, what's up, Tim? ATC must be counting 4,600 slots one by one when you claim it. Oh, geez. Yeah, seems like it. Using that ship. Alright, Mirai Pulse. There you are. This should be the LX Racing Edition too. Kind of excited to see this little thing. The Max is one I wanted him to try hauling with. Oh yeah. I mean, I want to eventually get my hands on a Starlancer Max for sure. I want to be able to have a personal kind of... wait a minute. Where did my ATLS just go? There's no way! Did I was off of this, right? ATLS just despawned. I look away and it's just gone. Oh, jeez. Alright, well, you know, that happened. There was some posts on Reddit about the whole C auto-loading bug where it loads smaller boxes first, leaving no space to grid the 32s. I've seen that said, and I've also seen it actually do the contrary. I've seen it load the 32s after loading the small boxes. I do think it's kind of dumb that it loads the small boxes first. Oh, that makes me sad. Bike fell over. That's not what I wanted to do, but that's pretty cool. There we go. How do we... Yikes, that's disorienting. Wait, so we just got onto it sideways? Is that what just happened? Oh, shit! Okay, there's like shots going through my hangar, which isn't great. Okay. So... Ooh. Okay, this thing feels kind of cool. Hang on, we gotta... Alright, it's kind of fun. It's got a little boost on it. Nice way to get around the hangars, you know? These large hangars can take a while. Woo! Let's go. Alright. See if we can park over here without it despawning on us. Man, it feels like we're so much higher than we are on this thing. Okay, let's kill it. That was aggressive. See what happens when we get off the thing. Okay, cool. So it does kind of stay up. Nice. Alright, let's get the raft now. I don't want to bother with the ATLS again. It despawned, so it can take a hike.
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System. Your vehicle.
Don't you go despawning on me. You stay right there. Oh, is that what happened, Tim? Thanks, yeah. Well, yeah, I'm looking at this one. Hopefully it doesn't. Stay in here. You better stay here. Hang on, let me actually maybe get on it so it doesn't despawn. Oh! What the fuck? Oh my gosh. This little thing's insane, dude. I did the barrel roll, guys. Safe to say the whole C is a tier 0 implementation. Fit it upwards with the tractor beam first. Don't forget to descend. Also, it's not possible to retract the landing gear in space. Doubt it got fixed. It'd be fun if you can mount vehicles to the raft. Yeah, we'll see. We're about to try that. Whoa! Okay. Well, our component stuck around, so that's good. Let's, we're descended. Power this thing down. Hop off. Wait, is this still moving? Because it's technically a decoupled. What the hell just happened? Okay. Anyways. Here, come here. Wow, it's so small compared to the raft. Well, sorry guys, it does not look like the vehicle will grid. Let's turn it sideways like you would store it. Yeah, that's a no-go. But hey, we tried. Alright, let's just, we won't think about it. We're just gonna go ahead and, you know, throw that over there. It's fine. Frame rates. Oh yeah, let's see. Where did those other attritions get put? Oh, there they are. Here's our measly little size 1 attritions tucked in here. You could easily fit size 3s down here, dude. Just saying. No problem at all. All right. We want to go to lower deck. What a shame. Yeah, it was powered down. Will it fit through the airlock door at the front of the ship? Oh, it might, actually. Huh. Do we need to try that, guys? Want to see if we can fit the Mirai pulse through the airlock of the raft because reasons. Let's see. Where you at, buddy? Come here. This poor thing is getting so abused right now. Man, it is having a hell of a time. Stop spinning. Alright. Let's find out. Here, it's gonna bug me. Let me rotate it to where it'll be topside. I'll have to buff out the scratches later. Why doesn't it want to rotate? It's bugging me. There we go. That's what I want to see. Good enough. Yeah, that should fit. Confirmed. Doesn't really like being in there, but it fits. It's kind of sketching me out that it's... Yeah, we're... Oh, boy. I'd have to get it oriented in a way that we'd be able to actually take off with it. Or I wonder... Hold up. Another test we gotta do. Jeez, man! Stop spinning! Alright, next plan. God, I'm gonna get myself killed doing this. This is for y'all. This is for you guys. These are your ideas. Alright, come on, bring us up. Let's, need you to correct yourself. There we go. Alright. What? Jesus. Okay. You guys might know where I'm going with this. Now, oh my gosh, the frickin' lateral control is insane. Gotta real gentle on the sticks. Alright, actually, I need to rotate. Okay. Woo! Uh-oh. Weird. Alright, we're just gonna back up and power down. Oh, that didn't work. Come on now. Don't blame us. Come on. Are we in this? Are we in this? Oh, we're in this. Hold up. Oh, that was the problem because it was trying to adjust its suspension or elevation. Yeah. A little sketchy, guys. A little sketchy. Trying to give it just enough upward suspension to... This is a little scary. Alright, we're just gonna hop off for a sec. Jesus, okay. Oh, this thing's mad. Oh god, get me out of here. Stop it. Oh boy. I killed it though. It's off. I stop doing that. What are you doing? This thing is cursed. All right, we've done our testing with the Mirai Pulse. That is gonna go chill over there. Good God. Yeah, we angered somebody with that one. It fits. Do at your own risk, though. My gosh. I was able to back into it and force it in, but it was not friendly. All right, let's carry on here. That was interesting. Boom in 3, 2, 1. Yeah, I thought we were gonna have an explosive encounter. I'm gonna count our blessings there. We'll see if there's any damage to the raft before we leave. Need to kind of get through this quickly so I can get some cruise smoothies from Everus Harbor. It flies to its own people.
Systems active.
Yeah, Raft looks fine.
Systems on.
That's still doing things. Let's double check. Let's see if there's any need to repair. Yeah, no repair issues or anything. So all the bouncing around didn't do any physical damage to the Raft or anything, which is nice. Let's go ahead and turn our engines on. That would help.
Quantum fuel 100%.
Head up to Everus Harbor.
Launch complete.
Close all of our doors. There we go. Got our components still on board, which is nice. Eventful day, eventful day. They need to shut engines off on those before getting off, otherwise it will fly away. Yes, so what I did, guys, is I hit the U key to fully power down everything. I completely powered it off before I jumped off. Wow, that guy flew out of here. Is the quality getting rough on YouTube or Twitch, my friends? Let me know. I can double check. Actually slip this into cruise control real quick and I'll do some stream maintenance. I didn't go that fast. We'll drop it down. There we go. Let me pop over and see what's happening. Our connection might be getting a little rough. I didn't go that fast. We'll drop it down. There we go. Okay, it's looking good there. Let me double check Twitch. It's looking okay on here too. At least from my end, hard to tell. Yeah, but let me know, guys, if it does get weird. That's helpful. I appreciate it. All right. Yeah, I need to make sure I get myself some cruise smoothies. We're not going to have the issue that we had yesterday where I ended up starving just about to death and lost out on all kinds of good bounty stuff. 47 SEU of Widow. Oh, sad face. 890 jump despawned on me. Big sad, big sad.
Quantum travel engaged. Quantum travel complete.
Yeah, definitely need some refinement around the quantum travel. That'll come though, no worries. This thing definitely doesn't accelerate quite as fast as it did in the old days. They've definitely tweaked the engines. Admittedly, it was probably pretty overpowered if we're being honest. This thing would launch up to max speed in 4 or 5 seconds. Absolutely crazy. We got missiles flying off of the station. Oh, the Idris is up here. Another Idris with another person. So there's lots of Idris stuff happening. Stations aren't happy about it. Let's do a hockey stop. Trying to do a hockey stop. It would help if we were actually fully perpendicular. There we go. That's a good hockey stop. All the barrel rolls. Landing gear down.
Landing gear down.
Shooting. I wonder if the Raft feels much heavier when it's fully loaded. It does. Can confirm. I've felt a bit of a sluggishness kick in when I had this thing with its almost full 200 SEU. It won't be as much of a massive drag as, you know, the whole sea is, of course, by any means, but you feel it a little bit. we're just going to go ahead and touch down this way. Since we're just going to drop these components off. I wonder... Nah, we'll just pop out and do this real quick. Alright, we got our Everus for the whole seat. Okay, tractor beam just gave up on me. There we go. Pull this. These you can find at ARC-L1 if anybody's curious. Best quantum drive you can get aside from the military TS2 for size 3 ships. Or size 3 quantum drives, rather. This Diligence power plant is basically just a dummy that I was using just for testing cargo grid for components and such. It's just a, I think that's just a stock quantum, or a stock power plant for one of my ships. And then here's the M5A, which is being tricky. There we go, just gotta back up and sort of line up with it. So you do have to sort of angle yourself with some of these components to get them off the ship. But it's doable, you know, it's workable. It's not a limiting factor by any means. Let's go ahead and drop these off. We're gonna get myself some smoothies. And then I think, actually just want to go out and do some bounty pew-pew with this thing. See what it's like to do some bounty hauling. Gibble's back after eating 2 chicken pot pies. So you're still hauling secret gold bars from Dubai. How'd you know? No. Yeah, we're having a good time with the raft. I don't know why I just did that. We're going to head over to the cargo center to grab us up some smoothies. My character is getting thirsty. Little lag there. We're doing good. We're doing good. We'll do a little pew-pew testing in the raft, and then we'll grab the whole sea. I'll be curious to see how much damage the 2 size 3 and 2 size 1s actually do in combat. And just how much it can take. Now, we haven't upgraded anything else, so our shields are the same. Power plants and icebox all the same. So it's not a fully kitted raft build, but we'll make the best of it. These guys are all lined up, ready to go. I will go ahead and set my... That was weird. Tripped on something. Set my med spawn so I don't respawn down at Loreville. That'd be kind of annoying.
Here at Calkelto RX, medicine isn't only about getting the right being your best. Ask your med to advance optional medical services.
Transfer imprint. Let's go. Now, to mass buy any of these cruise smoothies from terminals, typically just go to a refinery or a cargo center. And then you're able to get med pins, cruise smoothies, chocolate bars, all the good stuff. I just buy these in bulk. I know people have their way of getting away with only needing 2. I'll use that sometimes if I need to. If I've forgotten, I'll just grab some that are laying on the ground or something. But I usually just buy 50, 60 of these things because they're so cheap. I'll carry like 10 on me. You go to miscellaneous, and then cruise smoothies right here. Your storage pods, chocolate bars, pretty much all you need though, because this gives you nutrition and hydration.
Welcome.
Player bounties are scheduled to make it back. Oh, they're gonna try to bring back the Pro-Tem? That would be freaking awesome. The yellow waters. Are you a pyro guy? Drinking your recycled water? Blech. Been salvaging guns and comps around Grimhex for about 2 weeks. I ended up with a decent amount of NDBs. Grade A stealth. Nice. Hell yeah, that's awesome. Let's see if it remembered our hangar. Sometimes you don't have to worry. It's still there if it's still instanced. It is. Hell yeah. Just go right on down. SRV, sorry, brings quite a bit of fun with its towing and 12 SU storage. Yeah, combos of using the SRV and the raft I think will be fun. Like towing boats out of zones, stripping them down, throwing the components on the raft, and carrying them off. That'll be awesome.
Welcome to the ASOP.
Let's get this thing up. Let's make sure we actually grab some of the drinks we just bought. There we go. I do wish that the Alt-H trick worked. Whoa! Big news. Oh my gosh, if this is consistent, it means that the medium armor can actually remove helmet with Alt-H now. That's a big deal, because it's been bugged forever. Might just be a one-off. I still really want a keybind for food and drink. That would be lovely. Oh, my bad, Gibbles. All good. That's so funny. Hell yeah, we're fully kitted up. And Alt-H to throw the helmet back on? Hell yeah, alright, it's working right now, man. I don't know how long it'll be working. It could just be lucky. Guy, shrimpy little. That just... Argo and their size 1s. Get out of here. Still bugs me. There's no reason those shouldn't be size 3s. This would be my bounty ship if those were size 3s. It might still be. I don't know. I mean, we'll see. I don't know. I can't do VHRTs in PTU yet just because I don't have the experience yet. So I'll have to maybe do some off-camera grinding to get up to VHRT and see if the Raft can actually handle that. Especially with its turn rate, and I think it's 3 size 2 shields. Why did I go this way? Raft and neon green paint would look pretty sick. I think the paints that are currently available are like a black and orange, a yellow, kind of like the Corsair Hinterland. There are a couple of options. I'll have to look at the store. Okay. There we go. Landing gear up. Let's go ahead and see what bounties we can grab around here. Actually, I'm gonna wait. I'd rather get over to like Magda. That way I don't get something in Hurston's atmosphere, sorry. Not Magnus Gateway, jeez. Sweet. Right ahead. That's kind of weird. Oh yeah, let's do a little check here. Let's see. Wait, what did I say, Tim? What was blasphemy? I gotta know. Alright, let's see. We are kind of right between the E and the C, kind of more towards the E. Just checking, because we're going to abandon this mission, which I would expect doesn't do anything. And confirmed. It does not. We're still right there. If anything, it looks like I went up a tiny little bit, but there's no way. So yeah, no, we're still... Abandon doesn't negatively impact your hauling rep. Just don't hit submit, guys. I'll say it again. Avoid that submit button unless you know without a shadow of a doubt that you're over 75% of your load delivered. Submit button is a dangerous thing. It's a fast way to lose your rep, which just breaks my heart to hear. And let's see. MRTs. HRTs. Let's go. Alright, hopefully we can just track it this way too. Very nice. Damn, it's still at Hurston. That's stupid. Oh well. You know what? I don't want to deal with Hurston atmosphere. No, Chris Roberts. Get out of here with your Hurston bounty. Let's try again. No. Get out of here with your Hurston bounties. Killing me, Smalls. Let's see where this one's going. Magda Cave. That's a start. Don't really want to do an MRT, though. I'd really rather do an HRT. We're going to have to let it reload. So we'll go take out this MRT first, then. You were saying things like Alt-H works smooth. Oh. Yeah, on the medium armor sets, I've not had really any luck with that. So I'm happy to see that I was able to actually Alt-H to be able to drink some smoothies. But yeah, whether or not it's a one-off, we'll see. You know, turn rate in space doesn't feel all that bad. You know, I guess we'll see how it compares. Wait, is that around the other side? Hang on, we're obstructed. Let's see. Let's go to this one. It might be... Oh, it said Magnet Cave, right? I'm not crazy. Cave on magnifying target. So why didn't we get a nav beacon for it? Are we desynced on our bounty? No, we're not. There it is. Cool. So it just took a second for it to register that we were able to jump to it. Alright. We're going to be pushing these teeny weeny attritions. I just realized how little quantum fuel we have. 1.8 million? Seems kind of tiny, doesn't it? I mean, I'm kind of thinking about that compared to like a whole sea with 8, so probably not. Alright, we'll see how we can allocate our power. I'm actually realizing I like the MFD layouts. It's kind of nice. Just the way that they're spread across. Well, MRTs are likely not really going to have anything of any sort of cargo that's worthy. HRTs are where it kind of starts to. Like you start getting into, you know, some of the dirty goods, some of the drugs. Let's see, where is this one going to take us? Just a Starfare somewhere. All right, we'll deal with that after this. One mission at a time. Should start to see these guys popping up. There we go. We got a little Avenger. That's one thing. These guys are going to be smaller and kind of harder to hit. Let's turn our weapons on. Oh boy. Yeah, power allocation is going to be pretty brutal. Damn, those shields take 3. Oh wait, tractor beam. Get rid of that. Let's actually turn off one of our coolers too. Alright. We'll see how this works. Are you flying in at me, buddy? It's our little Avenger. He's our main target. Wow, I saw that little maneuver. That's kind of cool. I mean, a light fighter will delete pretty fast. Really wish we could see distances on the, like, these named targets. Handling pretty well. He actually kick us into VTOL here. I bet we'll have even more rotational accuracy. This pilot is very much like jousting us right now. We're just going to let him come right at us. We're just going to dump our attritions on him. He won't last long. Okay, he's out. What do we got on us now? Nothing. We gotta change our target. There we go. Taking some hits. Alright, we're dropping these shields pretty fast. Wow, not bad, not bad. Keeping up with this prospector. I just realized what we're fighting. Oh, this is funny. Whoop, a little janky. Just noticed, is it only saying that? No. Why is this so bad? No, everything's firing. It's just not... I don't have all my weapons readouts. That's interesting. Why did you go so far away? Getting real up close and personal, aren't you there, buddy? The flight habits of the NPCs seem different. They're really, like, waiting out and getting their distance and then coming back in. I don't know if that'll be true of all the bounties or if they're programmed to fight differently based on the ship size. They just seem to be fighting a little different than I'm used to. Oh, another raft. God, this thing's gonna take forever to kill. A lot easier to hit, though. Oh, we're already blowing off pieces. What's going on, Dan? We're doing some pew-pew testing in the Raft as a potential bounty hauler type. Tell you what, you know, it's doing a little bit better than I thought, but these are tiny ships, so I can't really say much. I mean, MRTs are incredibly simple. These are a Prospector, an Avenger, and a Raft, so we're about to go ahead to an HRT and see how it does there. We're taking off just chunks of this Raft, man. It's one thing, man, they're durable. They take a while to actually fully kill, because you just keep on dismembering it before it actually dies. Turn rate's really not bad. God, this thing would be incredible for size 3s. I know. I'm sorry, guys. I'll shut up about it. Oh, sad face. All right, let's zip over to this HRT. That was good. That was actually enjoyable. But that was also small fish. I want to try out VHRT targets. I don't have that rep yet, so we'll get there eventually. I'm not going to try to grind that today on stream. I just wanted to do some initial testing. We'll see what kind of goodies we can get out of like a couple of HRTs, and then let's go grab the Maggie C and see what she can do. At least we're going to another moon, which is great. Just picking an RAT and taking a hammerhead, definitely possible. Yeah. Well, so unfortunately in the PTU, I don't have the rep for it. I only have up to not veteran, because veteran's VHRT. I think I'm a steward. Yeah, I gotta do some work on my bounty hunting rep. Senior guild member. Oh, steward's actually with the rep of the planets. But yeah, veterans were VHRT and then guild for ERT. So it's gonna be a little while before I'm back up to veteran status and VHRTs where the money can be made. ERT is even better if you've got the firepower for it. It'd be hilarious to take a raft and do an ERT, dude. Maybe if you were part of a team where you had a couple of Corsairs and Connies. A couple of Corsairs or a Corsair Taurus combo. That'll mess up an ERT. That's a good time. Most of the ERTs really aren't bad, too. It's really just the hammerhead. That hammerhead will make you question your life decisions when you decide to mess with it solo, especially. Even with a decent team, they're not easy. Alright. See how we do here on this HRT. So if anybody's curious, this is one of the game loops that I personally enjoy. Kind of mixing a little bit of my bounty combat play with hauling. I just look for the goodies that the ships drop. And in HRT class, you get some good stuff. They drop Quantanium, they drop Slam. I think in very rare occasions you can even get Widow or Maze, Weevil Eggs. VHRTs are kind of an interesting in-between where you don't really get any of those drugs, but you'll get Altrusotoxin and Med Supplies. Med Supplies sell at Cruel 1 for almost 3K per SCU, which is fantastic. So there's a lot of money to be made playing like this. And if the Raft can handle it, it'd be really great because of how many 6s it can hold. Because you can get just bulk med supply. So like 632 SKU of med supply. Oh shit! Here we go, my friends. That's a hurricane. Oh no. Lorcan gonna grab my tea. Sounds good, man. I'm really curious about how many hijacked hammerheads could take out a solo manned Polaris. Haven't had the chance to try it. Yeah, that would be interesting. Oh boy, this is gonna be scary. This is gonna be scary. We're about to take on a friggin' hurricane, dude. Yeah, we're maxed weapons. We've got all of our shields pretty much up. I'm actually gonna sacrifice some engine power to get a little bit more shield power. Alright, he's in. Let's do it. It's game time. Oh, the atmosphere feels weird. Alright, we're dropping his shields pretty fast, but he's like staying just out of the range I'd like to be in. Alright, we're hitting him. Oh, let's go VTOL. Yep. Oh, baby. Ooh, we got a little desync. There we go.
Target destroyed.
No shit. We did not. All right. Oh, hello.
Target destroyed.
Fighting freaking Vandal ships and Talons and Hurricanes in a raft. How funny is this? Sure, just sit there and get pelted by these attritions. That makes sense.
Destroyed.
Okay, well. Yeah, it's a Starfarer wreck site. Don't think there's going to be anything of use down there. I'm a little shocked with how quickly we deleted those guys. I'm definitely going to have to grind up the VHRT off camera and play with the Raft because... I don't know, man. I'm going to fully kit it out too. We'll do some whole sea testing to make some money. And I'm going to give this thing the full bit of love on all our components and see what we can do. Because that was surprising. So I just didn't expect as much out of size 1 attritions. I still think it should have size 3s, just saying. But still, not bad. Damn it, dude. Freaking, you know what? We're gonna pop over to yellow real quick. Or, hold up. The Chimera Quantum Drive. Where's that chilling? Let's see. Let's check our resources real fast here. Yeah. Argo Raft. Chimera Quantum Drive. Located. L1, baby. Perfect. That's exactly where I wanted to go. So, awesome. Yeah, we're going to pick up a Chimera for this thing. And try some missions around Crusader, because dealing with these atmospheres around Hurston is a real pain in the ass. The Raft needs a little bit more testing here, and I want to see what kind of goodies are dropping in the PTU on these HRTs. Could load up some Moabs. Yeah, I'd be a little worried about a stray bullet popping one of those Moabs on my exposed cargo grid. At least I wouldn't feel anything if one of them got hit. That'd be a really quick way to go. I'm really impressed with the ship, though, guys. I mean, with all the testing so far, even combat is impressive with even these puny little size ones. It's got great cargo capacity. It's got a fantastic tractor beam. It's got decent maneuverability, good turn rate for fighting. Fantastic cargo cap, especially the ability to hold 32s. Like that's super important, man. The ability to maneuver 32 boxes is a big deal, because ships like the Corsair and the Connies, you know, they struggle to go over 3. The Connie really struggles to get over 3. I mean, you can like jank a third one up above the 2 that grid, but it's rough. This just 6, bam, right on the grid, no fuss. What's up, Imperial? The Raft is my jam. How's the new cargo grid and tractor beam? Incredible, man. I'm glad you just jumped in. I have already done some mission testing earlier in the stream that you'll be able to go back to and see. I'm also going to make kind of a testing Raft YouTube video too that will condense this into a much shorter platform for everyone to check out the Raft real quick. But the tractor beam's freaking sick. Like, I'm tempted to say that it was even more rapid and usable than the Connie's tractor beam, the Connie Taurus, which I would say, like, realistically, they're probably neck and neck. They're probably pretty even. I'm trying to avoid any kind of innate bias that I have towards like Argo and Drake ships when I talk about these things. But functionality wise, you'll be able to see it yourself. They tear on and off the grid so easy. That's one thing where this is better than the Connie, is that with the drop down cargo bay, you have the struts where, you know, the bay is attached to. And sometimes getting boxes across or around or in, it can get a little janky because you kind of have more of a fit space that you have to put stuff in. With the Raft, it's all pretty open. Even with the landing legs deployed, it's just really easy to throw things around, manipulate them, maneuver them. Big fan so far. What we're doing right now, Imperial, is we are... no, you can't double stack the 32s. The 32s are just going to basically singularly line up all the way back, which 632s, I believe, is going to give you 192, which is the cargo cap. So it also keeps it pretty well in line. But what we're doing is messing with some bounty hauling style gameplay or aggressive acquisition, where I'm doing... HRTs and looting the cargo. I would love to do VHRTs, but I do need to grind up to that because I'm about a third of the way through the HRT rep. But we're going to throw on that better quantum drive here real quick and kind of operate out of Crew L1 for a little bit. And then we're going to head back and do some whole sea testing in the PTU. What's up, Black Munja? How you doing, man? Getting into our kind of main base of operations here. I wonder if any of the other parts that I would want might be at Krill 1. I should check. I should do a little Urkel shopping list. Yo, Force with us. Great job on the stream. Me and my girlfriend were cracking up yesterday when you almost lost your flask. Hey, priorities, man. I didn't want to lose that flask. I had to make sure. I was so glad that I didn't. And then I threw it. You remember? Oh, I thought I lost it because I like chucked it in the Corsair too, but it was luckily right there by the staircase. Oh yeah, hockey stop feels real good when you do it right. I'm sure you'll grow rapidly. I appreciate that a bunch. I will just be having fun with everybody, you know, and the community's building. The YouTube channel's growing fast. I'm sure Twitch will grow too. I'm just enjoying the hell out of it. I didn't expect it to be as good as it has been. It's been a fun time. Especially if I can provide some value, some help to new players too, or just kind of the industrial cargo, mining, salvage gameplay loops that I don't think get quite as much attention because the glitz and glam of combat and all sort of overrides it in a lot of ways. But this is my speed, dude. This is what I like to do. Feels really good to be back in the Raft and for it to be such a competent, or maybe not competent, it's not a good word for it, competitive ship. Go. Let's get touchdown here. Yeah, and the Raft, you know, getting its changes was a huge surprise. I just kind of saw it on, I think on YouTube and through the Discord. You know, some people were like, yo, the Raft got its cargo capacity like doubled. So that's why we're here. I don't know if live build is back up and running yet. Might be a good time for those of you who want to get in some whole sea testing and all on the live build while the servers are pretty clean. I don't know exactly when they started their server maintenance. Yeah, let's get this thing stored. Go grab our Chimera quantum drive. Let me see too, real quick. Let's do that. Let's pull up Urkel again. Do a little shopping for the Raft while we're here. See if anything else is at Crew L1 or something similar. Love this website, guys. If you're not familiar, Urkel Games is the stuff. Any ship you want, you can pop in and check them out. We'll just do this. We'll throw a little attritions on there. Attrition 3s. 1600 DPS. Not bad. No missiles, which, you know, that's not the best. Alright, so we're running size 2 shields. So ramparts are probably what I want to run. Are they not here? It's all good. Hurl 2, Krill 4, New Babbage, Pyroterra, Magnus. Let's see, what about... We'll check the Trenta stuff too. Let's see. Grimhex, hey! Might be able to run over Grimhex. Ooh, size 2 coolers. We want to drop down... Ah, Icebox, that's going to be at by Genie Point. Or Orison. Yeah, I guess I could drop down there too. Not too worried about that. What about, let's see, Icebox is 1 power pit requirement. What about the heat sink? Is that here? Port Tressler. Okay. Just want to reduce the required power to operate the coolers because the current ones we have are not great. Avalanche, Arctic, Permafrost, Snowfall, Boreal. What are we current running? The Frost Stars? Nightfall, Heatsink, Icebox. Okay. I think we're running Genoas, which is fine. Oh yeah, there's also the Bamonte. Grimhex as well. So Grimhex has some stuff. We could head down to Orison to grab some coolers. I'll do that on my off time. Off camera. We don't need to mess with all that right now. I will grab the Chimera Quantum Drive real quick while we're here, though. And set my med spawn, so if we die, we pop up back here. CJ Rogers, almost 4 hours ago. What was almost 4 hours ago? I might have missed something there. Test if they fix getting ejected while in Quantum. Yeah, I can do that too. We'll, so I guess the Raft is one of those ships. I know that the Polaris was. So yeah, we'll do a little testing with Quantum ejecting us out. Another good reason to set my spawn to Krill 1. That way we can like maybe take another little ship to rendezvous with the Raft if we get ejected. It was done almost 4 hours ago, or started almost 4 hours ago? Because I know it usually lasts a little while. Well, it wasn't done almost 4 hours ago. That obviously, because I was less than 3 hours ago. I saw that we were in maintenance, so that was kind of a dumb question. My bad. So I guess it started about 4 hours ago, so it should be wrapping up. I should have been done in like 3 hours, right? Or at least they usually say not expected to exceed 3 hours. Alright. Oh, what am I doing? Head to the Galleria, Platinum Bay, grab the Chimera Quantum Drive, which is my size 2 go-to Class A civilian quantum drive. It is the fastest one you'll get your hands on. Even compared to the Huracan and such, your cooldown times, your acceleration rates are faster. The only thing better than it's the XL1 military drive. Just like the TS2 compared to the Erebus, or the VK compared to the Atlas. Should be second floor. Right up here to the left, yeah. Yep, there it is. I'm remembering stuff. Oh yeah, there we go. Expected 4 hours. Yeah, they had a lot of stuff to clean up, man. The amount of clients that were running all at the same time is crazy enough. There are like 7, 8 different versions of the game running simultaneously on different server shards. Ugh, no thank you. There we go, Chimera. Let's get it. We'll grab 2. I'll grab 3. Corsair and Connie Taurus, just in case I mess with those in the PTU. Alright. Back to the fun, man. We were tearing up these HRTs already with the Raft. It's really impressive. And again, this is mostly a stock Raft. I think I have the upgraded power plants. Yeah, everything else is stock. We're about to have the upgraded quantum drive. And then I added the 2 size 1 attritions, of course. Pretty busy. Oh, no, it's not busy. It's just all the NPCs. I was like, damn, this is a pretty busy ASOP terminal. Whoop. Little lag spike. Again, I will say, though, Wave 1 PTU feels way smoother than last patch's Wave 1 PTU by a large degree. So that makes me kind of excited. Hopefully there's a lot more stability put into this patch. Because, I mean, let's be honest. That's what all of us whole sea captains want. Give us that server stability so we can actually use our ships. Oh, do our trick. Make sure you pull your jump drive first. Not that we plan to go to Pyro or anything, but it just saves you the trouble of it getting eaten by the station. And then re-equipped and save when you have everything on. There we go. Chimera's in. Let's pull the raft up.
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval system. Your vehicle.
So I will hop out of the seat. So some guys, if you can in the chat, let me know if you can describe what it was that was happening that would eject you out of the ship in Quantum. Did you just stand up, or did you walk to a certain area of the ship, or were you sprinting around? Anybody who can, give me a little bit more detail. That way I can try to replicate the issue. And we'll see if the raft spits us out or not. I love it. I'm getting all these ideas and feedback from you guys and different things to test, from stuffing a motorcycle into the airlock to seeing if we get ejected from Quantum. Lots of great fun testing in the raft. Really love the aesthetic of the ship too. A little rocky up the elevator there. Let's keep it together, man. Keep it together. There we go. This will pretty much satisfy my complaint about an Argo hauling vessel for the most part. Now I just really want to see Argo step up and pump out a miner and a salvager. Ships. Not suits. Ships. Obviously more dedicated towards single or smaller teams, like single two-man teams or whatever. Kind of like, you know, Vulture or Misfortune sort of ships. We already have a really fantastic multi-crew mining ship from Argo. Yo, Tim, it happened to me once when I got squeezed between the pilot seat and the corner of the ship. Not sure if it's the same issue you've been looking for. Okay. That helps. That gives me an area to look at. So, over here, kind of in this spot, is this what you're thinking? Kind of where the glass is? If so, just give me a yes in chat or not, or maybe this corner over here. I'll test that out. I'll launch us in a Quantum Torque Crusader and see what happens. There we go. She's powering up. Yeah, a salvage style mole, or even something a little bit smaller, like SRV sized salvager. Something more like a Vulture counterpart. It'd be really cool though to get like a mole salvager, honestly. Something in between a Vulture and a Reclaimer. That would be sick too. I would not complain if Argo did that. I would be here for it. Alright, popping out this way. Actually, it should be to port. Eh, wait. Well, unless I'm rotated wrong. Oh yeah, we gotta abandon that. Bam. I ain't trying to do these missions around planetary atmospheres, man. Love the sound of the engines on this thing. So, alright. Where is Crusader hiding? There it is. Whoa, okay. Are we still nabbing to Crew L1? Why aren't you popping up? We are not. There it is. Alright, we have to do a little power reset. So if things are acting up or not powering right, hit F8 or whatever you have your power allocation reset to, and you'll get around that. Alright, so jumping into Quantum. Stand up, walk towards the rear. You'd be shot into space. Okay, wicked. That's what we're going to do. Come on, hop up. Alright. Open the door. Okay, nothing's happening yet. We're gonna go all the way back. Let's see. Oh, what am I? Whoa, what is happening? We just like danced around the ladder. What's going on, Master Nair? Not too familiar with Star Citizen? It is, it's a hell of a game for sure. Are we coming out of Quantum already? Oh yeah, I think we did. Well, I mean, first test, I'd say that kind of earns us a little bit of a success there, right? We didn't get spat out in Quantum. We will do more testing, though. Let's see. We got the Hemera Quantum Drive, so why don't we just go ahead and play with that a little bit more. Be more definitive with our testing here. We'll set a location that's a little further away so we can run around and play with it. Oh, it dropped us from Quantum? Hold up. Where are we? Wait. It's like it just stopped us from going anywhere? Interesting. Alright, hang on. Let me pick a spot that's a little farther out. We'll... Wicklow Emporium. Oh shit, hi. Never been over there. Oh, cool. Well, cool to have you. Yeah, this game's got a lot of fun times in it. Now, it is in alpha status, and it has its little issues, but the community's really great about helping new players out, too, with problems that occur or whatever. And I'm always, you know, open door on the YouTube channel comments or in the streams if you have questions about what's going on. Right now, we're trying to see if if the glitch will actually throw us out of the ship in Quantum, which... So far, so good. You know, I don't want to say it's definitively fixed, but we're running around, and there's a little weirdness on this ladder as far as getting up and down it, but we're not getting tossed out, which is pretty cool. And we just jumped out of Quantum again, so far, so good. So far, so good. But yeah, if you're into sci-fi, space stuff, you know, hauling, mining, ship combat, all kinds of good stuff, this is a hell of a game, man. It's a good time. A lot of us have been playing this for... Me, half a decade. Several people over a decade. Or about a decade or so. Man, it's come a long way. I do like that, I mean, at least for now, I'm not getting thrown out of the ship, guys. So I don't know if that satisfied some of you as far as getting ejected. I will, as we're heading over to Crew L1, I will try the whole pinch me in the corner trick by the pilot seat that Tim mentioned to see if that maybe does it. I mean, hey, that's not an accurate statement. If Star Citizen's still in alpha, then Microsoft's a startup. Yeah, I can resonate with that. All right, we're not getting pinched or anything here. Kind of moving around, running around. They might have addressed it, guys. I don't know. Oh. Aha! That answer your question? I don't know where the hell the ship is, but we are definitely EVAing. Ambitious Dream is perfect name for SC. All right, so yeah, we are ejected. We are floating in space. So, all right, still a problem. Still a problem. Didn't do it. But what was that? Like 1 out of 3 or 1 out of 4 times it did it. But it'll happen. So keep that in mind. We're gonna go ahead and suck vacuum. Bye bye. There he goes. Respawn over at Crew L1 and see if we can rendezvous with the ship, which should actually be at Crew L1. As long as the raft didn't actually disappear. What actually happens if you leave the ship during quantum travel asking for a friend? Well, I guess, Vince, you sort of just saw it. You're stuck in EVA, and hopefully you had a helmet on, otherwise, yeah, you're gonna die. So, I guess we'll see where the raft ended up. It was in quantum towards Crew L1. And it was along a quantum travel path between Wicklow and Crew L1, so we should be able to get to it either way. Now, this is what I want to see. Hopefully the respawn time to Crew L1 is not a mess. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Entity cleanup happened. That's what it felt like, yeah. Alright, let's... Now, is the ship showing up anywhere? That's another problem. The ship what am I trying to say? If the serial number of the ship or the raft doesn't appear where we can try to find it, then we're going to be kind of SOL. Let's see if it'll pop up on the map. Try not to zoom out too fast here. We were really close. So we might just have to claim the raft. It doesn't look like the raft actually persisted, which is interesting. So it kind of was like entity cleanup, actually. Because it's just gone. Typically, it'll still be somewhere. Yo, MP. I truly believe you don't play Star Citizen, you fight it. I love fighting with her, though. You know, I resonate with that a lot. Especially with the Maggie C, with my whole C. It feels like it's always a fight. So, unknown, light freight. It's out there somewhere. I kind of want to try looking for it real quick. Let's see. What to take out and play with. I don't really have... Sure. Grab the M50. That'll work.
Please visit us again. Welcome to the
Alright, let's test if it'll just pull the ship up without it eating it in the hangar.
Vehicle selected. Stand by. Your vehicle, please visit.
Small hangar. Give it a sec for it to actually spawn. Imperial, what's up? Yeah. Yep, still spits us out. And I'm not seeing any ship's icons for the Raft 2, which I wanted to see. I'm going to pop out and take a peek outside of the station to see if maybe it shows up. Kind of towards where my body is, I guess. What's up, Dan? Live is back up. Awesome. Well, hopefully you guys can get in there and see how Live is feeling. Let me know, if you can, what build everyone's on. Oh, that's not even showing that I have a hangar. Small hangar. Let's try again. Different elevator. There we go. Yeah, if you hit the tilde on the top right, and then R _ display info space 2, you'll be able to see, like, we're running client 969-8719 through 969-6421. So we're testing multiple clients at the same time, which is really interesting here. Hopefully it's all cleaned up so everyone's on the same build in the live build. Oh, is it still not up? Alright, false alarm, guys. Live is not back up. Sorry about that. It happens. Alright. This is a really fun ship to race with. Which, it looks like Kuza and I are going to do a racing live stream on Friday. So, if that interests you guys, getting in some really fast ships and actually going on some racetracks. Okay, let's see. Oh, I got excited for a second with that unknown, but that's definitely not a ship or anything important. Let's see, if I... Let's see, we're going to pop out the Crusader real fast. I'm not going to finish the jump. Just kind of want to shake the game up real quick and see if I can get the Raft to spawn, because it should be persisting out there somewhere. Alright, now that that's out, I should be able to target Wikalos. There we go. So they're doing some serious cleanup, Alex. Alright. Oh, that's good, though. I'm glad. Yeah, I've got no signature for the Raft. Safe to say she's gone. So we'll claim it. See how long the claim time is. Accomplishing a lot, though, guys. I like it. We're figuring out that the spit you out into space is still a problem. Aside from that, the Raft so far has been just an incredible boat. really excited for pretty much everybody to be able to enjoy that thing. I might pick one up in-game, since it's like 3.5 mil in-game, which is really not bad. Alright, rapid slowdown. I was on the path. We were Wicklow to Cruel 1. And I stopped kind of pretty close to where my body was, but there's just no ship signature. And the ship should have kept going even after I was ejected, in theory. But yeah, there's just no raft signature anywhere. I actually do. I use 2 flight sticks. One for my throttle inputs and everything on the left, and my right stick is for my pitch control and everything else. It's keyboard and mouse is totally doable. I love the immersion of playing with sticks. I'm using the VKB NXT Evos. I got the Omni for the left, which is a tilted stick, because it kind of feels more like a throttle, versus my right stick being straight up. Flicking between the two, still prefer to watch on Twitch. Seems smoother. Appreciate the feedback. Thank you, Rowan. It's awesome. There we go. Good touchdown. Yeah, I imagine that Twitch would have a little bit better of an actual video streaming experience, given that's their whole platform. There we are. Let's go claim the raft real fast. Actually drop this thing down. I don't like the station sort of auto-storing stuff.
To the ASOC vehicle retrieval system.
Now, I'm just going to kind of try out pulling ships up without doing the hangar trick too, to see if that's been resolved a little better, or at least worked on to some degree. Not sure if you've experienced it yet, but I was reading in the forums, if you can't move the cargo once it snaps, you need to go into the ship and do an unlock all doors. I've heard that. We tried that with one box that was definitely not releasing. However, the unlocking ship ports trick did not work. What did work was pulling out your max lift tractor rifle and just finding the right angle, and then we were able to pull it off. And that's toward the beginning of the stream, and it'll be in the video that I'm going to make, kind of showing off the tips and tricks with the raft, what's going on, first time using it since it's been upgraded. Oh, let's go up here and actually claim it. There we go. Let's see, 2-minute expedited claim time. Are you kidding me? That is incredible.
Your insurance claim, thank you.
That is like a freaking light fighter, dude. I think my Buccaneer is like that claim time. My Gladius is that claim time. Like, that is what? My Connie Taurus is like a 6-minute claim time or a 5-minute claim time. The Argo Raft, bro. Holy cow. Was not expecting that. Big win there. I hope that stays. Yeah, I hope they don't increase that. That's really awesome. I'm all caught up on chat. Cool. Yeah, we're going to get this thing out. We'll run and do a couple of HRTs around the Crusader system, like Yella, Daymar, Selin. Better luck there with getting ships that aren't, stuck in the ground or Atmo or whatever. And we'll see what kind of goodies we can pull off, what kind of quantities, to kind of get an idea of how the bounties are running with their cargo. And then we'll do some whole sea testing. Actually, I could probably check that, since it's going to be here, and we can just pull it out from here. 45-minute claim time. I don't want to risk claiming it, because I got the Erebus Quantum Drive over at Everus Harbor. I'm sure we'll be forced to claim it at some point, and we'll discover if it's been shortened at all. It's the same long claim time, so I would guess it hasn't changed. Only reason I don't want to actually do the claim test is because I've got the Quantum Drive I need to upgrade into it over at Everus Harbor. I should have just put it in the ship there. That way I could move around more freely with it. That's my bad. But we'll see. Alright, let's get this thing out. Yeah, that 2-minute claim time expedited is freaking amazing. I hope that sticks. Nothing like being able to quickly just get back in the game, There we go. He's going to take his elevator, but this one actually opened. Alright, hopefully the elevator platform didn't eat the ship. Looks like we're good. Hell yeah, there she is. Alright, let's get back out there. So yeah, in case you missed it, it will spit you out during quantum, so keep that in mind. That bug is still a problem. My LC last night wouldn't work at Everus Harbor, but worked at Terra for one run and then borked. Yeah, that's basically been my experience too. Magnus has been an utter shit show for the most part. As far as dropping things off or picking things up, it just gets the perma-tick sort of glitch where it just keeps on trying to initiate and you hear the little electronic ticking. Terra, I usually have a decent time with maybe loading or offloading, but then the station I'm going to or picking up from is part of the problem. I've had 1 or 2 partial completes with like station to station, like by Genie to Everus or Everus to Port Tressler, but I maybe get 1 mission in before it breaks. It's been a rough time. Sweet, looking good. Get those shields on. She's a beast. Alright. There's Crusader. Oh, good call. Yeah, I did notice there's no trespassing issue at the Lagrange stations. I'll keep that in mind, actually. That's been a weird little thing for a while now, so that'd be a nice little fix. Alright, get within about 50 megameters away. There we go. Cool, we can get to the other planets now. Are we close enough to pull contracts? Yes. Alright, Daymar Cave. Let's do it. Yeah. Yeah, that's right, Master Naora. You can. If you die with a high enough crime stat or get taken out by a lawful player that's doing a bounty hunting mission on you or has call to arms up, you can get sent to Clusher Prison, and you have to basically either log off until your time expires, or you can actually work. You can mine materials in the caves in the prison to reduce your prison sentence to get back out, which as it currently stands, it's not really hard to get out. I personally like the idea of the prison sentences being lengthened, so it's a bit more risky and makes criminals actually think about, like, all right, I gotta be either good at what I'm doing or just not break the law. I feel like the consequence should matter a little bit more personally, but I am biased towards lawful gameplay in this game, so I'm sure that plenty of pirates and such alike would rather have their shorter prison sentences. That's understandable. Grumpy Old Man, what's up? Love the name. Funny, I could only make the whole sea work between Everus Harbor, Seraphim, and Pyro Gateway. By Genie or Tressler always bugged out for me. Yeah, I think it is kind of a Russian roulette of what's going to work and what isn't going to work. I've had a couple of people that have had nights where, you know, they've had like 4 or 5 missions complete successfully, and then the next mission they do is just ruined and they can't get anything else done. So I think individual server shard health is the big factor there, especially with the line and mine going on and the drag on the servers with that event. And that's what I'm really hoping is corrected with this 4.1.1 patch. So after we do 1 or 2 of these HRTs and get some cargo, we're going to go and grab the whole sea and get some testing in. That's either an Ares or an MSR. Kind of hard to tell from here. I think it's an Ares. Which would kind of suck because they're not going to really have anything for us to loot. Alright, so let's reduce down to 1 cooler for now. Just to maximize our weapons and engines and all. There we go, that's good. Alright, what's our other targets? Oh, Freelancer, they might have some stuff. and Scorpius. So I'm actually going to head that way. I want to bait these guys out of Atmo as well. Are we shooting all 4? Yeah, we are. Cool. Everus Harbor to Pyro is my preferred route with the whole sea last week when it started acting up. In prison, you can persuade AI to give you the minerals that they have in their backpack. Yes, you can. Oh, alright. Scorpius is here wanting to play. Looks like he shot over pretty fast. Jeez. Something else jump over to me? I don't have my pips. There we go. Now we do. Come on, buddy. I need you to come up here. Out of atmosphere, please. Is it... We don't want that to mess with us too bad. Come on. Where's the Scorpius? There you are. Where are you at? What are you doing? The AI being a little derpy. Alright, here he comes. What's up, Tiffany? How you doing? We are trying out some bounty missions in our raft here. These ships are acting really strange with how they're flying around with me. Wow, the contrast doesn't let me see any of my shots. Oh, we're landing a few. Alright. I'm wondering if these guys are just too close to the ground that I won't be able to bait them up, which is unfortunate. Let's go VTOL to get better atmosphere control. Oh, yeah, that does look like a landing pad. So, something for you guys to know. If your bounty targets are anywhere near, like, an actual landing zone or outpost structure or anything, they turn into total morons and will not fly with any sort of sense. They won't follow you out of atmosphere or anything. They'll just stay down here. Actually, we might not be by any landing pads, but they all are just acting really dumb. That's fine. I mean, I'll just dump on them and take them out. I thought that little rock formation there was a landing pad. We've got to be pretty close to a structure of some sort, though. This little Scorpius, man. Just taking these hits. It's getting pulled apart. There we go. Alright, we're going to try not to completely dismember this freelancer. They tend to get hurt pretty bad, pretty fast. That is definitely an Ares, so I don't want him pointing at me. That'll hurt. I don't know if it's an Inferno or an Ion. Might be an Ion. Whoop. Damn it. Just hard deathed him. That's not cool. Freelancers are so fragile. Tell you what, man, this raft has got enough firepower to make things happen at the HRT level. I look forward to testing at the VHRT level. Alright, let's do a little scan and see if anything survived that's worth it. Titanium and iron, so we'll carry on. We need to get some non-derpy bounties that aren't stuck next to the ground like that. If we can get some 400 eyes and MSRs, those typically have some goodies on board, in the HRT category at least. No, what am I doing? I'm like operating on autopilot here. There we go. Let's pull up another HRT. Go to our missions tab here. Looks like we're heading to selling. Alright. Switching it up a little bit. Yeah, bounty hunting in a raft is a little interesting. So this gameplay loop, my buddies and I have lovingly called aggressive acquisition. I also call it bounty hauling, where you take out a ship like a Corsair or a Connie Taurus, preferably with the DPS you can put out, or maybe even now, a Raft, and you take out bounties and loot them, because at the HRT level and up, you actually start to get some goodies. HRTs will drop some of the dirty goods like Slam and Widow and Weevil Eggs even, where VHRTs will be like Quantanium, medical supplies, Altrucitoxin, and then ERTs start to dump really high quantities of the dirty stuff as well, but I don't think I'd ever take a Raft into an ERT unless I was with a team of people. Because even in my Corsair or my Connie, ERTs can be scary. Pretty much gotta hope that there's not a hammerhead involved. Yeah, quantum travel's a little rough with this build. So I don't trust that. Kind of close to the yeah, let's go over to yellow first so we can get a visible, or so we can get some visual on selling. Did I hear they up to the, yeah, 192 SU of cargo for the Raft. And what's beautiful about that, and why it's possibly really good for bounty hauling, is that you can fit, I think, 6 32 SKU boxes, which is where it does beat the Corsair and the Connie in a big way. Problem is that for whatever reason, Argo hates combat and gives you these shrimpy guns. We got 2 size 3s and 2 size 1s. So I did throw on attritions for this kind of thing. So I got the 2 size 3 attritions up top and the 2 really shrimpy size 1 attritions. You can barely even see on the front there. They're so small. I really think this ship would be made perfect with 4 size 3s. But even so, we've been doing some decent damage. Oh, I hate when we get the nav dance. Alright. If we leave it alone, we should be able to jump there. But yeah, the Raft is a serious cargo contender now. The tractor beam is absolutely incredible. The first part of the stream, we threw on a 300 SU mission. We had to do it in 2 runs because of the 192 limit. But throwing around the 16 SU boxes was cake. That tractor beam is awesome. There's just one section, very bad, like the aft port section, where there's some issues with the cargo boxes not being retrievable with the ship's tractor beam. You have to get off and use your tractor rifle. And the ship ports trick doesn't work in that case. So it's like 99% amazing. Or maybe 98% amazing because of the stupid little size 1 attritions. I know I'm harping on that, but it's so dumb. A ship this size, give me a little bit more firepower. I'm not asking to be, you know, a Super Hornet type of power to weight ratio. Just give me some, just a little bit more. We don't even have missiles on this boat. If we had missiles, then maybe I really wouldn't have as much room to complain. But credit where it's due. These 4 little guns, they're putting in work. It's actually got really decent handling too for a ship of this size. It's comparable, I think, to the Corsair and the Connie. It's awesome to see the ship get some love. All right, what we got? Got another Ares. We want to take them out. We got another Freelancer. Great. Those things pop so fast. And what is our last one? Is that another Ares? Oh, we got a 400. Hell yeah. There we go. Whoop. Yep. Let's get our shields up. Okay, you guys gonna actually come to me? Because I... Ooh. Where's the Ares? I want to take care of him. Is that you right below me? Yep. Let's get you. You gotta die. I don't think we're over an outpost, so hopefully they start to recognize me and will actually chase me, because I need to pull them out of atmosphere for it to be not a total headache. Oh, there we go. Are you trying to orient yourself my way? It's hard to tell if they're actually coming toward me or not. I'm going to come down a little lower. Let's try to get their attention, I guess. These NPCs are being really dumb. That's fine, because I don't want to take any damage from this one. This one can be a problem. Even though I bet I can outmaneuver them in a raft. They really did the Ares ships dirty, man. This guy's not even looking the right way. Yep, we are in a frickin' outpost area again. Damn it, man. Chris Roberts is giving me some serious RNG issues. Alright. Let's, we'll finish popping him so we don't end up locking on him again. Where... There's the Freelancer. Are you actually going to chase me up? That'd be wonderful if you guys could actually leave the ground. I don't think you will. Yeah, they're staying down here. Man, such a bummer. I would really love for the game to start giving me some missions around Yellow's rings. That would be wonderful. We'll see if we can pop this freelancer without totally destroying it. For just having size 2 shields, I'll say the Raft is pretty tough. Okay. Did you guys see that? That Origin just about took me out. Oh man, he went up way too high. You know, if I had somebody with me, I would fly up real close and be like, use the tractor beam. Grab him, grab him. That'd be funny. I still haven't been able to do that yet because of the tractor beam ranges. Alright. This guy should have some goodies. Let's see if we can destroy him close enough to the deck to preserve him. Yeah, these ships are really not doing any damage to us, which is kind of nice. What am I shooting at? Is that the freelancer still following over there? Maybe we'll get lucky. Actually, I kind of want to keep an eye on it real quick. Let's watch it. Oh? Oh no, I think that was a hard death. Because I can't lock onto it anymore. Probably scan to pick up its goodies, yeah. Let's see if anything meaningful survived. Because once it hard deaths, you can pop your scan to actually see what boxes are left, which is kind of nice. Oh yeah, this thing splattered. We got titanium and iron. Is that it? Really? Scrap. Yeah, alright. Well, maybe we'll get lucky with the Origin. Who definitely did not follow me. Alright. Turn these VTOL engines back forward. Blitz over there real fast. Really wish he'd come a little lower. Yeah, that turn rate's really fantastic for a medium ship. Oh man, yeah, if we could kill him this close to the deck. You stay down here. We'll take pot shots at each other down here real low. Oh no, oh no. That is... Yep, damn it. That was a frickin' turret. Keep your eyes on that, guys. Son of a gun. I didn't realize I got close to the actual turrets we're trespassing at. Alright, well, we're gonna see how we can do this with a bit of a gimpy ship. Hey, dummy, I'm over here. Get closer to me, you bastard. Thank you. Alright. We've obviously seen we can just soak up the damage from this thing. He's not really doing enough to really make us blink. We are a little sluggish. We definitely lost a main thruster. You just keep doing that, man. You just stay right there on my nose. That is perfectly fine with me. We don't need to kiss, though. Come on now. I don't know you that well. You haven't taken me to dinner yet. It's getting to that point where it's almost a waste of time to be fighting this guy. Unless he has some... You better have something worth taking. Oh, I don't want him going down where that turret is. You come back over here first. I can see that turret lit up red down there. This is why I want 4 size 3s. It's kind of cute. He can't get through my shields at all. Getting a little too far away to do meaningful damage. Gotta get a little closer. Why are we not hitting you? There we go. These Origins have some tanky health. It's like when I was fighting that 890 jump yesterday. With the Corsair, with all of its guns, too. I know it's partially not reading my hits, but it was also just really tanky health. I need you to die nice and low to the deck like that. Right about there would be great. Can you just do that for me? Can you just pop? Thank you. Okay, here we go. Finally. What are you... Where are you going? Okay. Just hit softly, please. Alright. I think we got away with it. Let's give it a scan. And see if all of our time was worth something here, huh? There we go. I like that it kind of landed right side up. That'll make it a little bit easier. Alright, scan complete. Let's take a peek here. Let's look at our cargo. What do we got? Copper, corundum, iron, quartz, scrap, tungsten. Not a damn thing worth a thing. Oh my gosh. And yeah, we're missing a whole starboard thruster section, so we're gonna touch down and repair. Good to know that that was a total waste of our talents. Gonna pop it to clean up our trash. There we go. Let's find ourselves a place to go repair. I think there's a research outpost or something not too far. Terra Mills. Hang on. There was an actual research outpost is usually where I'll go. There we go. Hicks. So we'll go repair the raft here and hopefully get a mission in the yellow ring, because this is a real drag, man. I've not been having good luck to demonstrate the reason you would want to do these bounties like this. Yeah, I mean, when it comes to doing this sort of stuff, the VHRTs are where they really start to get good. But you can still get some decent pulls in HRT if you get the right ships. For the Origins, the Freelancers, the MSRs have always dropped some good stuff. Sometimes you even get cutties that are decent. But the Freelancers we're getting are so fragile, they just end up popping. So there's still an issue with the nav, even though you selected a place. Oh, okay, maybe you just didn't keep in mind where I wanted to go. Okay, there we go. Sometimes you got to get further away from the planet for it to register. There we are. So the research outposts are usually guaranteed spots where you can go and refuel and rearm, and hopefully won't be full of other ships. In the PTU it likely won't be, but in live you have people that just leave their ships lying around, and then you're kind of screwed, especially if they're actually on the pad. You try to move their ship and you get a crime stat because they decided to leave their stuff in everyone else's way. Parking etiquette, man. Parking etiquette. Any update on when the maintenance will be finished? No, it seems like they are doing a lot, Shaz, with the maintenance, because it was expected to be 3 hours and then 4, and now there's really no estimated completion time. It is, they probably got a lot of cleanup to do, which I'm glad they're taking the time to actually clean it up. And they're probably taking their time as well, because this is how you force everybody to play in your PTU servers. Which, if I check real quick, we are at, hang on. Yeah, it's actually kind of light. There's 116 people in the server, 494 in the total shard, so it is kind of light even for the PTU right now. Oh, that actually makes sense. We're wave 1, so I think it's only certain people that have access to the PTU at the moment. I'm a Imperator status, which is why I have it. Almost 5 hours total at the moment. That's a lot. They're trying to fix some stuff. Alright, let's get in here. I think we still have all of our landing gear at least, which is kind of funny because it totally should be destroyed, but they can't really do that to you. Alright, we are coming in. Looks like we are looking good. Don't need to give me a proximity warning. I'm actually planning to hit the ground, just not that fast. Alright, there we go. Yep, she's flying a little weird. Missing a whole segment. Those turrets don't play, though. They will wreck your world so fast. What's up, Sierra Tango? Free flight update is going according to plan, says CIG. Yeah, I mean... That's a whole nother monster. I think the last free flight event was actually canceled due to stability issues. Like, the game was not in a state where they could risk bringing on so many new players. Oh, shoot. Actually, Master Nair, keep that in mind. If you haven't bought the game yet, you might want to hold on, because there might be a potential free flight coming up when this patch drops or shortly after with Fleet Week. It's basically like a real big boat show, but with spaceships, like where you can check out all the different ships. You can rent them and fly them, I think. And typically, if they do a free fly event for that whole week, you can play the game for free too and actually experience it. It's also going to be incredibly bogged down with all the new players and such, so your experience might not be quite what it would be without the free flight going on, but it'll give you an idea, you know, something to think about. I'm thinking to outfit my C1 with attritions and give it a try. Yeah, what is the weapon complement on the C1? That's actually a ship that I need to mess with more. But yeah, if you want to do these bounty style things and do VHRT or ERTs, it's awesome. And actually, like, for this kind of stuff, I love crewing up with people and just kind of divvying up the goods, because especially at the VHRT level, you're getting 32 SKUs of med supplies and stuff, so there is plenty of loot to go around. How did Raft fly in Atmo? Still flies like a rock, or have they updated the thrusters? It actually feels pretty good. It's comparable, I think, to the Connie and the Corsair and such. You know, it flies like a median ship. It feels fine. The last couple of bounties I've been doing have actually been in Atmo. And the... What just happened? Why did I just do that? Oh, because it was still remembering that, like, I had derpy engines? Is that what that was? That was weird. Still registering me as, like, slightly beat up. I would say that, and then it starts flying weird. Oh, interesting. It's still detecting, like, a torque imbalance as I'm flying. I might need to touch back down and try repairing one more time. She's still flying like she's beat up. Whoa, 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 whoa. There we go. But yeah, it doesn't stand out any more clunky to me than the other ships of this size, to be honest. It feels pretty good. 4 size 3s. Oh, yeah, Tiffany. That's going to be sweet. I was actually soloing in my Caterpillar for the VHRT missions and all, just because I, you know, all that space to store all the goodies in the Cat, and I basically only had access to 4 size 3 guns. So you can totally do it. It'll be awesome. 4 size 3s is kind of, in my opinion, sort of the minimum that is comfortable for VHRT bounties. ERT might be a little tougher. ERT, that's going to be a little bit more of a struggle. But VHRTs, it'll be alright. And the only reason ERT might be a struggle is like putting down an 890 jump or a hammerhead is a problem. But taking out Redeemers or A2s, like those are cake. You'll be able to handle that. We're going to try to repair one more time because we're flying a little funny.
Landing complete.
Either that or you might have to store the ship and get it back out. Yeah, possibly. Yeah, sometimes when you repair stuff, it doesn't fully do it. Yeah, it is registering everything as being alright. I don't mind flying with a little bit of a gimp wing. We're only going to do a handful more of these before we go and do some hull C testing. I can compensate for her weirdness. It's all good. Alright, let's see if we can get some bounty missions around like Yellow's Rings or something, because I'm tired of this bounties spawning near outposts or landing zones. That's where it makes them really derpy. Hey, there we go. Yellow's Rings. Just what the doctor ordered. ERT will likely be going on with people in my org. Yeah, there you go. That's smart. That's a great way to do it. There's so many. Like the last ERT I did testing out the Corsair, the 890 jump had 47 SU of Widow. 47! And that was a case where I was really dumb and let myself basically starve. And thought that I could, you know, just kind of self-delete and fly back over. But the game had already made all those ships despawn and cleaned up the resources. So I lost out on everything. That was my fault, though. I should not have been in a situation where I had no food or drink on me to make sure I was okay. Total user error in that case. But yeah, ERTs have lots of goodies. VHRTs are a really great moneymaker too, especially if you can bulk load up med supplies and then go sell them real fast at Crew L1. You also get lots of Quantanium in all sizes, even up to 32 SU. In the VHRTs, you really want to focus in on fishing for the C2 Hercules and the Caterpillars. The Carracks can be okay. Starfarers are a real pain in the ass. Reclaimers are a real pain in the ass. Origin 600s, I don't even try to loot. I just blow them up. Connies still don't spawn with any loot. And the other smaller ships don't really matter so much. Like you might get some Cuddy escorts or Hurricane escorts. All right, hopefully we get some decent something out of this. Probably do maybe one or two more. We're going to try to wrap up this testing. What do we got? Oh, here's a test. Frickin' Valkyrie. Oh, boy. That's going to be a little scary. Bring it on. Yeah, that'll work. Let's go into combat mode. Looks like everything is still where it needs to be as far as our power allocation. What else we got here? We got Freelancer. Yeah, Valkyrie's got to go first. I got to delete that Valk. That is not a ship that I want to go toe-to-toe with for too long. His shields are taking forever to load. Damn. Excuse you, sir. Okay, missiles are not registering with my flares. Just took the missiles anyway. Okay, that's a big problem. Missiles are just getting through. And now we are totally... What the hell, dude? We just got bulldozed by the Freelancer? Alright. Yeah, this Valkyrie's about to delete us. Yeah, all of our engines are gone. None of the flares worked on missiles, so we gotta keep that in mind. That is what ruined me. This is basically all she wrote. Let's see if we're tough enough to actually get away. We're going to try to limp away here. Oh, we're going to get obstructed by that stupid... Alright, we got out. So, yeah, that's what's left of the raft. Jeez. And you guys saw that. I even loaded up like 4 flares at a time. Yeah, the Freemax ran right into me. What's up, Katie? Yeah, I was trying the bounty haul, and it's been going really well up until that shit show. I got missile dumped. None of the missiles got deflected by any of the flares. And then, yeah, the Max decided to come in and bulldoze me, and then the Valkyrie was just lighting me up. That was a shit fest. But we actually survived it and got away. The Raft is tough, man. The Raft is tough. I think that is a good way of being told, hey, just go try out the whole sea for a little bit. We're We're going to take the losses like a man here. Just go and move on. Grab the Maggie C and see how she's doing. I can't believe that none of the missiles registered any of my flare deployments. Like, none of them were dissuaded. They just all hit full force. But we limped away. I almost just decided to accept my fate and die. But I was like, you know what? Let's just go ahead and spool up the quantum drive. Let's see if the Raft can last long enough to get out of there. And yeah. The Raft is one tough SOB. I'm going to do a lot more testing with it. I'm going to fully kit it out with all the goodies. You know, the shields, power plants, everything, so I have better power allocation, which won't really make all that big an impact, if we're being honest. Putting on the Rampart shields, though, will help quite a bit. And, yeah, everything else on the Raft feels amazing. You know, the cargo hauling side of it's really great. I think that's about it. I think for the YouTube video, I'm going to give it a quick little outro with the Raft. So, pardon me, this is a little weird. But, alright guys, thanks for tuning in on the Argo Raft. Love the improvements. Gonna pay a close eye to it. You know, keep an eye on what's changed. Keep an eye on how the PTU is performing overall. But I think a lot of people will be really happy with this ship. Especially with the 192 SU cargo. The tractor beam's incredible. It's Connie Taurus level, maybe even better. And the ship's tough. The ship is really tough. But thanks so much for tuning in. Catch y'all in the next one. Alright, back to the live stream. Maybe picking it back up after the SU changes to it. Yeah, 192 SU on this thing is incredible. Especially, again, being able to basically fit 6 32 SU boxes along the belly of it. That's what actually makes it really, really, really competitive with the other ships in its category. Because most of them are limited to like 2 or 3 32 SKU boxes. It's good to see it get some love. Now I'm just really curious how the Hull C is going to perform, because that has been one touchy ship in the 4-1 live build. And it's really, you know, not all the ship's fault. It's the servers. I would love to see some improvements, though, where when you log out in the Hull C or bed log, that when you come back in, it actually remembers the state of your ship, whether you were extended or closed up, because that is one of the issues with the actual Hull C that hasn't been all that great. Yo, Ryan, you're brave enough to load the Hull C with the Raft tractors? I mean, I could. I'm trying to think of a way that that would kind of make sense. If we had the, are you wanting to just see how the Raft handles like transferring cargo between the Hull C and the Raft? Let's see. Should I get over here to Everus proper? We gotta throw the Erebus quantum drive on the Hull C as well. I think we forgot to put the paint on it too, so she's gonna be looking pretty basic. Oh yeah, let me get rid of that mission real quick. Abandon. There we go. Yeah, between the ships. Alright, I could try that out. Well, whenever we get to the point to where it would make sense to have the Hull C kind of sitting out in space as sort of a depot, it'd be really cool to do something like that, to use the Hull C to hold all of like the scrap and everything else you find, and then come out with a bunch of rafts and stuff, and, you know, pull the cargo from one ship to another. So we can do that. We can grab the Hull C, maybe load it up, then kind of fly a little away from the station, do a little self-delete, and then grab the Raft and go play with it. I'm down for that. Hopefully we're not too close to the deck here. It's kind of... Oof. Yeah, we were in that atmosphere. We're good, though. So yeah, we'll... Hold up, can I even land this thing? I mean, yeah, I guess the landing gear's still there, even though it's sort of floating. I was like, how am I going to land this ship? We'll have to repair it. Bring back 4.6k of cargo and then have 4 rafts, unload it, and sell at a depot on a planet. Yeah, that'd be awesome. That'd be some fun multi-crew cargo play for sure. That would make sense if you're, you know, loading up on a lot of bulk goods doing those sort of bounty hauling missions where you're loaded up on thousands of SU of scrap or med supplies, and then a bunch of rafts can come out and take it all and sell it. That'd be sick. I guess you could kind of do that now. You would just need your fighter contingent, which I guess if you went out with a whole sea and like 2 or 3 rafts, those 2 rafts could pretty much handle most of VHRT combat. And then, I mean, I'd probably feel better with 3 rafts. And then the whole sea kind of like hoards all the goods, and then the rafts can take them in. Definitely add a lot of fun new ways to play. Where is our hangar? Should be... There it is. Oh yeah, we're missing a lot of engines. It's not splat against anything. Does the Raft have issues in with that Atmo fully loaded? Nothing that really stands out too bad. I did a couple of missions going down to Tisa Spaceport from Everus, and it felt fine. The thrusters do a really good job of compensating for the weight. So nothing that stands out in any significant way. It felt good. It felt good. The Raft doesn't have quite as much linear punch as it used to, like getting to speed really fast. They definitely nerfed the thrusters in that sense a little bit. But it feels good for the size ship it is. It feels comparable, again, to like the Taurus and the Whole Sea. Not the Whole Sea, sorry. The Taurus and the Corsair. Okay. The tractor beam on the Raft might be a little bit better than the Taurus. It might actually be battling for that #1 spot as far as the most useful ship's tractor beam. There we go. Bring her down. Alright. Let's get this poor thing fixed up. Not bad. That's only a 5K repair job, even though damn near the whole ship got deleted. Yeah, that was rough. I'm waiting to see all the goodies come back. There we go. There are her leg segments, man. Those are chewed up. Okay, she's looking good again. Nice and strong. I'll go ahead and open the doors for rapid egress. Love that. Store this thing and grab the big girl.
Welcome to the ASOC Vehicle Retrieval System. Your vehicle has been moved to our phase visitors again.
Actually, I should be able to throw the upgrades in the whole sea while we're here chilling. It's really just the one. We just got the quantum drive. There we go. Erebus, baby. Hell yeah. Looking good. So we'll grab up a mission from Everus Harbor, probably one of the max missions. On the experience side, one of the 698Ks, and then we'll play around with it with the Raft real quick to see what it's like to throw the boxes on. I think that's actually a fun idea. We've been doing so much other testing with the Raft. Maybe I'll clip that into the YouTube channel, or the YouTube video on the Raft, that I'll probably have out tomorrow. Yeah, tomorrow should be good. So I'll have real estate class tonight, and then, oh, actually, no, tomorrow I'm going to be really busy with the Cybertruck. Shit. So probably, either tomorrow night or Friday, the video will be out on the Raft, which most of you guys have seen being here on the stream with me, so not like you're missing much.
Welcome to the
Most definitely braver than me to take the Raft into combat. Wouldn't be a good ship to jump in and load up most of on missions, pyro missions. Yeah, I honestly, if the Raft just had, I'm going to say it one more time, 4 size 3s, it would be perfect. Those little size 1s,
selected. Stand by.
grind my gears. But yeah,
Your vehicle has
it punches pretty hard. I mean, if we didn't eat like 3 to 5 missiles and then get bulldozed by a freelancer and then eradicated by a Valkyrie, it would have been a bit better of a demonstration. Because it was melting the MRTs and HRTs before that with no problem. I mean, we downed a hurricane so fast. Took out a Vandal Scythe, a bunch of Freelancers, Ares ships. I mean, they were all kind of flying a little dumb because they were also... Man, alright, we're not registering our hangar again. They were flying a little dumb because they were by outposts and such, but... Still, the Raft is actually pretty impressive in combat, even with its lesser weapons complement. Let me know how you like the Cybertruck. I turned down a four-year pre-order. I had a Model 3 and Y over a span of 7 years. Nice. Yeah, so I have my main YouTube channel actually covers a lot of that, and I've got some videos out already of using a Cybertruck for Uber and Lyft and getting people's reactions. So if you want to check that out, feel free to pay my main channel a visit. I'll throw it. It's spelled a little weird. I'll throw it in chat for you. This is the other side of my content world. Not for everybody, understandably. You know, I'm not gonna, try to gush about this stuff or anything by any means, but for anybody who is curious, there is some cross-pollination. Some of my followers, viewers from that channel also play Star Citizen and were really excited to see me playing this because we sort of equate it to SpaceX and the kind of technology pushes that Star Citizen has. All right, I am ready to see how the whole sea does, man. I really, really can't wait for this thing to just be a reliable ship for all of us to use. Katie, you were having a decent job with the whole sea, right? At least for a couple of missions recently, it's been kind of okay, but then we'll break on you like on your 4th or so. Seems to be the experience of quite a few people. Sort of a Russian roulette of will it work, won't it work? I don't really know. Had my Volt. Oh, the Volt was actually a pretty cool car. I remember when those were first hitting the market. I was like, all right, that's a little bit more sporty, you know? It doesn't look like a little Prius or a box that makes you want to cry. It's about time they made some vehicles that people actually want, because it's great to be environmentally friendly and all, but I don't think I could ever do that just driving a Prius. You know what I mean? There we go. $20 in a row. Holy shit. You've been having a really good job. Huh. Hey, Ryan McCaffrey's actually a buddy of mine. I went to the Cybertruck event with him. He's a really cool guy. We've been friends for a few years. Damn, is that Idris still out here wreaking havoc on people? That doesn't get me all warm and fuzzy. Alright, let's kind of get away from that guy, I guess. Yeah, he's a good friend. I'm usually on the Patreon hangouts with him that he does at the start of each month on Saturdays and all. We've been buddies for a while. He's been doing that podcast for like 6 years. It's been crazy. Alright, let's see about these bigger missions here. At least they're easy to find with all this crap in between, because it's... The only missions are around like 698k. There we go. We got Terra to Pyro, and then there we go, Everus to Pyro. 4544. That is one of the highest I've seen as far as the full counts. Alright. Get our cargo grid out. There it is, nice and quick. Is it just a habit now with each PTU that they're making these grids smaller and smaller? Am I crazy? Does that look even smaller than it did previously? Are they trying to like narrow down the field or something? Maybe I was just further away. Yeah, God, this station is like steady firing at this Idris. Okay, maybe it is about the same size as it was. I don't know, I was far away from it. Alright, first test. Are we going to fully load up? Let's find out. Fully stopped. Hands off sticks. Cargo transfer commencing. Really quick activation, too. This is basically going to be like 99.8% fully loaded. 4544 out of 90, or 4608. I can actually get the exact amount. 4544 divided by 4608. That is 98.6% full. Man. Alright, so we'll get a little ways away from the station, kind of out of sight, out of mind from some other people. And then we'll pop in the raft and go mess around a little bit before we continue with this mission. Just see what it's like to throw cargo around if you're trying to onload a raft, offload a raft. Given how this is going to fill up, we should be able to do all 6 onto the raft from one spindle, which is pretty cool. I feel like even when fully loaded, the server skips a tick or something, and that's why it doesn't fully drop off everything. Yeah. It's, I definitely think it's communication related. And that might also tie into why we also got to check to see if we can bedlog. If we still have that issue with, registered and landing area. I feel like there's a big communication desync with, ships and stations that's sort of losing track of where things are, which is going to definitely tie into whether or not we're going to be able to offload and unload our cargo. I'm not going to get as excited by this because I had extreme PTU success right before 4.1 dropped, where I was doing like 9-10 missions with full contract completions, not even any partial drops or anything. And it got me really excited to where I was like, yeah, if the servers hold up, the whole sea is going to be a moneymaker. And then, of course, servers definitely did not hold up. Yeah, this is looking good. It always feels so cool to see the whole sea getting like fully loaded. The tick of loading is really good too, or the cadence, how many boxes are coming on. You can kind of tell if the server's lagging based on like a pause or a delay between boxes, but they're popping in pretty much like just about one every second or so. And I guess that's it. Yeah, grid came back all but 2 boxes, which is what, 64? Oh, so we're missing a little something. I don't think we got a full load here. Oh, geez. Who's this? Oh, it's the Idris. Gosh. I'm definitely going to get far enough away that the Idris isn't going to be able to lock on to me. What a pain. Hopefully he doesn't care about a little whole sea. He's having too much fun doing other things. Actually, this might be the perfect method to our madness right here. No, sir. You're not getting me. I'm going to partial jump to Aberdeen. And just drop out as close to my ship as I can. Whoop. There we go. Alright. Oh, son of a... Damn it. I didn't set my med spawn at Everus, did I? I don't remember if I did. Damn it. I don't remember if I did. I don't know if anybody knows in chat if you saw who was paying attention more than me. Because I went up to get the whole sea out. I don't think I ran over the med bed or the med area. Which really sucks because I was going to delete to bump back over to the station and grab the raft and come out. I don't think I did either. Yeah, if I take myself out, I'm gonna respawn over at Crew L1. It's not a very far jump. I'm gonna do some of this whole sea testing. We'll mess around with the whole raft thing a little later. And I'm not gonna say the whole sea's fixed because we're in PTU and it might perform well here and not there. But I tell you what, if it's performing really well this early in the PTU, that is exciting. That means that hopefully there's a lot more stability and efficiency to be gained, and it's just even better when it does actually hit. But I don't want to make any false promises or anything. Sierra Tango, you did not. When you came in with the raft, you didn't. Yep, I dropped the ball there. So what I'll do is next time we come back to Everus, I will hop out and maybe get my med spawn. Or I guess I'll do it over at Pyro Gateway. I can claim the raft since it's only a 2-minute claim time, which is so cool. And we'll play with it over there. I don't really want to be around that hostile Idris anyway with whatever the hell they're doing. So let's go ahead and orient to Pyro Gateway and carry on and hopefully have a full offload. Come on now. Forget she's touchy. There we go. Alright, at least with the Everus drive, we should get there pretty quick. How's that for a screenshot? Wow, the frame drops are insane. There we go. Alright, we're back. That's a cool look. Neat thumbnail material, man. Fingers crossed. I mean, the onload was great. Even in Wave 1 PTU, it had no problem. I mean, there's barely anybody playing, so the server doesn't have a whole lot of load. I really can't wait to see how the live build is once it comes back up after the server maintenance. In fact, I think I can keep a track of that with the launcher. RSI status. Yeah, there it is. More information. There we go. Just updated in maintenance. What do we see? Live service will be in maintenance window starting at 1300 UTC to apply necessary infrastructure updates. This maintenance window is not expected to exceed 4 hours. Oh, it has. Servers will go offline at 1330. Yeah, so we are still in it. Yeah, I agree, McFly. Love looking at the whole sea when she's fully loaded. It is an awesome look. We'll see how this drop-off is. I feel like, based on the maths here, we're missing more than we should be. We'll see. That's part of the testing. It looks like we're only missing 2 32s. 45, 44 plus... Oh, no, we're not. I didn't math right. We're good. We have exactly what we need. I know I'm bored. I want to fly. Yeah, I know. You guys are waiting on live to get back. Sad face. Well, I appreciate you guys hanging out with me. Looking forward to live coming back online for everybody, though. Alright, let's get our turn and burn mechanic rolling. Full speed ahead. Full engines, full burn. Get up to probably about 300 meters a second. Then we'll go expand style turn and burn to slow down. I like trying to get up to a little bit closer to like 320 ms. Oof, already out of burners. Usually when you time your burn to start as you enter ATC is really helpful. Random stream I found on YouTube, entertaining. Ah, cool. I'm glad it's been a good use of your time. That feels good to hear. All right. Hopefully we turn around in time. Oof, we're getting some lag, some issue. Yikes. Yeah, we're flying in hot. Sweet. Completed our rotation. There's our ATC call. Full retro. Let's bring this baby to a stop. I'm rocking the VKB NXT Evos with an Omni on the left, which is tilted at 45 degrees, which feels really good as a throttle. I've really enjoyed the hell out of these. I need to figure out a way to more securely mount them to my desk. That way they don't move much when I'm racing and fighting, because I got to be careful not to apply too much pressure. Oh, the Soul R's! You have them, Katie? I'm jealous. I've been tempted. I love all the switches at the base of the Soul R's. I'm excited for those. I had really bad luck with the Thrustmasters that I used for years. They always ended up walking on the Z-axis, which would mess up my flight. But these Soul R's are a big step up from the T16Ks that I was using. definitely look forward to your feedback on those things. I've got a Verpal sitting up in my closet that I'm not using because I only have one. Oh, I didn't call for the damn landing area. There we go. There it is. Yeah, I've seen some videos on the Solars. I also am really excited for the space thruster from VKB that should be coming out soon. Pretty much the exact kind of thruster I need for Star Citizen. My reclaimer name is the legitimate salvage Rocinante. Hell yes, I love that. Oh, there we go. Coming to a stop. And there we go, hitting the brakes. Give it a little wiggle. Hands off sticks. Come on. Commencing cargo transfer. It's happening. We're offloading. Alright, we're just going to sit here. I want to chat with y'all while we wait. At the moment, I've got a makeshift dual stick setup doing my old X52s, my right stick, and I've got a Windwing Ursa Minor Airbus edition on my left. That sounds insane. I want to get 2 of the Windwing Ursa Major, or Ursa Minor Space editions. Oh, all right, I'm going to have to look those up. Those I haven't heard of yet. The Z-axis is an easy fix for the T16. Really? I went through like 5 trying to mess with dead zones and all kinds of stuff with the T16s, and I just ended up giving up, going VKB. Arrow, what's up, dude? Just woke up. How's the state of the PTU? Way better than the first wave of the last PTU. We did some really excellent testing in the Raft. It's incredible. We're now diving into the big hauling missions on the Whole Sea to see how she's doing. Wave 1 PTU last patch with the Whole Sea was horrible. It took like 2 updates to the PTU for the Whole Sea to start working right. So I like what I'm seeing so far. Everything with a grain of salt. It's PTU, so I'm not getting overly excited. We'll see if we fully drop off this load. If we get an actual full-on contract complete, that'd be awesome. Yeah, definitely let me know about the Solars. I'm excited to see. I love the way they look, too. That white is just sick. What's up, Lee? How are you on the game? I thought it's under maintenance. It is under maintenance. I am an Imperator, so I am in the PTU. I'm in the public test universe, Wave 1. So I'm testing the next patch, 4.1.1. That's what's going on right now. VKB has a lot of options. Haven't had a flight stick for almost a decade. What works well with SC? So again, while we're waiting here, I'll show you guys. This is what I'm rocking. This is the NXT Evo from VKB. I use these switches down here for like mining laser, opening and closing doors, all kinds of stuff. Looks like we partial offloaded. I see 45-12 out of 45-44. But yeah, this is my right stick, and the left stick is basically the same, except this stick is tilted at a 45 degree, which feels really good for throttle for me. So this is my pitch control stick. Just sits on my desk. The other one's a bit shorter of a cable, so I can't really pick it up to show you like this one. But it's the same stick, just configured for my left hand. And it's... Maybe I can. I don't... Well, not really. I can't really get it up high enough to really show you guys where the way my cables are running. But I've liked them. I'm just waiting for the Space Edition stick to come out. I'm also kind of sitting here and seeing what happens. Maybe we won't get an impound until I submit, which I'm going to do because we are well over the 75%. Otherwise, avoid this button, my friends. If you don't want to lose your rep and you're not used to this, this is how you lose your rep. If you're under, I think, 75%. So just abandon or back out and it won't hurt you. If you submit under that, it will. If you submit this high, like we're at like 99%, we should be all right. So we're going to go ahead and get a partial payment for that. And now, usually, yep, there's the mole cops trying to get me. The second you submit, they are going to try to take your ship out. So we're going to burn out of here, hopefully enough to get away. It's going to be close. What? We got up to like 500 meters a second. Are you kidding me? We're probably getting impounded. That is so stupid. Now it says leaving restricted area. It's really delayed. I hate these mall cops, dude. They piss me off. Yeah, I had one set of the T16s since 2018. They died on the XY axis with bad drift, so I can get 8 years of the Solar. I'll be happy. Hell yeah. Man, the Raft, though, it makes me want to buy one before they... Yeah, I would. The Raft is actually a really incredible ship now. Like, I had an incredibly fun time with it. It's combat competent up to a certain degree too, and 192 SCU. It has my seal of approval, 100%. You'll be able to go back and see the start of the stream with me doing the Raft testing. It was a good time. I'm gonna have a dedicated video about the Raft coming out as well. All right, let's see. What do we have as far as missions out of Pyro? That's where we might be hurting a little bit. Let's see here. Magnus to Terra, Everus to Pyro. Do we have anything from Pyro out? There we go. Pyro to Magnus for 267, 2700. Let's just run it. And actually, this is a good time for me to close up, dock, get the Raft claimed to play with the Raft before we get carried away again. What's up, Brian? Double-sided tape on the base. I use the same sticks. Oh, nice. Yeah, that's a quick way to do it. I want to make sure I can at least pick up and move my left stick and kind of get it out of the way of my keyboard, because it kind of like shares that space. So I'll sort of slide my left stick to the left when I'm ready to just use my keyboard.
Initiating ship storage procedure. For your safety,
What?
please make it.
I kind of want to... I feel like I need to store my ship just to cut out the shenanigans of the impound language I'm hearing. I forget how little lateral sway there is. The music just got so intense. Oh, okay, let's reorient here. Okay. All right, yeah, we're looking better now. Sorry, I got quiet there, just trying to focus on the direction of our ship. Are you kidding me? Who the hell is out here? What is this shit? Is that another Idris dude? Yeah, it is. I'm getting real tired of getting these hostile contacts from these Idris. Just saying. Where the hell is my docking collar? There it is. Alright. Let's make this quick. Alright. Hopefully that Idris just leaves me alone for a while. Oh boy. Is that left hand a throttle or controls vertical horizontal thrust? Yeah, so my left stick is all thruster control. Forward and back, obvious. Left and right for strafe, and then tilting back because of the slant, or tilting down for strafe up and strafe down. As well as my mode switches, couple decoupled, landing gear is the toggles on the base, scanning, looking aft out the back of the ship as well. I put all that pretty much on my left stick. My right stick has my pitch control, switching to missile modes, targeting,
Landing complete. Pleasant stay.
quantum travel, actually shooting, lots of stuff. Lots of options, lots of ways to play. Okay, let's... Yeah, there's the Idris going by there. We're going to hop out. We're going to set our med print real quick. Claim the Raft. Then we'll come back. We'll load the whole sea up. See if we get any blackout glitches since we're docked. Which actually, since we're closed up, it'll probably end up respawning this ship in the large hangar. So we'll see how the docking experience is. I don't like that this is already open. So we're going to close that. There we go. Good. No desk mounts. I'm probably going to craft like a sleeve, basically, that I can slip my left stick in. That way I can still move it out of the way when I want to use my keyboard. And on the right, I'm thinking about creating something, because I'm a pretty handy man. I'm going to probably drill into the desk and create some clamps that I can turn, basically open or close to lock it in or remove it whenever I want. That way I can still move the sticks, they're not permanently locked in. But they've got a heavy enough, solid enough base that as long as I don't get overzealous, I can do all my flying with no problem, even with them not hard mounted in. So that's good. But if I get a little bit too crazy with my flying when we're racing or when I'm in combat, I can end up picking the stick up off the desk, and that's not always fun. It's not really ever been a deal breaker or like ruined my session or anything, but it can be a little annoying because I gotta like resituate, get it back where I want it. Oh yeah, another report for anybody who missed it. 2-minute expedited claim time on the Raft. Incredible. Alright, before we forget, let's go set our med spawn real fast. Alright, let me see. Get the Raft now confirmed. You get a free teddy bear in live. That is awesome. See I-600 pilot shoot 3. What's up, Math? Can I-600 pilot shoot 3x5, 4x3 guns? So 3 size 5s, 4 size 3s? I don't know. Maybe somebody else can pitch in on that question. I'm not sure. If not, I'll be swapping to the VKBs due to them having the option to fix yourself. But the buttons, switches, and the Soul R is what kind of sold me. Yeah, the buttons and the customizability of the Soul R's base are what are alluring to me as well versus the VKB base. Because on the VKB, you basically just got a toggle switch, a scroll wheel, and like a lever switch, and then you have the 3 actual buttons. That's it. The Soul R definitely has a lot more options for what you can put on your base. Of course, you can also get the VKB like actual boards that connect that have a lot more like master switches and all, but I think the Soul R's come with like master mode switches or like master switches to choose like which segment you're using. They're really great. Yeah, new sticks equals new mount, new desk, new monitor. There's always sort of a race to upgrade and change our peripherals. I definitely want a new desk. This desk is getting the job done, but it's a real major pain in the rear. Alright, we're at the docking port. I'm going to leave that there. We're claiming the raft, which should be done pretty quick. Yep, it's already done. We're going to go and get our cargo, and then we will self-delete and then grab the raft and play around with the tractor beam and then go back to finishing the mission. Yeah, I haven't really messed too much with the Origin 600, so I'm not too familiar with its weapons complement. I do know a really easy way to find out, though, for myself or anybody who's curious about that stuff, is to go right back to Urkel Games. So we can just bring it up here. What we got? We got size 3 remote, size 3 remote, and 3 size 5s. So 4 size 3 and 3 size 5s. That's actually a pretty impressive weapons complement. And then what's our cargo is only 44. I mean, it's a luxury ship, so not really surprised. That's pretty decent, though. Not much of an Origin guy, aside from their racing ships, to be honest. What's up, Stuart? How much is the Raft? The Raft is 3.5 million. 3.5 million at new deal. Really cheap in game compared to ships of its size. The Connie Taurus, for example, is 8 million. And the Raft actually carries more. Now, it doesn't have as much weapons output, sure. But it depends on what your value and what you want. The Raft is definitely worth the 3.5. That is wild. No, PDCs would be separate from the guns we were looking at. I don't think the Origin 600 has PDCs. Correct me if I'm wrong. The 890 does. But an Origin 600 would be too small. That ship caliber wouldn't have the PDCs. They're trying to keep those reserved for like capital class ships. I would put it on like the Reclaimer. I don't think ships like the Caterpillar, Starfarers, and such need them. I don't know how everybody agrees with that, but... Alright, can we break away from the dock, please? Oh, yeah, we're at Pyro. So the glitch with Pyro where you can't use your hotkey to communicate with the computer is still there, so you still have to do it manually.
You are clear to launch.
There we go. Oh, man, the whole sea's black screen gone. Oh, so hard to say, because we actually docked ourselves and were closed. I don't know if that's the case. We'll test that, though. Maybe one of the last things we'll do is just dock with a full load, store the ship, and bring it back out, and see if we get black screened. That's actually a really good idea to test that. Yeah, 890 jump definitely has PDCs. Not the 600.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And please visit again.
And there's our mall cops again, trying to get us for being here. We really should get like a full 60 seconds, man. Like, it is insane how much they're like, get the hell out of our area. All right, let's get back over to the cargo section and load up. If I can find it. Should be the other way, because that's the antenna. Check aft to make sure I'm not going to back into anything. Looks like we're good. Yeah, there we go. Cargo station will be down there. Okay. That was a close flyby, bud. Crazy pilots. Oh, I can't do the call option either. Man, all right. I really hope they fix that. You can't do any of the hotkeys to call. So hopefully it only takes one. Nope. Try again. There we go. Now we got it. Yeah, time limit's absolutely dumb. I mean, at least, I mean, hell, even 30 seconds would be nice. But I think 60 should be more than enough. Because sometimes you might be out of your ship trying to finagle with the boxes or whatever. Like, give us, like, I mean, honestly, 90 seconds would be sweet. But I'd settle for 60. You know, I wouldn't really complain too much if we had a full 60 seconds before they try to impound us. Especially if we just had authorization. There should be some kind of leeway, man. Alright, let's go ahead and hit that parking brake. Wiggle around a little bit, come to a stop. Should have a pretty good onload. Yo, what's up, Bombsers? Yeah, yep. The streams on Wednesday for the next 6 weeks are going to be during the daytime. So I'm here in Florida, in the U.S., Eastern Time, and so like 10 to, 1, 2, 3 o'clock, I'm kind of playing loose with the time limit on it. Just because it's been a great stream, testing out the PTU, having a lot of people in the chat, so I'm not eager to end it or anything. Had a great time at the Raft. We're messing with the whole sea now, and the whole sea is doing good things. We're about to do a little play with the Raft and transferring boxes to and from the whole sea to see how that feels with the tractor beam and all. Which I'm excited to do. I think that's going to be fun. And yeah, actually, I'm glad you mentioned that. I usually put this in a lot sooner. I will send, here's the invite, my friends, to my community Discord that's growing pretty fast. Lots of cool people. We like to try to get together and do all sorts of things in the hauling and industry space, space trucking, mining, salvage, getting together for things like a line and mine, or even banding together in a big old ship to go take out a bunch of pirates and, stick it to the criminals. Get the all of us blue-collar workers together and fight back. I'm looking forward to doing a lot more of that. But yeah, there you go. Feel free to hop into the Discord and join the community. Oh, yeah, the Connie Phoenix. I actually messed with that a little while. That is actually nice. I wouldn't mind messing around with that. I really hope the Connies get a bit of love with the struts in your face. Because those are frustrating. Did you manage to stack 2 4-ski boxes on the Raft earlier? No. See, that's one of the reasons I was doing those HRTs was to mess with that. We actually did not get to do that, Kevin. We missed on the 2x4 boxes on the Raft. Let's see. Did I get any little 4s on this? It looks like that might be an 8 there, so no. All right, let's pull out of here. Cargo transfer complete. Kind of lit up in orange, which is interesting. Alright, we're just going to kind of boost away a bit. And then get the Raft out. Or actually, we'll do a partial quantum jump. Just that way we make sure we're in null space. We're not anywhere somebody can mess with us. We're just going to eliminate as much Murphy interference as possible. Go, kind of compensate early because she's big and heavy right now. Lined up for Magnus. 2703 on board. Jump out real quick. Give it a sec. We'll try to stop right at 86.0 just as a way to help try to calibrate. And boom. That is where we're going to sit. Alright, we'll leave her alone like that. It's cool. We'll hop out. Let's go get the raft and mess around. We might be able to do a little bit of that testing. Oh, so the 3s on the 600 are not slaved. That's good to hear. I don't know if free fly is starting tomorrow, actually. That would be interesting. And yeah, Bumser, we did the raft testing with the whole first half of the stream. We're going to do a little bit more playing with the raft right now as we awkwardly pass out on the whole sea. But yeah, the whole first portion of the stream, we were pretty much dedicated to raft testing, and it was awesome. Oh, are the live servers back up? Let me check. I can see, actually. Nope, they're still under maintenance right now. Unless I need to refresh RSI launcher. Florida, I used to visit my parents at the Villages. Scariest place ever. The Villages? Really? The one up in near Mount Dora? Place is really nice. Yeah, live is still under maintenance. All right. We will deal with our body when we get there. Let's get the raft and go rendezvous with the whole sea, which I really hope is actually still out there. Yeah, we hopefully don't have any more runaway bride scenarios, Alex. I guess. Oh no, I didn't think about that. She might give us a hard time. Yeah, free flight starts tomorrow. All right. Well, if Master Nay are still in the chat, that's exciting. Hopefully you didn't spend any money on any game packages yet, and you can actually try the free fly. I guess that makes sense as to why they would go into server maintenance and try to clean everything up if they're attempting to bring a bunch of people in for a free fly event. When the servers come back online, my friends, for any of you fellow whole sea captains, I would get in as much time with it as you can tonight before free fly begins, because the servers are probably going to shit their pants. So yeah, that'll be interesting. Westworld Stepford Wives, nice. That's awesome. Yeah, I'm quite a bit further south than that. I'm kind of in between Orlando and Tampa, little city known as Haines City. All right, let's hope we can find our whole sea, guys. Oh yeah, it's there. Awesome. 388 megameters away. Oop. Little frame drops. Oop, oop. More frame drops. Come back, please. There we go. What was the reason for not storing the whole sea and death warping back? Oh, to get the raft, just to mess around with it. So we're gonna take the raft out and use the tractor beam to yank some boxes off and just kind of manipulate them and see how it is, how friendly it is. Just a little bit more raft testing before we continue with the whole sea mission. And I think there are certain boxes on there that'll help us test out the double stacking question that we had, like stacking 4s, 2s, 1s, whatever. So just kind of last minute tests because we can't get enough of the new and improved raft.
You are clear to launch.
Turn off our weapons to get our thrusters online. There we go. We don't need to be running that full cooler power, so let's drop that down. Yay! Come on, get off the deck. There we go. The raft's also all fixed up, which feels good. She's not flying crooked or anything anymore, which is nice.
Thank you, and please visit again.
Alright, so we're going to definitely have to set Magnus as our destination. And we'll see if we hit this first try. Might take a little finagling. We're going to get as close as we can, so we don't have to slow boat for too long. All right, Brian, it was good having you in the stream, man. Fair winds and following seas, my friend.
Quantum travel engaged.
There we go. Ready to disengage.
Quantum travel complete.
7 million. Or 7 megameters. So we still got a bit of a small jump left. For how much is the payment for that much cargo? I think the current mission we're doing is... This is one of the smaller ones. 240k? This is one of the slightly smaller missions from Pyro to Magnus. 267k. So it's a little low compared to the size amount, because we just delivered 4,000 for about 700k. Well, partial submit, so we took about a 25% hit on it.
Quantum travel engaged. Quantum travel.
Alright, how badly did we overshoot that? 186 out. That's not bad. We can close that distance pretty fast. I can try to blink a little closer, but that's pretty good. It's probably about as close as we're going to get comfortably. I'm going to try to rapid blink it. We'll see.
Quantum travel engaged. Quantum travel complete.
The Chimera just accelerates so fast that it's going to be really hard to get any closer. Yeah, that actually got us further away. Alright, we'll try another burp.
Engines.
Alright, so killing engines doesn't stop quantum. I was kind of hoping that would work. It really isn't. I mean, in the whole sea, we're only doing this just for fun with the Raft. I mean, loading up the whole sea and flying it to another station takes a couple minutes. It's actually really good, really easy. As long as the servers are working right.
Shields on. Quantum
Okay.
complete. Shields off.
Trying to get us as close as I can to the whole sea here.
Engaged. Shields on. Quantum travel complete. Shields off.
Damn. Alright, we'll try to burp again, get a little closer. I had it with that 168 kilometers. I should have left it there. Has it not been like 2 hours since maintenance should have been over? Yeah, they're doing a lot. If they're trying to clear it for a free fly too, they're probably struggling.
Quantum travel engaged.
Alright, that's good. Alright, we're going to full burn ahead to max speed. And it'll take a couple minutes to get there, but we'll get there. This isn't bad. This is kind of like a similar distance of going from, atmosphere down to a moon or a planet a lot of the time. We're just going to burn all the way up to 990. And it'll basically be 190 seconds for us to get there. There we go. Max speed. And now we cruise. Can you target lock your whole sea in the map menu on their... Oh. Can I? I doubt it. That would be really awesome. That'd be a useful feature. Oh, it's registered as an invalid target. Unfortunately. That would have been really cool. So, the quantum drive that I have, the Erebus, is at Arc L1. It's the only place you can get the Erebus quantum drive right now, is Arc L1. If you want the Chimera, the size 2, the best size 2 one, is at Crew L1. So, that's a bit more of a normal spot. Yeah, the Erebus is great in the whole sea. The acceleration is insane. The acceleration of the Chimera, was one of the reasons I couldn't get any closer to the whole sea, because it would just, the second you engage, it's launching forward. It's really fast. Well, this is the other way to make it happen. I'm doing this for you, Ryan. Do some cargo testing out of the Raft in the whole sea. At least out here, we don't got to worry about some stupid hostile Idris coming out of nowhere. Well, I mean, yeah, the whole sea... Black Munja, if that's what you're mentioning, the whole sea's cargo, 4,608, so it's a lot. The Raft here is 192 now. And yeah, normally we'd already be at Magnus offloading the Hull C. This is just to have a little fun testing out the Raft's tractor beam with the Hull C next to it. Kind of the idea of maybe going out with a group of friends, doing some VHRT bounties, and popping the ships, and basically having one guy with a Hull C that acts as a sort of materials depot. So like all the loot you get, you just throw on the Hull C. And then at the end of the night, you could go to a region like this, and then your friends quantum travel to your Hull C with like 3 or 4 rafts or C2s or caterpillars or whatever, and then just start pulling all the goods off of the Hull C and go sell them planetside or wherever you want, distribute the wealth and such. That's one of the ideas that I know my org and I have had of how to use a Hull C as sort of like a resource holder, just chilling. I really wish you could lock onto your own ships to quantum to them. That'd be nice. All right, we're coming in. So I'm going to start to decelerate. We're only about 30 kilometers out from the Hull C now. We can always do SCM braking to slow us down a lot faster if we need to. That didn't take too long. Kind of angle us back this way towards the ship. There go all of our thrusters. We'll try a couple things. I'll throw on 632s to see how those fit on, how easy they are to get on and off. And then we'll see if there should be a couple of boxes that we can mess with for stacking smaller stuff, because 2703, we'll see what's available for us to play with. There she is. We're kind of slowing down. Looking good. Doesn't look like the Maggie C because I didn't put the paint on. But not too bad. We'll kind of, we'll even come in a little sloppy here. Let's just kind of come in like this. Engage our park and brake. Hopefully we've fully come to a stop. Looks like we have. Alright, let's run back. Whoop. Alright, we got to turn our station on. Make sure it's got power to the tractor beams. Now it does. Need those. Okay. What? Why? Why can't I activate the... That's weird. Damn, I didn't think... I thought the SCM thing wasn't necessary anymore. What's up, Ivan? Yeah, the live server's down for maintenance. Hopefully they'll be done with that soon. It's been down for maintenance for quite a while. It's weird. I don't understand why... Maybe because we're not by a station now or something? We can't use our tractor beam in nav mode? Let me... At least I'm guessing that's what the limit is there. Let's make sure we pop ourselves into SCM. Oh, it's bound, Judo. Don't worry. I've got it bound. That's what I was doing early in the stream. I think that's because we're, strangely enough, not in SCM. So let's try that. Tractor beam was powered. I've got it bound to my stick. That's what I've been using all morning. All right. What's going on, Trenton? Yeah, my pleasure, man. I'm happy to stream it. It's been a good time so far. Lots of good stuff with the Raft, which we're actually messing with now. We're going to yank some goods off of my... Why did I go that way? Off of my Hull C. Just to play with the cargo a bit. Jeez, can't word. What are words? This ladder, I constantly seem to, like, miss and trip up on. Yeah, my pleasure, Judo. I love doing this. This is great. This has been a good time. Can confirm, guys, too, for anybody who wonders, you can still get spit or spat out of the raft. There we go. All right, so now that we're in SEM mode, we can use our tractor beam. So you can get spat out of the raft during quantum. That's still a problem. Wow, we're kind of further away than I thought we were. How far can I reach? Whoa, I got the whole ship. There's no way I can move this thing. It's way too heavy. Okay, there we go. Got a box. Whoop. Hey, look at that. Alright, we can stash it all the way back. Look at that. 32s. Fit just like that is so cool. What's up, Synthetic? Yeah, I'm happy to do the testing, man. It's a good time. Doesn't look like I have any of... Man, sorry, Kevin. Doesn't look like we have any of the small boxes to test the little stuff like we wanted. But yeah, it pulls these off real well. This tractor beam is absolutely incredible on this ship. And it looks like it can only grid these one way, which makes this super user-friendly for gridding these 32s. I think we can fit 6. We're just going to go ahead and fully load this bad boy up. Oh, let's aim a little higher. Crosshairs are basically invisible at this length. You know, I'm kind of far away from the whole sea. Yeah, the Raft is a serious cargo contender now, and I'm really excited that it got some love. Whoop! Okay. Clunking around a 32 box on it can be a little rough. Let's wait. Hang on. Can I rotate this? Yeah, rotating with ship's tractor beams is still, like, totally busted. There's nothing happening. So, yeah. Whoa! Okay, that was weird. So you kind of have to manipulate it a little bit your own way, like doing stuff like that to hit it to... There you go. Get it to grid. And sweet, since it's a 32, it didn't have the... What the hell? Oh yeah, another thing, guys, if you didn't catch it before, the boxes will phase through each other right now. I don't know if that's going to get fixed, but like... Yeah, your box will actually go through the other boxes as you're unloading and offloading, which right now is actually super convenient because you don't have to worry about it getting tripped up. I'm just trying to... Damn it, there we go. Trying to knock it around. There we go. That's all I wanted. Cool. Yeah, so that's 3. I think I can fit 2 more. Losing track of where the tractor beam is. Oh! Wait a minute. Is that a 4? Hey-oh! That's a 4. Okay. We're going to keep that in mind. Because we can do a little double stack test with that. I don't know where the hell I pulled that from. That's kind of funny. Alright, we'll just move that one up out of the way. There we go. That's what I want. Shame it's the last time there was a free fly. Oh, sorry, hang on. Shame is that last time there was a free fly, they opened the PTU to wave 3 so we could all have been testing it. Yeah, whoops. Knocking my whole sea with this big 32 ski box. Okay, let's, come on. There we go. And boom. Wait, did that not? There we go. Bam. So, can I fit 1 more? That seems kind of intense. Hang on, let me hop out and mess with some stuff. I'm going to put us down a little bit closer, I think, to the whole sea to make this a little bit more convenient. So I watched your video on the whole sea issue currently. What's going on with it? Looking to buy maybe when they have a sale. What are the ship sales like in Fleet Week? So, looking forward to what ship sales might be like in Fleet Week. Don't exactly know that yet. But yeah, we're testing out the whole sea in the PTU. It's a lot better in Wave 1 than it was last time in Wave 1, but it's, I don't want to say it's definitively better or necessarily fixed, but it is getting some love, which is good. So actually, we are going to position ourselves kind of down right in front of that spindle that we took from. Alright, let's angle down a bit. There we are. Come over this way. Right there. Okay. Rotate. There we go. Yeah, we're going to also try to see if we can test the blackout bug on the whole sea later. when I jump out and see if I can find another little foreskew stack, and to make sure I've got this stacked right so we have a good idea of where everything is. I would definitely, with real money, I would hold off. I would, because I would hate for you to buy the whole sea and then it's more of the same, still kind of broken. One of the things that I'm dedicated to doing on my channel, because I love the ship as well, is I do whole sea testing very, very rigorously, quite a bit. So anytime that there's changes to the whole sea that are impactful to the community, I'll be here to report on it. Okay, yeah, so that can move further back. So I think that's about there. But yeah, I'd hold off. In-game money, I would say go for it. Buy it if you want. But okay, it's being a little picky. There we go. The raft, you do kind of have to finagle with a little bit to get to some of these boxes. You want to aim up a little bit higher, it seems, and kind of be a little back and away from the box. There we go. Little tips and tricks for how to grab these. It's a little tricky. Sometimes, especially for these back ones, you got to get like right behind it a ways. There we go. And okay, did that work? Still a little space there. So 32s are a little finicky, man. Because you should be able to fit 6 of these. But it's a tight fit. Here, let's be a little bit more gentle with it. Let's bring it down some. Ship is fighting me. There we go. I think we got it. Nope, there's still some space there. Alright, so it's acting up. It doesn't want to fully move forward. We are really close to the whole sea too, so that's not the greatest. Just trying to push it forward. There we go. That, I saw the grid actually jump. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Now we're fully locked in. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, you can definitely fit 6. That's your full load is 6. Now where did that little 4 SU go? I don't need to lose that. Ah, jeez. Oh, there it is. It's kind of hiding from me. Let's move that down. I would at least probably wait on the whole sea until some more testing is done in the PTU, and honestly, after this live server maintenance with the fleet week going on, we should have a good idea of how it's performing in that regard as well. So more to see there. All right, let's move this in here. We're gonna kind of put it on this side. All right, now can I get another box? Oh, there we go. Yep, there's a little. Okay, here we go, Kevin. We can do the stack. We got a little 2 of pressurized ice here. So this is the stack test we failed to do or forgot to do to see if it'll take it. Yeah, look at that. All right, so we can stack. That's awesome. Bought it earlier. It's no worries. I can just melt it again. That's fair. That's fair. You always can melt to get another ship if it's not acting properly. That's a good point. But yeah, it looks like you can stack. And now the other test was to grab the bottom box and see if it makes the other one drop, which it should, I would imagine. Yep. If you dislodge the bottom box, the other one will come off. And, okay, it moved down here. I was like, what just happened there? But yeah, these do stack, which is cool. So now you guys can see, as long as it's a full box stack like that, you know, 4s, 2s, 1s, they all work really well. Hell yeah. Yeah, this is pretty cool. Alright, and we're going to go ahead and get this stuff back onto the whole sea and carry on with our whole sea testing. And the raft will be left out here in the void. And I'm going to try to put this stuff back basically where it was. That way it doesn't act up on me. I'll have to... I think I ended up accidentally pulling this 4 off from one of the aft spindles. So let's come over here. I think it was over this way. Hey, you calm down there, bud. Yeah, it should have been like right here. It's acting up a little bit. Can't seem to pull that off. There we go. Alright, that should be fine. You've been thinking about buying the Polaris. Man, we got a couple of Polaris pilots in the chat. They like their ship. Alright, I'm going to get back into the airlock and use the ship's tractor beam to throw these boxes off. Close that up. Let it cycle. There we go. This has been my new guilty pleasure. Used to be War Thunder. I dropped 30. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I've dropped a pretty penny myself, but not quite that much. Oh boy. Yeah, I'm a longtime player and supporter of this game. I've always been a huge sci-fi geek, and I mean, I got into the PC world finally because I wanted to be able to use this. All right, I'm just gonna kind of move us a little bit more up and out of the way, just so we're not quite so close to the whole sea there. There we go. All right, let's go get this stuff off. You have the Polaris and love it, Judo? Hell yeah. That's a hell of a ship, man. I look forward to eventually being able to crew up with you guys and get a fully crewed Polaris going. That'd be a fun time. That'd be a great way to go and bully all the pirates at Grimhex. We just gotta watch out for A1s. They like to bomb the Polaris. Alright. There we go. Let's grab this and bring it down. The 32s are tricky monsters with this. Oh, okay, there we go. Just gonna throw it on the... Whoops. This is what's funny is, alright, hang on, let me do that. There we go. The max lift tractor beam is still the better option when it comes to manipulating boxes like this than even ship's tractor beams, which is unfortunate. Okay, that's fully moving us. Alright, there we go. Get down there. Oh, before it rotates again. Cool. There we are. Yeah, be careful with your 32s here. Hopefully they iron this out a bit. They don't seem to want to separate once you've got them on. Oh, no. Got it. All right. Yeah, a little tricky. Okay, buddy. Come back. I'm just going to pull it straight down instead of using the scroll wheel. Come on now. Oh, my gosh. Pulling the whole sea down. Oh, oh. Weird. So it looked like we were moving, but we didn't actually move. All right. Well, I guess we'll definitely be able to test how it offloads cargo after being messed with. Is that really all of them? Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. That's it. Yeah, that'd be really sick. We did confirm that we can't grid vehicles or anything to this. I was able to use my max lift tractor rifle to throw a motorcycle or a hover bike into the raft. That was very sketchy. But we didn't blow up or anything, so that's a win. Wait. Airlock. Back to the whole sea. Let's go. The raft is going to be out here, lonely in space. Come on. Input lag. There we are. Actually, guys, I don't know. I can definitely see the merit in the ATLS's tractor beam and how it functions. I feel like it's kind of tricky because I kind of like the free movement availability of ship's tractor beams as they are, but I can see the appeal to the rapid way that they can apply to the grid and such. I think I'd like to see some kind of a hybrid mating of how that functions. I definitely like with the ATLS, it seems to make it a little bit easier to manipulate those larger boxes because you can choose which orientation you want to have them in. That is definitely better. Oh, yeah. Awkward. Alright, bud. Come here. What? Okay, there we go. Yeah, we're going to, come on. Gotta take care of this. Bye-bye, Captain. No, no. That would be me. In a past life. Alright. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's how we went back and we got our raft from the whole sea, so we could play around with loading the cargo and doing a little bit more testing on it. Alright, we are going to strafe down to clear ourselves from the raft. And then we'll carry on. Awesome. Great ship. Love it, love it, love it. Alright, let's go drop off the rest of this cargo. Alright. Figure we can run a couple of these. We can probably go from Magnus to Pyro or Magnus to Terra. What's the other large mission, actually? Let's see. What are we looking at? It's a lot easier when you're out here between systems. Cuts down the load a little bit. We got Everus to Pyro. Where'd the other one go? Did it not populate? Huh. Just see the one. I wish I could have used my death marker. I tried. It shows it as an invalid target, so that's not a thing you can do right now. It'd be really sweet if that was an option in the future to get back to your stuff. I think that would make a lot of sense. Hopefully we see that. But yeah, the size difference is pretty insane. The whole sea is a beast. Let's see what we got here. We got an Everus mission, Everus to Pyro. What are these other experienced... Everus to Seraphim, that's one of the direct solar larges that are good from station to station that people have had some luck with in the current live build, even with the problems that it's had. Here we go, Interstellar. Magnus to Pyro, taking us back with a really small load. I wonder if there's any Magnus to Terra. That'd be nice. Terra to Everus. Bygenie to Tressler. Terra to Everus. See any Magnus missions? Oh, there's the other big one. Chilling up here. Everus to Terra. Why is this one up here? It's weird. Terra to Pyro. So, I guess we'd have to run Magnus to Terra, which I think there was only one mission that did that. Where'd it go? Bygenie. Magnus to Pyro. Damn, so Magnus to Terra is not showing up. There it is, Magnus to Terra. That's the one. We're going to accept that, and we're going to do an all-mode offload. So we're going to see how doing a mission stack works, where you pick up and drop off around the same time. That's one of the really good tests. And maybe if your undersuit had a built-in beacon of some kind, maybe, for recovery. Yeah, I think that would be awesome. Oh, live is up, huh? Sweet. Well, actually, after we drop off this load, maybe we should head over to the live build and do some whole sea testing for a little while. Let me see. Let me pump up. Restart my launcher. Because I would love to see how the whole sea's performing in live. Are you sure? Still says under maintenance for me. Maybe I'm slightly delayed. I still got under maintenance. How long do you think it'll be before they start introducing more systems for us to jump to? Actually, probably pretty soon. I could, I don't know how likely this is, but I would not be surprised if we saw Nyx enter our game before, well, let's see, what is it? January, February, March, April, May, June. I would not be surprised. I would apply a possibility of maybe seeing the Nyx system before the end of Q2, maybe going into Q3, because it sounds like they're getting really close to that being ready. So maybe not too long, man. I would love to see Magnus and Terra actually come in, so those jump gates are actually active, but the Nyx system should be right around the corner. Still under maintenance, yeah. I think Judo might have been looking at the PTU, or maybe it just hasn't cycled around everybody yet. What's the fastest way to grind up to Master? So, getting, I mean, once you're in the member ranks, it's pretty objective that stacking the 8 planetary small member missions to grind through member to get to experience is the way to go. And then from there, honestly, when the missions are working, the really big load missions give you more experience. You know, the 698Ks, the 247Ks and such. It just really depends on how stable it's working, if the whole C is actually working. Because there are some of you, I think, that run experience missions out of your C2s, which is pretty good. And maybe you guys can help give some advice to Judo on that. Yeah, possibly synthetic. I could see that. IE for Nyx, maybe. I definitely think we're getting Nyx this year. I'm not sure how soon. I would not be surprised if it's a Q2, Q3 release. Now that they have a way to implement new solar systems, I could see it happening sooner than later. And I think Nyx system is one of the more simple systems to bring in. Do I want them to bring it in? I mean, yeah, I really want to be able to go back to Levski and spend time in Nyx. So sure, I want that. But I really want to see them focusing on this playability aspect, this game stability aspect. Because we're not there. We're not there. I mean, 4.1 bringing in Align in Mind and Vicolo and all this other stuff, the orbital lasers and all, it broke a lot. And in a year focused on stability, I want to see them actually follow through and make things more stable and more playable more rapidly before they bring in like a whole nother solar system, as much as I do want to see it. Stacking keeps crashing. How so? Is your game actually like desktop crashing client, or is it just not working right? It's like, so what I do, and there's a couple of videos on the YouTube channel about hauling member grind. I think member grind is actually one of the titles, but there's like the hauling 101 video, and then there's like another 10-minute video I made about the member grind missions and how I do it to avoid a lot of the problems people have had.
That request has already been granted.
I mean, you want to avoid things like stacking missions of the same commodity type when you're trying to stack like 7 or 8 missions. That way you don't have to be confused about, you know, does this aluminum go to this place or that place? That can be really annoying. I haven't had any actual crash issues like the game crashing, so I'm curious to what exactly has been happening to you. Alright, coming to this station. We should be like right under it now. There we go. I knew we had to be pretty close to the grid. I would love to do a 3-system jump, though. Just the thought of the whole sea convoy makes me smile. Yeah. That's, I think when you start getting 3 to 4 systems in, ships like the Hull D and such might actually start to make sense. Because you really need, like, cross-system economics for those ships to actually have, like, a logistics purpose. But I definitely want to see another system come in. I think that this will get kind of crazy when we have like 3 full systems to explore and get into. Because even just having Pyro is awesome. And Nyx is probably not going to be that haven that some people might be looking forward to. It's going to be probably a pretty dangerous place like Pyro is. Just maybe ran in a slightly different way, because it's not a lawful system. You know, it's another rough and tumble kind of system. But I think it's a very different approach than the way Pyros ran. Interesting. I've lost my ability to... Oh, there it is. Alright, we have coupled flight engaged. So hopefully it's registered us coming to a stop here. Hands off. There's a bunch of low-volume experience missions that can easily be changed for 160 kg using a medium ship. That's true. Thank you, Vince, for bringing that up. Hell yeah. That is definitely an option. Are we actually commencing transfer? We are commencing transfer. Hell yeah. All right. We'll see how much of it drops. The one route for commodity trading that works right now is from Mick L2 to her L1, trading diamonds and meds. Everywhere else is kind of broken. That is with auto load. Okay, cool. Thanks for the information on that, Pete. I'm not as brave to be doing commodities trading right now. I want to eventually test that, but I need to see a little bit more stability before I'm dumping the rest of my revenue. I actually have a little bit more money in the PTU than I do in live. Oh, sweet. So live is working its way back. Let's see what's going on here. So live must be kind of coming online in the process of. It's technically still listed as being in maintenance. So enter at your own risk, my friends. I don't know exactly how it's gonna perform for you. I'm going to reset my launcher. Confirmed Q246. So live is coming back online. Yeah, it still shows as under maintenance for me. Oh, full contract completion. Hell yeah. All right. And we should start picking up the next load. Maybe. Commencing cargo transfer. Oh, damn it. I moved. I didn't need to. It's already transferring cargo. Oh. It's still transferring cargo, even though I wiggled a little bit. Sweet, 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 sweet. So, this is the run going to Terra. And I'll probably test the Terra run to Pyro. Oh, we're slightly outside of this grid. Oh, we're drifting away. Damn it. I pulled us out a couple. That would be why. Transfer paused. So let's back up back into the grid. Dummy. See how fast it picks back up. Still under maintenance for me. Gonna hit it in the morning. That's the route I use to close out my night. I think the whole sea missions pay a little too low. Yeah, it takes a lot to get to the higher value ones too. Member rank Magnus to Everus Harbor's 110k payout for the 91 SEU. Please tell me it's working. Yeah, the whole sea in the PTU is working pretty well. It's but that's kind of to be expected. So hopefully it continues to work well. I kind of messed. Oh, damn it!
Initiating ship storage procedure.
Mall
Please
cops.
vacate the area. Thank you for your cooperation. Initiating ship storage procedure. For your safety, please vacate the area.
Well, we might be forced to see if we get the black screen bug if they actually impound us. Union time. Yeah, and ironically too, Bumser, if you've seen the senior mission for the massive transport is only 13k more than the experience. Like the experience is 698k, the senior mission is 711. But still, that's a massive amount of money to be made in the whole sea. As long as it's working properly and reliably. I mean, you can make so much money so fast. Because you're literally just going station to station and just dropping it off. But that's kind of the key, is it working reliably. Yeah, they didn't actually impound me. I'm kind of surprised. I really thought we were going to get yanked there. Which it might still at some point randomly pull us in. Sometimes there's a delayed effect, so we could be easily displaced at any moment. I'm just going to come back in here and... It's weird, it actually revoked my loading area, even though I wasn't done loading. Alright, coming to a stop. Let me actually track the mission. Make sure I can see what's going on. Yeah, see, like this one's only worth 150k, and it's 600 SKU from Magnus to Terra. But then from Terra to Pyro, we're talking big money. That should be the other 698er. Yeah, there we go, for 3. So like the quantities are kind of all over the place, because we just did a mission for like 2700 SEU for like 240k. But now for an extra 300 SKU, it's going to 3x the payout. I mean, there's going to be some sort of balancing. Like, I don't want to lose these high-paying missions by any means, but I want to see, like, the value makes sense, you know? the quantity to price, because the ratios are all sorts of crazy. Alright, now it says we're actually fully complete. And yep, we do have more cargo on board, so can confirm. Let's go ahead and start to strafe out of here so we don't get stopped up again. Let's set course for Terra. And then we'll do that test from Terra to Pyro.
Thank you, and please visit again.
Come on now. Whoa. There we go. Did you get the black screen bug, Ubi? Are you in live? Or are you guys still talking about me possibly getting it? Yeah, so the partial submit bug that takes away your rep, that's the part about losing reps, not a bug. If you submit under 75%, you're gonna lose rep. Big time. So, yeah, if you have any weirdness that happens, when in doubt, back out. Either abandon it or back to menus, claim your ship, get back into it. Hitting that submit button, if you aren't absolutely positive that you're over 75% of your expected load, is just not worth the risk of losing your rep. That's probably the most common advice I've given to most people, is when it comes to that submit button, you've got to be so careful to make sure that you are reflecting everywhere possible that you've delivered over 75% of your expected load in any case. So keep that in mind, my friends. You don't want to be losing your rep. Abandoning doesn't negatively impact you, neither does backing out to menus and restarting. Just one of those workarounds we kind of have to do. Yeah, and that's exactly the thing right there. You know, trying to grind up when you've been burnt out from trying to get to experienced over and over. Just avoid that submit button, man. It's kind of messed up when stacking 6 rookie missions from Baijini to Riker is more profitable than higher rep missions. Yeah, yeah, that can definitely be a little frustrating. The hauling gameplay is really awesome in a lot of ways. It definitely needs some gold pass love. Like I think the mining game loops have evolved in such a way that they're really quite good. I mean, granted, right now I think in live there's some issues with rock scannables and stuff, things that have been an issue for a while. But the process of breaking rocks down, sucking them up, going to the refinery, refining them, putting them in your ship, and taking off is generally a really cool kind of a loop that you can enjoy in the industrial gameplay. And I really want hauling to get to that level. I can't wait for us to get the external cargo elevators. I would love to see something like that. A quality of life improvement feature I can get behind coming out versus like all these other features that'll break the game. So even if they just give us an external elevator to pull cargo off ourselves versus the grid, I don't mind hopping in the tractor beam and manually loading up my hull C if it means that I can consistently get the product where it needs to go. I'll take that little bit of extra time, that extra 20 minutes to load up. That is totally cool. So I hope we see more stuff like that that adds to the actual hauling loop and makes it better. A bit more of a balancing in the earnings per quantity delivered on top of your experience. And please, oh please, give us a filter for all of those missions. A simple text-based search filter where you can just put in the letters like EXP to bring up all of the experience rank missions, or Interstellar to bring up all the Interstellar missions, kind of like how we fly around in our nav mode with our maps. That'll be a huge quality of life improvement. What's up, gang? How you doing? If you really want to make money, look for the 50k missions and stack them all up. 6 of them, all from Baijini to Riker. You'll make 300k with less than 60 SKU per trip every 30 minutes or so. That's really good. Yeah, my 7 to 8 mission stack will typically give me 700k an hour out of my Caterpillar with the routine that I've got going. But yeah, I think it's kind of crazy how much of a grind it is to get from member to experienced compared to how easy it is to shoot from, rookie through junior into member. Granted, 3 times of doing like a 7 to 8 stack planetary member small on a Caterpillar and you're basically inexperienced. I actually went all the way through experienced to senior rank just doing the member planetary small missions. I just put on some music, got my Caterpillar, got the 8 missions stacked up, and I would just run them back to back. It'd take me about an hour and 10 minutes, hour and 20 minutes per 8 missions. So all that XP, it stacked up real quick. Yeah, I really Man, that's probably... What do you guys think? If you had to rate your quality of life improvements for hauling, the filter for the missions, the external cargo elevators for the whole sea, like, what do you guys think? I can't stack missions after what I went through trying it the first time. So, a couple tips and tricks for stacking the missions. Don't mess with the service elevators. I still want to test those in this PTU as we go around. Surface outpost elevators have been bugged forever, as far as I've been trying to use them. But the depots, like Farnsway and Grey Cat, Casio, Tisa, Sakura, Microtech, Kovalex, where you actually go down into the hangar, those elevators have never failed me. And on top of that, again, I know a lot of you have heard me say this a few times, I don't stack commodities. So I get 8 planetary small missions, 1 of each. Aluminum, carbon, copper, quartz, stems, tin, titanium, tungsten. That way there's no confusion about what's going where, and I'll put like everything in a segment of my Caterpillar. So like the first segment's all going to Casio, the second segment's all the stuff going to Farnsway, the third one's all going to Sakura, and then Tisa, and then just repeat. So that's been my method, and it's, I don't know, it can be kind of tedious for some people, but I enjoy it. 1000% yes to the filter. Hey, good to see you, yeah, man. It's been a little while. Hell yeah. Good to see you in the chat. Kovalex to Shubin run on Microtech. 5 missions, 700k with a Zeus. Hell yeah. Now we're talking. That is, Vince, basically, that is similar to, it's like the Microtech side of what I like to do on Hurston's side. And again, the depot elevators that are down in the hangars, they've never failed me. The surface elevators, though, have failed me constantly. 3/4 through member. So you're getting there, Ubi. Just got a little bit more. Oh, yes. Yes. Pete, with the box sizes. Being able to convert to the box sizes you need would be awesome. To be able to consolidate and just make it a little bit better. What's up, Bean Supreme? Distribution centers, depots are different, and Empyro only, right? Oh, yeah. So distribution centers are what I'm talking about for the main drop-offs with the hangars. Yeah, depot is probably, maybe not the right word. But yeah, distribution centers where you've got the really big facility with the hangar you can fly down into. The distros, distribution centers. That's what you want to use. And Pyro is tough. I've only been able to do the surface missions in Pyro because I haven't seen anything beyond that. And the surface elevators are always bugged, so I can never actually get anywhere with Pyro's hauling rep. I would love to. I want to mess with that a bit more. Maybe right now, since all the PvP is kind of focused around Align Mine and Stanton System, it might be a good time to try messing with Pyro hauling stuff. It hasn't been as enticing as Stanton for sure, which kind of sucks because for a while I was going to be really committed to just living in Pyro. Making sure we're not getting too close to any of these rocks. Kind of sucks that they're all just sort of floating around together out here. Yeah, the HD PC drops, exactly. Casio, Farnsway, Kovalex, Sakura. Over on Microtech, they're called something a little different. They're not the Hurston HD PCs, because obviously HD PC is Hurston Dynamics Processing Center. So on Microtech, they'll be called something a little bit different, but they're the same size missions. And I usually grab the ones that have 3 drop-offs, not the ones with 4, because usually they'll have aluminum for 3 and aluminum for 4 drop-offs. And it's the same payout. It's like the same 90, 99k. So you save yourself a whole drop-off by doing the ones that only drop off to 3 individual locations. I think about 7 missions around Microtech, because I never saw tin as an option, but on Hurston, tin was also there. So all 8 were available. Yeah, any filter would be amazing. I agree. There we go. Mashing that button still seems to work out pretty well. We're going to rotate. That way we can use our vertical thrusters to slow us down a little bit faster here. So this is another drop-off pickup scenario. So we'll see if it functions properly, because it should drop off this 600 or so SCU of cargo and then just immediately start picking up the next good stuff. So the keybind to call for cargo, I think it's left Alt N. Or right Alt N. It's one of those. Shoot, I will check in the menu in just a second. Once I get stopped and we start to offload and stuff, I will pull up the options. Because the box never fails to spawn for me as if I mash it like 2 to 3 clicks. I have it bound to my sticks as well. I've changed the binding for it. Alright, let's go. Let's lock ourselves in place. Give it a little wiggle. See that we're commencing. We are commencing cargo transfer. Hell yeah. So let's look. We're in... Whoa. I almost back to menus. Jeez. Options. Key bindings. There we are. Flight movement. And then it'll be right underneath requesting landing. It's going to be request cargo loading. Yeah, right Alt N. That is your standard button for it. And if it's not spawning up right away, just tap right Alt N like 2 to 3 times and the box should pop up. Uh-oh. We're loading while we still have the cargo we need to offload. Well, what happens if I change what mission I'm tracking? That'd be kind of funny. Oh, this will be interesting. Yeah, it definitely needed to offload before it started onloading, so we'll see what happens. Hey, don't worry, Bum. I'm here to break things and see what happens. That's the whole point of the kind of testing I do for everybody. I suffer so you don't have to. Well, at least that's the goal. Unfortunately, a lot of my fellow Hull C pilots out there are definitely still suffering, which is unfortunate. But yeah, this isn't great. I don't know if it's going to be smart enough to realize we got to offload what we have on board. And it was going so well. Yep. Oh my god, it's stacking on top of what we have here. No, actually, we should be okay, guys, because we're not going to exceed the capacity. Hold up. 608 plus... Yeah, we're going to have 1,000 left over, so we'll be fine. It'll load everything and then pull off what it needs to, actually. All right, let's see. Let's wiggle around. Let's see what happens. Cargo transfer complete. That's the thing. Like, if we were exceeding capacity, that might have been a bigger problem. But since we're not... Awkward pause. We might have to request a new box. I don't want to get impounded. Yeah, yep. Bijan, this is unique to the Hull C. I hope that it becomes all external cargo systems. Like the Raft, the Hull A, B, C, D, E, all those. Alright, so yeah, we're going to pop out of here real quick and see if that cargo grid gets revoked and just call a new one. Yeah, sweet. Alright.
You are clear to launch.
So we have a box, but we don't have any text or anything, so that bothers me a little bit. Oh, nope, it's gone. Oh, it started to deliver? 32 out of 608? This is interesting. Honestly, with all the bugs in the sea right now, the one that freaked me out the most was my middle retracting with a full load. Oh gosh, yeah, that'd be a little scary. So, no, we're even with the 600 and the 3000, we are still 1,000 short of technical max capacity on this ship. So we should be okay. I'm just trying to find wherever this box just spawned. Is it kind of transparent? Hard to see right now? It might be. Yeah, no, we still have room. Oh, it did start taking them off. There is 132 missing there. That's frustrating. Oh, it's behind us. You sneaky devil. Alright, rotating. Yeah, if we were going to break capacity, then that onload offload scenario might have been a little rough. But since we didn't, it onloading first wasn't actually all that game breaking. And yep, she's big and heavy right now. We just totally overspun that. That's correct. I'm full starboard right now. It's just taking a while for it to come back around. Pitch is a lot better than yaw in this ship, for sure. There we go. Get our thrust indicator where we want it. So what's nice is when the servers are running really well and there's not a whole lot of load like this, you can do this. You can stack all these missions and, for the most part, trust that most of it's going to do what it's supposed to. Offload, onload, completion, Because after this, we just take this 3,000 or so SCU over to Pyro. And that's another 700k payout. This one, when it finishes, will be about 150. Alright, let's actually come to a stop now. It should pull off the rest. Yeah, I know we're tilted. I'm just kind of doing that on purpose. Just need it to register. Yep, there we go. It's pulling. This is also just to show, like, you don't have to be in perfectly straight, perpendicular, parallel, whatever. You can come in lopsided and weird and be fine. I'm only showing half. Okay, there it is. It finally started jumping up again. I got a little worried there. I was like, we're about to have not everything getting dropped off properly. Is... really? Yeah, alright. Well, that's unfortunately a partial offload, which isn't great. Oh wait, transfer paused. So, let's see what happens. It's just one more 32 box, right? That needs to come off? Or needs to be registered as come off? I don't actually see any more 32s of that commodity type. They all look like processed food. What's up, Scott? I'm like 80% of the way to Master Rep. Hell yeah, curious what the contracts will look like. I found that if it doesn't take stuff off when a little off, make yourself all worked out inside the box, and it'll unload. Oh, is that where you think that being all like evenly placed and all matters? I'd be surprised if that was actually the case, but it could be. This is a partial load that we could submit, though, and it wouldn't really impact us too negatively. Give it a sec. It says transfer pause. Commencing cargo transfer. Let's try to do something, because the grid's going away and everything. Let me hop out of the seat. See if we can do a little server resync if I hop out. No. Made yourself all whacked out inside the box. Oh, yeah, so intentionally kind of going off tilter. Off kilter, jeez. Pointing down toward the station? I could try that. I'm willing to try anything to see if it works. Kick us forward a bit. Yeah, no doubt. I was actually looking to see, because it actually onloaded all this stuff before it offloaded my last load. And I don't see any boxes that would indicate the last 32 that are missing. Might have just... that's a case of it just being eaten, which is fine. We'll go ahead and set course for Pyro to finish this up, and maybe get a little bit of whole C testing in on the cleaned up servers while live is back. We'll go drop this off. Full speed ahead. Don't forget to eat. Yeah. I've got the smoothies on me this time. Oh, wait. Actually, I self-destructed, so... I self-deleted. I might not actually have the goodies on me. I should be able to finish the testing before that's a concern. Here we go. Back over to my body. Such a weird load because it actually onloaded stuff before it took that last bit off. So it looks a little sloppy. Let me reset the launcher. Wow, launcher still says it's under maintenance for me. I wonder if it is sort of coming back in segments. I don't think how your position matters as long as you're in the box. Yeah, I agree. I think it's the same deal. I think as long as the servers are communicating properly and you're in the box, you should be good to go. I do know this free drink trick. Yep, I sure do. I just forgot that I was doing a little bit of extra raft testing, and I self-deleted to go grab the raft and meet the whole sea with all of its cargo, and I forgot that since I did that, the consumables I had on my persons are probably gone, which I can hop up real quick. I'm not going to move too much. Don't want to take a chance of getting spat out of the whole sea. That would suck. Let's check my inventory. Let's see. Yeah, we are running empty, but should be okay. We're still well hydrated. Haven't really suffered much need for food. So we should be okay. We're tearing over to Pyro. That feels good. I don't like that we still have the text on screen for the cargo box. That usually worries me, that there's some server disconnect, but it's all good too because, again, this is PTU. I am going to grind up in the PTU as much as I can in my bounties to VHRT so I can do more raft testing to show you guys if it's a good bounty hauling ship as how I refer to it, because it did really good with the other missions up until the cascade of crap that happened where we... Right now, apparently, in the PTU, missiles are just going to hit you. The flares don't work at all. I took like 6-7 missiles to the face, and then a full freelancer to the face, and then the Valkyrie came in and just about finished me off. But we got away, man. That raft is tough. All right, Scott, it was awesome to have you in the stream, man. I hope you have a good day. I hope work flies by for you. You take care, brother. Caught up my ship and it didn't blow up in a hangar. Win. Nice. Hey, Bomb, do you know the sort of workaround to hangars that are picky? What I do is I will call my ship from the main terminal and then wait about 3 seconds and then store it right away. And what that does is pop up my hangar, and then I can call the ship from down in the hangar with no problems. 9 times out of 10, that works just fine. Never been an issue for me when the hangars like to eat our ships. That's pretty much just been my modus operandi. This is how I do it now, because I don't trust any of the hangars not to gobble up my ships in the process. And if it does that to the whole sea, well, then we have a nice 15-minute wait time. Oh yeah, we got to do our black screen test. Black screen test is next. We're going to actually dock with all this and store the ship, call it back out, and see if we black out when we call the ship back up. I like letting it eat my ship. Gives me an excuse to Alt F4. Hey, I won't judge you. Alright, yeah, let's head over to these docking collars. We'll test our black screen occurrences here. Let me go ahead and submit that last contract to make sure I select the right one. Yeah, there we go. And bam. And all of my reps gone. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, we're doing good. We're working our way up to senior. It's coming up pretty quick. As long as these bigger missions keep working, it shouldn't take long. Alright, we still have that landing zone text on our screen, which is not great. We'll come in a little bit faster here. Try to move this along a bit. Pretty sure the docking collars are going to be along this truss to the other side of the station here. Just going to angle up toward it a bit more.
Please proceed to assigned landing bay.
All right.
Please
Going for
proceed to
traditional
assigned
docking.
landing bay.
Approved to dock.
Oh, I was wrong. It's over here. Had to restart the launcher to get in. Okay, that makes sense. At least it's working so far. That's a win. Yeah. Yeah, I'm enjoying what I'm seeing so far. Continue to slow down. Docking port 2. Give us some forward direction here so that we don't smack into any stations. Alright, we gotta fully flip around because the docking node is on our port side, so we'll do that. Alright, we'll see if we get the black screen. I hope not. I have gotten some tips from viewers, which I really appreciate, for ways to work around that black screen, so it shouldn't impact our ability to finish our mission here. Someone even said walking in backwards. That'd be kind of fun to try out. Live just came up for me. Awesome, Pete. Good to hear it. Hope you guys are able to have some fun in there. I might mess around with 1 or 2 missions in the live build before I need to wrap up and get ready for my class tonight. There we go. We are just about lined up to dock. Perfect. Come down a bit. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Don't want to crash anything. Alright, hopefully we don't just blow up trying to auto-dock. Oh no! Don't do this, guys. Well, this might end very poorly. Hopefully these boxes just kind of bounce out of the way. For testing, can confirm live is back. Hell yeah. Well, we are auto-docking with a bunch of debris around us that we might just get lucky enough to dodge. I can't believe this. What? Somebody was trying to transport some goods. Didn't work out so well. Yeah, we're actually getting right in here with no issue. I was a little worried for a sec. There we go.
Landing complete. Have a pleasant stay.
Alright. This will be quick. We're going to store it, bring it back out, see if we get black screened as we try to come on board. And that'll conclude our whole sea testing in the PTU for today. I might run around with a couple of missions in live just to see if it feels any better. New Yorkshire Workshop, what's up? Just in time, literally just got the kids in the bed, then it popped up live again. Hell yeah, man, awesome. Yeah, they definitely had they had it down for a while. They were cleaning up a lot of crap, no doubt. I mean, they had to get ready for if they're actually having a free fly, which, man, everyone just kind of be ready. Take advantage of your whole seas tonight while you can if they're working. Because when the free fly starts, the server load's probably going to get pretty insane. I hope not, but, you know, just keep it in mind. Alright, we're going to store it.
Welcome to the ASOC vehicle retrieval system. Your vehicle
There we
has been
go.
moved to our storage facility.
She's officially stored. Alright, calling it back out.
Vehicle select. Your vehicle has been delivered. Please visit
Docking port 2. Please don't black screen. U353. Whee! Yeah. I guess I'm kind of glad that I'm still doing some testing. Give those queue times a little bit to cool off because everyone's going to be trying to get back in at the same time. And, you know, it's a good problem with Star Citizen to have, that there's actually so many people trying to play that, you know, we have these wait times to leave hangars sometimes, to get back in game. That's good. That's a good sign for the future of the game. Alright. What do you think, guys? Think we're going to get Thinking the Maggie C's gonna knock us out? Hey! We didn't get black screened. Alright. For the sake of science, we gotta do that one more time. Actually, let me leave this open. No, so that is actually part of the game. When you change your quantum drive, your jump drive is attached to it. So, make sure when you're changing your quantum drive, you take your jump drive off first, and then take your quantum drive off, and then put them back on in reverse order. You'll be alright. It won't eat your jump drive. So, jump drive off, replace quantum drive, jump drive on. And then you're good to go. That had me confused for the longest time. I didn't realize why my jump drives were getting eaten. But they weren't actually getting eaten. They were just getting removed when I switched my quantum drive. Now, if you just remove your quantum drive, I think it does temporarily actually eat it entirely for a little while. But for me, it's always showed back up. It's just taking a minute. So to avoid that, yeah, I always, anytime I'm changing my quantum drive, propulsion system off first, then quantum drive, and then quantum drive on, propulsion on. Those little habits will save you a lot of frustration. Especially when you're pulling up to Pyro Gateway and wondering why the hell you can't jump. Alright, we're going to store it one more time to see if we get black screened. I'm even going to... So actually... properly test this. I'm going to back to menus. And then come back in. Now, yes, this is going to delete our mission. But it will institute the black screen scenario. Oh, it's gone full on unresponsive. There we go. Let's pull that back up. Yep, live is looking good and official. Alright. We're going to pull back up the PTU to jump back in and pull a ship up from a closed game state to see if we black screen. And I think that'll be it. I can run into the live build and see how the Hull C is performing there. See how the Maggie C is actually doing. This is more like the Maggie C clone. Holy cow, I can't believe we've been streaming for almost 6 hours. No wonder I'm feeling so hungry right now. Oh, let me see. Got some messages here. 1540 ETC identified an additional beneficial hotfix and are taking the opportunity to apply those fixes. Previously mentioned fixes are now being applied. My launcher actually just updated to being out of maintenance. Awesome. Appreciate you. Ruck, looking all good here. I'm just doing this last little test on the Hull C to check for that black screen glitch, and then I will hop over to live for a couple missions before I call it. Probably have time for 1 or 2 Hull C missions. It's already about to be 1600. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Well, it's been really awesome, guys, to see almost 50 people in the stream all day. That's kick-ass. I really enjoy the hell out of doing this, and it's a lot of fun. And now until, like the last week of May, my Wednesdays are going to be that 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. stream. They might not always go this long. We had a lot more to test today with the PTU hitting, so I've let it drag out quite a bit longer than I probably should have. But, yeah, so Monday and Friday are still going to be 3 to 5 in the morning streams, and Wednesdays will be 10 to, maybe 1500 is late, 1500. And then I might have like random streams that aren't really scheduled, but at least these are the scheduled ones that I'm going to commit to. All right, let's go down here and pull up the Hull C and see if we black out. Awesome, Bomb. I'm glad you're able to pop in and see. Yeah, I see you popped in over on Twitch. I am streaming to both Twitch and the YouTube channel at the same time. It's been working out pretty well. as far as you know, quality and such, and connection and things not really breaking too bad. It was only maybe 1 or 2 streams where I had some issues. I had to restart it.
Welcome to the ASOC vehicle retrieval
And most of my
system.
gameplay is going to be centered around the space trucking industrial lifestyle.
Vehicle selected. Your
I want to get into
vehicle
more
is connected to
mining
the
and salvage play too.
Please visit us.
I'm glad there's so much to do. Plenty of content to be made. Docking port 2, man. Alright, let's see. Huh, my raft is still persisted in here too. That's cool. Alright. If we're gonna black out, now would be the time, because we've full on stored and recalled the ship from being out of game as well. This is typically when you struggle with dropping unconscious. Synthetic definitely earned my sub. I'm just frustrated I joined late. Looking forward to the next. Awesome, man. I really appreciate hearing that. Hell yeah. Plenty of streams to come. And wow, yeah, smoothly transitioned right into the whole sea out of the docking collar. So, good stuff. That's great. Yeah, and I mean, this mission's basically done, so I'm actually gonna back out from PTU from here, because there's no mission to complete since we did the back to menus test. So that's cool. Black screen, at least for now, seems to be resolved in the PTU. I'll definitely know if it comes up, because I'm going to be doing a lot of whole sea testing in the PTU. But time to run a couple of missions live. Live. See how it's performing. I'm about to look at getting a raft at Loreville. I'm heading there anyway to get attrition 3s for my C1. Hell yeah, Tiffany, sounds good. Yeah, the raft, I'm actually really blown away how cheap it is currently. Even in the PTU, it's still 3.5. So, probably a really good time to take advantage of that. Let me actually back all the way out so I can go to our live build. I'm going to... Sweet, yeah, don't need to change. I'm going to verify game files just to do it. And then I'm going to see what client I jump into. Hopefully everything is basically on the 968-78209. We'll see. Let's get in here. Yeah, the attritions on the C1 are going to be great for the bounty hauling gameplay going into the VHRTs. I look forward to maybe hearing that from you in a comment or in another stream. Let me know how it is. On the VHRTs, your most valuable stuff for immediate sale are going to be medical supplies, but Quantanium is a bit of a gold mine. Most of the ships drop it in varying quantities, anywhere from 2 to 32. The drugs are going to be in the ERT, HRT realm, aside from like altrucitoxin, which you can sell in Pyro for like 4K, or you can sell it like the reclamation site at Orson, or Orinth. Sorry, reclamation site Orinth on Hurston for 23K per SCU. Problem is that external elevator never likes to work for me. So if it works for you, it makes the altrucitoxin about as valuable as the Quantanium. I need to actually, I'm going to mess with that a little bit. Maybe the next time I bring out my Corsair, I'll play around with, server full with Kimbo. I'll play around with the Altrusa's value over at the reclamation site. Alright, let's just jump right into this, man. Pensive trajectory, only 26Q, so cool. Not as bad. That should actually clear up pretty fast. If you guys don't mind, I'm going to take a little bite of my protein bar here, because I have not eaten anything, and I'm probably more hungry in real life than I am in game. Sorry about that. Muted my mic just in case. Didn't want you guys to have to deal with all the mouth noises. I am running NVIDIA broadcast for, background noise cancel, but anyways, just wanted to make sure I wasn't being rude. And yeah, mining will hopefully make a pretty big comeback when the ore bags, ore pods, ore bags are all working properly. All right, and Hull C fixes. Oh shoot, there was one thing that I think was actually getting addressed, specifically with the Hull C, and I've forgotten. It was much earlier in the stream up the chat. I apologize. As far as the cargo grid, nothing specific. And yeah, we're running 9696298. We're actually running the proper game client. What is up? That's awesome. Cool. Let's go. I'm actually about to test the whole C right now, Bert. So I'm going to pull it up and see if it's functioning properly. Let's see. Where are we at? We're at Krill 1. So I need to go to where the whole C is likely first. I don't think the whole C is here. I know in the PTU, the whole C was working pretty well. No blackouts, no black screen in my final testing. Onloading and offloading is working pretty well, and that's first wave PTU, which is usually really, really, really rough. So that is good to see. And yeah, Everus Harbor. Okay, so we're going to fly over to Everus Harbor real quick. We're going to pull out the Corsair since we can zip over with our Chimera Quantum Drive.
Your vehicle has been delivered. Please visit us again.
Now I'm going to do my trick to make sure that it doesn't eat my vehicle. We're going to store it
Vehicle has been moved to our storage facility.
and then go to our hangar. And actually, before I leave, yeah, that's what I thought. I just had my flask. I did this last time. Oh no, I got my storage down here, so I need to make sure I leave with food and drink, because that cost me when I was trying to do the bounty hauling. 411 is on PTU right now. 4-1 is live. Sorry, I got a little confused on the text chat. So, Wave 1 PTU 411 is currently going for Imperators and early access folks. So, that is how I have it. Because I'm an Imperator. Pretty much have been since like 2019. So, I was able to get a lot of good testing in on the Raft and on the whole sea today. Yeah, we're getting ready to knock on about 6 hours of live streaming today, which is pretty wild. I feel good. I feel great. So I'm glad that I have the stamina for it. I can tell my voice is a little coarse from all the chatting. All right. Yeah, we're going to hop in the Corsair now, zip over to Everus Harbor, and jump in the whole sea and try to pick up a big mission right there from Everus Harbor where it's typically really rough. So hopefully all the back-end server cleanups make all of us whole sea pilots really happy. Granted, a lot of us whole sea captains are probably about to flood these cargo stations. So we'll see what happens. I kind of said it early on in whole sea testing and live that the better the whole sea gets, the more people are going to fly their whole sea, which creates more server load in cargo areas, which will then break whole sea missions. So, you know, there's a little bit of a rocket equation going on there, you know, dealing with the increased playability and causing more people to use it. But that's good. That's a good problem to have, because that just means it's going to continue to get better. Actually, we'll go through our main starboard elevator up here. I love the Corsair, though, by the way. I don't know if any of y'all have seen me messing with this thing. I love this ship. I can't believe it's taking me so long to actually fly it. But, oh, no, I don't want to go to the roof. It's actually a loaner from CIG due to the Imperator subscriber status. So I've enjoyed the hell out of flying this thing. Whole sea stress test. Here we go. You know it. About to all have our whole seas going at the same time. Yeah, it really is a catch-22. Yeah. 100%, man. Oh, sweet. It still remembered my power allocation for combat. I love that. Alright, come on. Come up, but not too high. We don't want to smack our wings. Okay, that's still happening. Hopefully that goes away. Got the double door glitch. Oh wait, I was sort of trans-dimensional with another ship there. That's what happened. Schrodinger's hangar door. There we go. This thing is friggin' awesome, dude. Especially in the Dying Star livery. Good call, Katie. That looks wicked. Alright. Let's get over to Everus Harbor. This Corsair is going to become one of my favorite ships. I can already tell. I love its personality, the creaking, the moaning. Gave me a free flask that looks really cool, so, you know, can't complain about that. Very Star Wars asymmetrical vibes, which I like a lot. Looks like my elevator did actually go all the way up to the roof. I see it poking out there with the little platform. It's funny. All right. If anybody's in their whole C's kind of getting it on, let me know. Curious to see what happens. I'll take another bite. Hell yeah, Pete. Good to hear. I hope I hope it runs well for you. I'm pretty much gonna dive right into the main mission. I'll tell you guys what server shard I'm in. So I am rocking US server 050. US server 050. Shard 050, I should say. So might see some of y'all. Who knows? Popping into Hurston now. Perfect. Next time I'm in the PTU, I'll have to take a peek at the whole C's claim times. I don't think they've changed at all, but I do remember somebody brought that up to see if the whole C claim time had changed at all. I wish it would. 15 minutes is just dumb. That's just my opinion. Alright, Everus Harbor. How do you tell what shard you're on? So, I'll type what you put in. So you hit the little tilde key right above your tab key on your keyboard, and then you type this in just like this. You can do R display info 1, 2, 3, or 4. Doesn't matter. 2 is what I use. But when that is up in your game system, or sorry, when that's up, it'll put a bunch of text at the top right of your screen. So again, hit that tilde key in game. Oh, I'm still on the Streamlabs. Tilde key in game will bring this up, and then I can actually just up arrow because I put it in recently, and then hit enter. And then over to the right, it's kind of, I'm in ultra wide, so you can't really see all the stuff I'm seeing over here to the right. But about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 lines down. Once you put that in, you'll see shard ID, public, US, blah, 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 or EU, or Australia, or whatever. And then the last 3 numbers are your actual shard. So for me, it's 050. And once you put that in, you can actually just hit that tilde key and then just hit up on your directional arrows, and then it'll go back to your last input, and you can change it back to 0 to get rid of the information if you want your screen to be clear again. But you can check server FPS, the amount of people that are on your server, the shard you're on, the game client you're on, all with that. It's pretty cool.
Quantum drive is now on. Quantum drive is now off.
Love the sounds this thing makes. It has so much personality. Like you would expect a Drake ship to have.
Quantum drive is now off.
Bugging out for me, constant hailing the station when trying to load. Interesting, okay. Yeah, I'm not holding my breath too much. I hope it does some good. Almost there.
Drive is now on. Quantum drive is now off.
Give a little scan to see where the station's at, because it is dark.
Shield system online.
Here we go. Got our pad.
Shield system online.
Man, you almost can't even see what's in front of you. There we go. That's one of the reasons that I'll pop a scan, man, just to make sure that you're clear and you're not going to run into anything. Toggle our wings up, landing gear down.
Landing gear down.
My hangar entrance should be on the other side of this. Okay, buddy. Very good. Actually, for the Corsair, these are the kinds of hangars that are perfect. With the way our wings tip up, this is nice. Still got the audio bug where your sound basically turns off when you come into your hangar. Alright. Even before the rebuff of the Corsair, I've loved the thing. I bought mine when they did the ship name reservation and haven't regretted it since. Mine's called the Dulcine. That's awesome. Yeah, I'm a big fan. I wish I had spent more time with the ship earlier on. I mean, given that this is basically the ship size that I've used the most of, like the Connie Taurus for me has the most time in flight, like the most flight hours for me are definitely in my Connie. That will rapidly change with me using the Corsair. The Corsair will probably become my most flown ship in the game. Just as an all-around daily driver, because it's great for the bounty hauling, for doing combat, for pulling in cargo, just kind of general purpose stuff. Including group gameplay. It's just... these size ships are fantastic. That's another reason I'm so excited for all the changes to the Raft. I think that goes a long way for a lot of people.
Your vehicle has been phase visited.
Alright, let's go up here and get this whole sea. Whoa. Yep, don't be too eager to jump in the elevator. That's not good. Oh boy. I've got the elevator bug. I might have to back to menus, but at least I'm at Everus Harbor. Lovely. Oof, remind me to check for couples when racing towards a station at Mach 3. Yeah, couple versus being in oh my gosh, what am my brain trying to say right now? Cruise control. I've almost met a rapid end, not realizing I'm in cruise control and my ship's not stopping and speeding up, and I'm like, what's going on? Oh yeah. Named after the love interest in Men of La Mancha. That's cool. I love it when ships have some good names, you know, they're tied to something. Vivid Declination. This is a different server. See how this one goes. Grinding member hauling with the Nomad at the moment. Are there any experienced missions in the 24 SCU range? Actually, yeah, there are very few missions that are really low SCU count in the experienced range. I'll pull them up once I pop in here. That way I can show you. I'm pretty sure. I now own a Raft. Hell yeah, Tiffany, good shit. That's awesome. Yeah, this is the Raft is going to be so much fun in 411. It's a good ship. Now I just really need Argo to get on it with the salvage and mining. I mean, yeah, they have the mole. I get it, but I want a single-seater mining ship. Salvage, I don't really mind if they do a single, a double, or triple, like or crew of 3, like a mole-sized salvage vessel would be pretty sick. All right, let's get in here. There we go. And yeah, real quick while I'm thinking about it, let me pop out of the residential area. Let me pull up the experienced contract missions for you real quick and show you. So there are a handful of them. That's not one of them. I think it's like the experienced mediums. Nope, that's a couple hundred. Fairly certain. Jeez. Fairly certain. So these are 15 SCU boxes, so that's low, but not Nomad low. 810, 121, 121. Planetary large is going to be a big boy. Local small. There you go. Yep. Local small experience 137K 424. So these kinds. Now these are from a distribution center to or a processing center, sorry, to an HDMS, so it's a surface platform, which those for me traditionally have not worked very well. So keep that in mind if you're going to try to do those. Surface elevators are a problem. I'm going to do some testing on those in the PTU as well, see if they're any better. But in last PTU, they were still broken. Live right now, they're still broken. You might have an off chance that they work, but it's tough. Oh yeah, Everus is popping. It's going to be a good test. No dice for me. Either need to be still or constantly hailing station when trying to load. Yikes. That's not good. What station were you at? Were you at Everus or something? Or not that that exactly matters. It's kind of a mess everywhere. Hull C coming up. Oh no. Docking port 1. Apparently I still have stuff on my Hull C. The mission to transport. Yes, stims. Usually the stims missions are pretty low. Yeah, I forgot that I had stuff on my Hull C. So this, is she open? I'm going to try the trick, walking in backwards to see if that, makes me black out. Hope not. Man, I hope she's not too full. So I'm going to have to dump the cargo before I pick up a load. Alright, yeah, let's see. Somebody told me if you just go in backwards, that you don't black out. Can confirm that that is not true. We've blacked out. I really feel like we need filters for the contracts page. They really need to revamp some pages in the Moby Glass. 100% agree. 100% agree. They did really well on the redesign for the homepage and the map. Yeah, I want the same text-based search function that the map has for our hauling contracts. 100%. They need to do the other pages over now. Yep. I tried the hell out of distribution centers. The only reliable for me were the ones in Microtech. So you had issues at Casio and Farnsway and Kovalex over on Hurston? Because I've used them a lot, but I go inside, like down into the hangar. Hopefully that's what you're doing too. You don't want to use the surface elevators at the distribution centers. But yeah, I've done the Microtech one as well. And actually Microtech's the first time I ever had an issue with a distribution center. I had to use the surface elevator. Ironically, that worked because I couldn't call for landing. That's what it was. Yeah, myth definitely busted, Vince. Walking in backwards does not prevent you from blacking out. Are they sure they did maintenance? I know, right? Well, let's see. I went back into the game, and I am running client 9696298 again on US Shard 70. So I think they did. I think they did clean it up because I'm the same up-to-date client build, the most recent client build. I'm not on 966.1546, 967, 2709, 968.0058, like all these different client builds that we're running. It looks like we should all be on 969.6298, which is the one that is currently registered on live, which will be a big help. But yeah, I took a chance knowing that my ship was docked when I decided to try walking in backwards. I do know another workaround, so I'm going to try that. I'm going to get into another ship and enter through the other docking collar. The problem is the communication between the docking collar and the ship when you're crossing the threshold. So if you can get out of the station, maybe even to one of the pads would be cool, and then get over to your docking collar and go in through the port aft airlock, you're good. You can get in that way. My gamepad just decided it's not going to let me turn around. I say the gamepad. It's the game. Yeah, you're right, Kevin. For sure. Man. Oh, make sure you hit right shift. Right shift might have locked your pitch controls. You'll see the icon that says locked under like coupled and ESP, and then it says lock. If you hit that right shift key, you can't steer. So hit that right shift key to unlock your pitch control to be able to steer. That is a thing that will sneak up on you if you didn't realize you accidentally hit that right shift key. And you're like, I can no longer steer my ship. What is going on? And usually that happens when you're panicking because you're about to hit something and you can't move and you can't change direction. I'm actually just going to give it a minute to see if I can get pulled back to the ASOP terminals, because I don't want to Alt F4 and create a delayed state of the game. It should reposition me. You know, wipe off my display real quick. Give me just a sec. This thing, when your monitor goes black, you're able to see where you need to wipe it down. That's for sure. Yeah, happy to help, Kevin. Yeah, it's next time it acts weird, check and see if the locked icon is lit up, and then yeah, right shift should give you control back. Never a pleasant thing when that happens. I almost wonder why that's even a function in the game. Just wiping the monitor off. I got this wonderful black screen that's showing me where any blemish is. Depending on how long this black screen lasts, this might be Chris Roberts' way of ending my live stream. Which, I mean, after 6 hours and 13 minutes, we've had a pretty good time here. It is already about to be 16:30, so I might need to actually think about just calling it, unfortunately. So be careful about black screen issues with your whole C still. Make sure if you're going to try to get into your ship at the collar it's at, to get into another ship, fly around to the back of your hull C and go in through your aft dorsal airlock on the port side of your ship. You should be fine if you do it that way. Otherwise, if you want to just go to another station and claim your hull C, that's another way to get around it. You know, that'll just add the claim time and delay you from getting moving. Working good for me. Ship spawn fine. Ran a mission. Hell yeah, Mitchell. Thanks for the report on that. Good stuff. I hope that's the case for a lot more people. I am still unconscious. I just know that trying to back out of the game with Alt F4 is not a good idea in this case. Still got some cleaner on my monitor here. I need to sacrifice a goat to Chris Roberts to get my game to come back online here. Yeah, and I bet there's going to be some server strain from just everybody hopping back in all at the same time. So hopefully it balances out and everyone has a good time. I've got high hopes for it. Again, guys, if you can, take advantage of your whole C's and anything you want to do while the servers are not flooded with free flyers before that happens. Free fly events are really cool for kind of showing people the game and all, but it will cause a pretty big server load to happen on top of everything else going on if the free fly actually is happening tomorrow. I'm surprised it's coming as soon as it is. I figured they would have waited until they dropped 411 for the free fly to be a thing. But hey, you know, CIG is going to do CIG things. All free guys will be in Stanton. Yeah, hey, keep that in mind. Might be a good time to go to Pyro. I might join you in Pyro, Mitchell. I'll do some salvage or mining or maybe the bounty salvage loop I was talking about. Maybe even try out running the hauling missions in Pyro to see if that's any better. Live is not on 411. Live is on 410. 969 2872 or something like that. The PTU right now is wave 1 for Imperators and Evocardi and such. So I don't think it's open to everybody yet. Yeah, 969 8719 is that client. 968 78209 is what we're on live. So yeah, I'm Imperator status. I mean, if you want to, get an early PTU, joining the subscriber is going to give you access to it. Well, that was silly. Flew from Port Tressler to Everus Harbor to pick up my hull, slammed into the station, respawned at Orison, only to realize my hull C was actually at Port Tressler all along. I'm sorry to laugh, Vince, but that sounds like exactly something that I would experience. That would be my own life story. That is awesome. Jeez. Doing protection missions, 50k takes 30 seconds. Whoa. Protection missions. I'm gonna have to play around with that. Yeah, the maintenance having just recently ended, it's going to cause for there to be a bit of a surge of people rushing back in. So, yeah, and I'm still waiting on black screen because I'm trying to let it reposition me into the ASOP terminals like it normally will do. I don't want to cause the game... Okay, I was about to say, is my game still on? Jeez. There we go. I don't want to cause the game to freak out because I'm still here. Yeah, 530 people in the shard, 94 in the server around me. I'm on 070 currently. Just waiting. Oh, man. Can't wait for the patch. My character has no head right now. Can't play at all. No joke. Seriously, dude? That's insane. I had one point where I got, kicked out of my whole C and I was EVAing and my head was gone for, 30 seconds. It was kind of creepy. Have you tried a character repair? Maybe that'll help out. It can be a little bit of a pain. So while we're waiting, I'll just kind of tell everybody how to do a character repair real quick. If you ever need to, if you're really locked out of the game and you don't know this, you go to your actual hangar in the top right here. Go to your account dashboard. And then once you're on your account, maybe not your account dashboard. Sorry. My hangar. There you go. And then in my... What the heck? All right, hang on. Did they change how this is laid out? Citizen dossier, maybe? No? Support? Now that's where you can get to your issue councils, which is good. Hold up. Let me figure this out. Let me go back to my hangar. Usually... Oh, wait, yeah. You got to go to your settings. Sorry. That's the step I was skipping there. Hang on, let's try again. Character repair does not work. Uh-oh. There we go. Yeah, settings. This is where you'll go. I'll finish explaining the character repair to people at least. So, your character repair option will be down here. So you'll click on this. I'm not actually going to do it, of course. But you request repair, and then you put in your password as to ask why, or to give a brief reason. And what they basically do is they kind of force your avatar out, recreate it, and put it somewhere. Your character will be sent back to your home location. Inventories, items, and everything will remain in game. Like, it'll persist. You're not going to lose anything. But the trick with a character repair is you'll want to give it at least an hour. Your request can only be every hour. You want to give it like a full hour to do the repair, and then before you launch the game again, you want to go in and you want to verify your game files. After you verified your game files, after waiting that hour, then try to re-enter the game. But make sure after that hour you verify your game files and then try to re-enter, and you should make it in. Doesn't always work. I had a case where I did like 3 repairs. Nothing worked. It took them going into an actual live server maintenance like they did today for my character to actually get booted out and fixed. And as far as your home location, that you have to wait until a new patch drops. You can set your med spawn to wherever you want to basically be your home, your base of operations, but all of your stuff is still going to be at your home spawn. So it's good to give thought to where you might want to set up your home destination. You know, Orison, Area 18, Lorville, New Babbage, or in Pyro, going to Ruin, Checkmate, all those. You want to kind of think about that, because when 411 drops, you will get to choose a new home location. Pretty much every big patch update that hits, you can choose a new home. So, or even every, you know, secondary dot release, like 411, 412, 413. So, yeah, keep it in mind, you know, where you want to be, like what area you want to be around, and set your home to the closest location there. I like making mine Costco. That's what I actually call New Babbage. New Babbage is my Costco because they have like just about every ship component you can want there, aside from a few things. New Babbage with Center Mass and Omega Pro. That's where I spend all my bulk shopping for my ships. Oh man, we are still waiting here. Yeah, I think that might be it, my friends. Just given it's after 16:30 now, and I need to get some things taken care of before I go to class tonight. So kind of a bummer. It sucks to end on a black screen event like this. So, you know, be careful. Don't go into your hull C if you're docked unless you go out in another ship and go through the other airlock. Don't go through the one where the docking collar is, because then you end up here. Eventually, this will probably reload. I'll probably leave the game on while I'm getting ready and doing some other things, eating dinner and such, walking the dogs to, you know, give the game time to tick over. But yeah, this is about all we can do. And if I Alt F4 and back out, it can create more issues with being shard locked. So it's better to wait if you can. It is what it is. Loaded up finally from Terra Gateway. Good stuff, Pete. Yeah, I hope you have some successful missions. And thank you again, everybody, for joining the stream, for being here over the last 6 hours of gameplay. The Raft video will probably be out Thursday night or Friday. Probably Friday, if I'm being honest, just considering time. But yeah, I think with that, man, I'm gonna get out of here. Wish you guys a good night. Hope you all have fun with your whole seas or any other ships. Enjoy all the time you can on the new servers. Hopefully there's minimal teething for you. And I will catch you all in the next live stream. I will be live Friday morning, 3 to 5 a.m. for anybody who's up at the same time. So take care, everybody.